Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Got Betrayed and Joined the White Dragon Empress Part 9. Before we start, please go support AbrahamJosueSalasRoa for writing that awesome fanfic. Now let's begin. This is the translated version I made. There will be some wrong he or she calling here because it's translated, so let me clear this. Issei is a male in this story. Chapter 32, Bonds of Friendship and Love. Inside a dark room where a large TV was playing an anime series. Issei and Valery were sitting on a large piece of furniture in the boys' room, watching the anime that was playing on the TV. And both were accompanied by the two Ouroboros sisters, who were asleep. With Office next to Issei and Lilith next to Valery. Anyway, the anime that the celestial couple were watching is a typical one of the genres. Action and romance. In addition to that, apparently, the protagonist, who is a boy, seems to be interested in his nemesis, who curiously is a girl. With both of them being supposed enemies, but they do not hate each other and neither of them knows it, or simply they deny the supposed interest in the other. It reminds me a little of me when I denied that I was interested in you. Valery said with an ironic laugh. I say the same. Issei couldn't help but remember when his interest in Valery was born. I admit that I became interested in you before, but since I thought it would be impossible for you to notice me, I discarded that interest. Well, I'm happy. Valery would put his hand on Issei's, causing them both to look each other in the eyes. Thanks to you, I have recovered that side of me that I had buried years ago, and I can smile again. Your smile is also what makes me happy. Issei smiled. Eyes. Valery, without understanding it, was lost in Issei's gaze. In truth, she felt that she saw a beautiful sunset in those eyes. Issei was the same way. Because every time she looked into Valery's eyes, she felt like she saw a beautiful sunrise in them. And without knowing it or perhaps already sensing it, both began to bring their faces closer to each other, feeling somewhat warm. Which was appeased the moment they both gave each other a kiss, which reflects their mutual love. But at the same time, that made the sexual side in them turn on a little. Causing his kiss to grow in intensity, where, unconsciously, Valery put his hand inside the boy's shirt, feeling his well-trained chest and abdomen. While Issei held Valery by the waist with one hand and with the other caressed her butt, which was covered by her skirt, causing Valery to moan a little in the kiss. And just when it seemed like they were both going to get carried away by the moment. Office and Lilith's small snores brought the celestial couple back to reality, with both separating from the kiss and seeing the places where they were touching. Causing them to blush knowing that they almost did something indecent with Office and Lilith by their side. I think we got carried away. Why yes. Valery nodded in agreement with what Issei said as they settled back into their places to continue watching the anime. Although Valery couldn't help but caress Lilith with such motherhood, making her smile even in her sleep. Issei would see how Valery caressed Lilith, making her smile even when she was asleep. But the two of them by her side, at a moment like this. He made me think for a moment that they were like, and our daughters, right? Issei completed what Valery was going to say, leaving her a little surprised. Then she smiled a little, blushing. Yes. Valery would then look into nothingness with a complicated expression, as if worried. But I'm a little afraid of what might happen. I fear that if we lose to Qlippoth, there will be no future for us. We will do everything possible to win. Issei said seriously. Rest assured. You always know what to say to lift your spirits. Valery sighs, smiling. Let's have faith that everything will turn out well. Yes. Issei affirmed. And when it seemed that both would have another kiss to put aside their worries. Valery-chan. We need help with the tree. As the door opened and that voice was heard, it was revealed that it was Mother Haidu who entered the room. And this one she became somewhat static when she saw the closeness of Issei and Valery. Edo. I'm sorry, am I interrupting something? No. Not really. Issei would scratch his cheek with his cheek slightly blushing just like Valery. Anyway, did something happen, Aka-san? No, actually. I came to tell you if you want to join us in decorating the Christmas tree. Oh, that's right. Valery put his palms together while he remembered something. They said it was going to be done today. In a moment, let's go. We will wait for you. And continue with your couple moment. Oh, my baby has a girlfriend for Christmas, how happy. It was the last thing Mother Haidu said as she left the room. Leaving Issei and Valery with drops in the back of the head and complicated faces. You can tell she's happy for us. Issei shrugged at what Valery said. Were you really that bad with girls? You can't even imagine it. Issei sighs as he stands up. Come on, I also want to help with the decoration. We too. Forks. Unexpectedly, Office and Lilith had woken up from their nap. Valery also gets up while turning off the TV in order to leave the room along with Issei, Office and Lilith. In the large main room of the Haidu residence, just in a certain corner, all the residents of the house were decorating the incomplete Christmas tree that was somewhat large, just as others were helping to put up decorations in the rest of the room. I'm glad we're all going to spend Christmas together. Lefay put the decorations on the Christmas tree while she was happy. Although for Ani, Sama and me, it will be our first Christmas away from home. By the way, do demons celebrate Christmas? Xenovia asked as she lowered some boxes with decorations, not wanting to attract the attention of the Haidu parents. But Yu has a party with his family every year. Not to celebrate or commemorate the birth of Jesus Christ, but for the winter solstice. Kiba said while he opened some boxes and arranged the decorations. In fact, much of the underworld does, but now that there is peace in the three factions, it can probably be officially celebrated. Bunaya, it's been years since the last time Shirin and I had a Christmas together. Kuroka played with an ornament like cats would. If I remember correctly, it was before Mama died and those from House Nibirius took us in. Oh, is that true? Asked Ravel looking at Kaneko who was also playing with an ornament. I don't remember much, but… yes. That was our last Christmas together, with Mama. Kaneko spoke normally and no longer looked at Kuroka with indifference. Indicating that they are on the right track. Well, Christmas is celebrated normally in Grigori. Valery informed, drawing everyone's attention as she arrived at the place accompanied by Issei, Office and Lilith. Every year a big party was held among all the members of Grigori. It seems that even though they are fallen, they continue to commemorate the birth of Jesus Christ. I think I heard Azazel mention that once. Issei put a finger to her chin, trying to remember. In Asgard, this tradition is still called the winter solstice, just because of old customs. But the purpose is the same. Roswas hung socks on the walls, in places where they could be hung. And as they say, it has been like this since ancient times. Oh, and I hope that my grandma or my parents send me some greetings by message. Well, you better ask them to come. It's easier this way, right? Issei said raising an eyebrow, only to see how Roswas turned a little pale. Let me guess, they go out drinking at Christmas, or is it something else? Both actually. Roswas was somewhat downcast, while internally she hoped that her family would not come to this party. It would be humiliating. Why do I get the feeling that your sensitivity to alcohol is hereditary? Issei rubbed his temple, only to then hear the sound of a box falling and… I am sorry. Aka-san. Don't worry, Asia-chan. I understand that sometimes you are a little clumsy, it's not that bad. Asia began to pick up the decorations that fell to the ground, where some that were on the tree were broken, while the rest were plastic. And Mother Haidu started to help the blonde who fell. You noticed it, didn't you? Valery stood next to Issei who was still looking at Asia who seemed more distracted than usual, with a downcast attitude. Yes. Issei nodded sighing. She's normally kind of clumsy, but lately. She's more distracted than usual. In fact, I never thought that she would miss her smile a little. Well. Valery would put his hand on Issei's shoulder. Taking advantage of the fact that we are in these holidays and that we may not have to worry about Qlippoth for a while. You should take advantage of fixing things. No. It still surprises me that you ask me to do this despite the differences I had with them. Issei said raising an eyebrow. Do not get confused. Forgiving them is one thing, but that doesn't mean they have earned my trust. Valery would look away. I don't want them to make you suffer again. They will not. I assure you. Issei would take Valery's hand. But I think that it would be good if there were no longer indifference between everyone. Well, that will be seen later. Valery would sigh. Find the right moment and talk to them, it's that simple. What matters is that they recognize that they were the ones who were wrong, not you. That said, the girl would go to where Kuroka was, so she's going to play with her in her way. Since. Issei would sigh and then watch as Asia went to the kitchen, while her mother put the box lying on a small table. Well, I must try. In the kitchen, Asia had some kind of mental conflict, which doesn't surprise her. Since it has been like this for a long time and she knows very well why. Even though Christmas was near and internally she was happy to spend her first Christmas with real friends, deep down she feels that nothing is like it should be, and more because, really. She misses being able to talk to Issei like before. When she found out that Akeno and Kaneko apparently managed to reconcile with Issei, it made her feel hopeful that she could also fix things with Issei, but… it's been a couple of weeks since Oros and nothing has happened regarding fixing things. And that made Asia lose the blissful hope of mending broken friendships. Anyway, Asia, after washing her hands and drying them, went to the refrigerator to get something to drink, perhaps to distract herself. Where she saw that there were many cans of Coca-Cola, where she decided to take one of those, no one would notice since there were many. She opened it and took a couple of sips while she closed the refrigerator, then sat down in a dining room chair. For some strange reason, she felt tired but not sleepy. She took another sip and laid her head on the table and then sighed sadly. What can she do? She already has too many things on her mind, what with Issei and the reconciliation with Akeno and Kaneko, as well as the slight enmity between some. Remembering all that, Asia held back the light sob that she wanted to give. His sadness for her was such that she always beat him when she remembered how everyone was, just like her mistake that night. She took another sip of her drink to distract herself, although she couldn't stop thinking about it. She took another sip, which wiped out the contents of the can. Asia sighed sadly at that. Do you want company? Issei's voice caught her attention. When she looked up she saw herself with her first friend at the entrance to the dining room. I'll bring you another one if you want. The brunette went to the refrigerator as the blonde looked on. Asia would see how Issei took out 2 cans from the refrigerator and then went to the table, put one in front of him so that he would then sit in front of her with can in hand. I wouldn't mind drinking a beer if with that I can let my sorrows out. Issei opened the can. Unfortunately, I can't get drunk no matter if I drink too much because I'm a dragon. Asia laughs a little at what Issei said. Well, is something wrong with you? I don't know what you're talking about. Asia, I try to avoid the topic. Asia, I know you very well even if you don't believe it. We have lived together for months and it is easy for me to read you like a book. And I know that when you have a problem, you do whatever it takes to avoid that topic. The former nun was a little surprised to know that Issei knew when she was lying or had a problem. So, is something wrong with you? Asia would look at the ground with sadness on her face. I don't even know. Only that. Even though we are all together, there is no harmony between some. And. Asia sobs a little. Even Xenovia-san and Irina-san don't talk to each other, and they don't talk to me either. Asia would let a couple of tears fall on her lap. I want us all to be like before. I don't want us to be fighting. I want us to be a family again, like before. I understand. I'm sorry. The last thing was said in a whisper that Asia didn't hear. Well, Issei now understood why lately no one seemed to talk to others, even the church trio were no longer together at school. And with just that, Issei more or less knew what to do. Tell me, Asia. The blonde stopped by to see him with a sad and confused expression. Do you want to go out for a walk tomorrow or something? Issei's proposal took Asia by surprise because she wasn't expecting that. Tomorrow is Saturday, so we will be free until Monday, which will be the closing ceremony of the academy for winter break. Do you want to go? Why are you offering me this so suddenly? Asked Asia, who although she was internally happy about this and that maybe she can fix things with Issei, she also felt that she didn't deserve this. To distract you, also. Issei would take a sip from her can. I don't like seeing you down, you're better off with a smile all the time. Asia blushed a little at her words, and internally she was happy that Issei still cares about her like before. She never thought she would see Issei's concern towards her again. And she admits that she missed that. Why yes. I would like to go out with Issei again. So, we leave tomorrow at 11 o'clock am. Issei stood up while she finished the can of her. Now let's get back to the others, before Kaneko and Kuroka end up playing with the decorations like the cats they are. Let them be, Issei. Asia laughed a little as she finished the second can of hers, and inside her, she felt a great hope to finally fix everything and then go after Issei. All this without knowing that there was someone who heard the whole conversation and was hidden behind the other entrance to the dining room. He let out a couple of sobs while clenching his fists that bled a little from the pressure and then left the place. Having a lot to think about. The next day. Okay, I'm done. Issei was at the door of the house, ready to leave. He had agreed with Asia to meet at an agreed place and not go out together, like a date. Good luck, Ice. Valery was with him to see him off. And the girl sighed. If I could safely entrust you to Roswa-san, then I will trust to leave you in good hands with Argento-san. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Although. Issei would scratch the back of his neck. I guess I know more or less what will happen, I just hope it's not that complicated. It shows that sometimes you are very perceptive in certain situations. Hey, what does that mean? Issei felt a little offended by what Valery said. He's not that dense or stupid, or was he? Anyway, you better go at once. Valery would wink at him. It's not good to keep a lady waiting. You're right. Finishing arranging his shoes, Issei headed to the door. I'll be back in a few hours, and I hope my favorite cookies are still intact when I get back. Someone has been eating them. I already imagined who it could be. Valery would roll her eyes, somewhat amused when imagining the possible culprit. But the young man would leave the house, ready to go to the place where he agreed to meet Asia. Moments later. Issei walked towards the meeting place, which was Kuo Park. The place where he began his life in the supernatural and where he died, as well as the same place where he met Asia. Seriously, that park for some reason gave him the feeling that was where it all began and that's where everything will end, depending on what happens. What a strange analogy. Now is not the time to think about that. He has to focus well on the supposed date in order to fix things once and for all. Well, I hope this isn't so boring. Drake was more than ready to see the date or the supposed reconciliation. For some reason, seeing the previous reconciliation seemed similar to what you see in a novel, and he has no doubt that this one could be the same. Well, you better go to sleep if you're so bored. Don't you sleep every chance you get, lazy dragon. Issei made a little mockery. I'm not a lazy brat. Drake looked a little offended. When you're sealed in something like this, there's nothing you can do. Yes. Whatever you say. Issei would lean on a pole that was next to him, time to wait. Although the agreed time was 11, there is still little time left. And just when it was going to be 11, a person stood in front of him, a girl. I am sorry for the delay. The girl apologized to him. Issei rubbed his eyes, since in front of him was Asia wearing a cute and simple outfit with some sneakers. And she had a little ornament in her hair as well as she carried a little matching purse. More than that, the natural beauty she showed surpassed the one seen before. Issei knew that Asia was cute in her own way even in normal clothes, but this. It surpasses everything before. And now he didn't know who the girl was. Tenderest between Asia and LaFay, so it is better to be guided by both. Edo. Do I look weird? Asia was a little embarrassed while she was a little blushing. Although internally she was happy to think that, perhaps, Issei with just her look considers her cute. No. Yo, you look great. Issei would give himself a mental slap, he had the experience in this. He should take the initiative. I was just surprised by your change of look, that's all. Normally you wear simple outfits that still stand out on you, but on this occasion. You shined. And no. Asia shook her head a few times while playing with her fingers. The thing is. It was Mickey-san who chose this for me. Did my mother help you? The girl nodded to Issei's question. I see. When I told her about our outing. She showed me several outfits. Asia blushed a little while she remembered. They were something elegant that even for me. They were too much for just one outing together. So in the end, we ended up putting together the common and the presentable. I understand you. Issei laughed ironically. My mother is always like that. She wants everything to go well, and she does not hesitate to get involved where she is not called, but that makes her. Well, then. Asia trembled a little while she thought about what to do. Where are we going? Issei became a little thoughtful, until. How about reliving old moments? Issei offered her his hand, and she was surprised by the gesture. And this time, without interruptions. I don't understand much, but. Asia, a little hesitantly, took the young man's hand. I will accept the offer. Issei nodded smiling, and they both started walking. Asia's simple smile was always enough to take away any worry, she admits that she missed that. A short time later, both young men ended up going to a fast food establishment that was somewhat close to where they were recently. It was a hamburger place, but not just any one, and Asia knew it. This place is the same place they both came to the first time they met when the blonde was fleeing from the fallen. Without a doubt, a place that brings a lot of nostalgia, since it shows how it all began for them. Anyway, once they arrived at the establishment, they ordered the usual food, hamburgers with fries and soft drinks. And once they got their orders, they went to sit at one of the many tables in the place. Where when you start eating. I can tell that you're not so naive about this anymore. Issei couldn't laugh a little when he saw how Asia ate her hamburger with her hands, unlike the first time when the blonde asked him if he had a knife and fork to eat this, without knowing that there was another way to eat. Ooh, don't make fun of me, Ai-san. Asia swallowed what she bit and then made a cute pout, trying to appear upset, without any success. I have already learned which other foods are eaten with hands without cutlery. True, I'll teach you that. Forget it. What do you say? Do you want to go there like before? Asia would follow her gaze and see the arcade that was close to where they were, and understanding what she meant. Oh yes. I would like to go there again. That way, once they finished eating, both young people went to the arcade. When they arrived at the entertainment place, they both started playing certain games. In a racing one, where Issei was the winner. Then in a basketball game, where Asia used it to practice since according to her, she wanted to improve a little in physical activities, and this helped her a little. They even played on a table jockey, as a result of which, the chestnut won by 2 points before the time limit. In the end, they decided to conclude the arcade visit with Issei winning a stuffed animal from Asia on one of the cranes. After that, they went to a clothing store to see what they had. Asia liked all the outfits, and Issei couldn't help but imagine Asia in said outfits for a moment. Then they went to a cosplay store, where they tried on some costumes on each other. That way, when they left the place, they both went to the park again, where Issei ended up buying 2 ice creams for both of them, which were in small cups. And then go sit on one of the benches in the park. Issei looked at the place with some nostalgia, he still remembers when it was right here where Asia told him about her past, and how Rainer took Asia with her without him being able to do anything back then. In truth, he felt pathetic on that occasion, and even so, he went to save the blonde recklessly, but successfully, not in the way he wanted, but just as successfully. Ai-san. Asia caught his attention, to snap him out of her trance. Hey. Oh, don't worry. It's nothing. Issei would taste a little of his ice cream, while thinking if he should be the one to start the talk for reconciliation. And just when he was going to resume the talk to get to the point. Ai-san. Asia caught her attention while she had her eyes somewhat downcast and sad. I'm sorry. Why do you say that? Asked Issei, thinking that maybe it was time. If he had done things right. You wouldn't have had to suffer so much and you wouldn't have had to leave. Asia sobbed a little while tears appeared in her eyes. Even though I was the one who tried the hardest to have your attention and for you to see me as more than just a friend or someone you should protect. I ended up supporting one Isama because I thought things would be easier that way. But. Asia squeezed her skirt a little while 2 tears fell on her hand. That doesn't matter. Issei spoke up as he took a taste of his ice cream. What happened. And that has nothing to do with. If it has to do. Asia, unexpectedly, raised her voice a little tearfully. Sniff. Because I didn't follow my feelings as I should. I only ended up causing more harm to Ai-san. No, rather. Asia would shake her head. It's always because of me that Ai-san not only gets hurt but he also ends up suffering. Asia. Issei wanted to say something, but she didn't let him. For me, you fought Rainer to the point of almost dying even though you won, and only for me. For me, you entered Juggernaut Drive and lost your thousands of years of life. And for me, all because I didn't understand you, I hurt you emotionally by blaming you for something that you had no idea. At this point, Asia started crying harder. Maybe, if I weren't here. You wouldn't have had to go through all that. Those words only made Issei tense up a little and have the impulse to want to say the opposite. Maybe things would have been better if I wouldn't have come into your life. TSK. Don't say that. Issei looked down at her trembling a little with her hair covering her eyes. It's not your fault. I decided that way or I did it without thinking. And that gives more reason to what I say. Asia looked at him with her eyes full of tears. In the end. What they told me when they excommunicated me is true. I only bring misfortune to those who are close to me. You. No. Everyone would be better off without me. With just that exclamation, it was enough for Issei to put down his ice cream and unexpectedly, he wrapped Asia in a hug that took her by surprise. She wanted to deny said hug and affection because she felt like she didn't deserve it, but no. He couldn't get away even if he tried. Asia, don't say that. Issei, still hugging her, would caress her hair. You are the best thing that could have happened to me when I entered this crazy world. I only ended up bringing problems and harming Ai-san. Asia was still convinced of that thought. For you I endured all the pain I could receive and you became the first girl who spoke to me normally and did not judge me, even though you knew I was a hopeless pervert. I just ended up abusing Ai-san's kindness. And I didn't value your feelings either because of my fear. Because of me you ended up fighting against Xenovia-san and Irina-san. I still would have fought against them if they had threatened someone else. I have been nothing more than a burden to Ai-san and the rest. The only thing that matters is to improve and be better than before, because even me. Before I also felt like a burden to everyone. Sniff. I still believe that I don't even deserve any of this, but. Asia, even with tears in her eyes, tries to reciprocate the hug, but her arms were trembling, a sign of her fear. I want to believe that what I think is just a lie. Because it is. Issei hugged her. I'm sorry if my reckless actions have worried you and even caused you to blame yourself, but let me tell you this. All the pain and suffering I went through is not your fault. It was mine, not being able to face the things as they should and continuing to think about someone who is no longer here was what hurt me. If we continue clinging to the past and do not face our problems, we will not be able to move forward. Sniff. See, can we go back to how we were before? Asked Asia, who wanted to reciprocate the hug, but first, she wanted her answer. Yeah. Let's be like we were before. Issei's response was enough for Asia to reciprocate the hug and start crying on her shoulder. I'm happy. Asia let out all of her contained happiness and sadness. She still felt like she didn't deserve this, but. If Issei stays by her side, that's more than enough for her, even if she doesn't receive her love. After their visit to the park and the good reconciliation, Issei and Asia decided to return to the Haidu residence while taking their time, since it was barely 1:00 p.m. in the afternoon. The return home was calm and even very happy on Asia's part. She finally managed to recover that friendship with Issei that she thought was lost. Upon arriving at the residence, they were greeted by Roswis, who was about to go to her room, and she did not ask where they were, since Valery had informed everyone of the departure of both young people, who were grateful for the gesture, as they did not have to deal with problems or questions about where they were. Anyway, soon, a couple of hours later or so, it was time for lunch. And Miki Haidu, Issei's mother, made lunch for everyone where she was helped by Akeno and Asia, where both girls were chatting again as before, to the happiness of the blonde. And once lunch was served for everyone, they started making small talk. Asia even chatted with Kaneko like they did before, and Akeno joined them both. For Issei, this was a fairly quiet lunch, although he could notice Ria's somewhat melancholic expression, seeing how Akeno, Kaneko and Asia were talking again as before, and that the brunette had reconciled with them. Issei seeing that, he instantly came to a conclusion and sighed complicatedly. Something tells him that at some point, he should also try to fix things with her, although Ria's case is not as serious as the others. Since Issei in recent weeks, he could notice that Ria's learned how to cope with the guilt and the consequences of not having confessed to him. She does not forget it, she simply learns to cope with it, and that does not lower her spirit to continue training, since as king, he had to be as firm as he could for his entourage. And all that made Issei wonder if he should take the opportunity to talk to her one of these days, but instantly, he would remember someone else that he was missing, and he set his sights on Xenovia, who seemed a little downcast. But she knew how to hide it, making sure that no one saw that something was happening to her, but Issei could notice that something was happening to her. Since yesterday, she could notice a little bit of how Xenovia seemed to act normal, and how rarely any of her caught her attention, and she was lost, maybe in her thoughts. Maybe she ought. I'm done. Xenovia would wipe her mouth with a napkin while putting the cutlery on her plate and getting up from her place. I'll go sleep for a while. Wake me up at dinner time. That was the last thing Xenovia said before leaving the dining room and going up the stairs to go to her room. How strange, normally she is not one of those who finish early. She always takes her time. Irina gave her opinion on this. Maybe she's a little tired. Arthur said, drinking the black tea from him. Even I want to sleep a little. I say the same. Bhikkhu said, supporting the idea. Naya, lazy monkey. Don't call me lazy cat. Oh? Repeat that in my face, filthy monkey. Kuroka stopped by to see Bhikkhu with some annoyance. Rarely this monkey can also get her mad. As you like, lazy cat. Bhikkhu decided to counterattack. He even wants revenge for all the times Kuroka pranked him. There is no discussion at the table, Kuro-chan, Big-chan. Said Miki Haidu, who had a sweet smile on her face, but everyone could notice that she emanated a terrifying aura that scared everyone. Yaokai and the Nekomata, forcing them to settle into place. That's better. It reminds me a little of our mother. I'm wondering the same. Arthur agreed with what LaFay said, since even he had a certain fear that he had never felt before in a fight, only his mother could make him be afraid that way, including LaFay. On the other hand, Issei didn't pay as much attention to the fun talks among the rest. He just stared at the place where Xenovia went, and his intuition told him that now he should go and try to fix things with her. Issei knew that even with the time that with whom he has interacted the least, after Roswas. And something told him that perhaps, his talk with her was not going to be so easy or decent. But for now, he would let her rest, maybe at night he would talk to her. Already at night, it is approximately 7:40 p.m. Issei had left the elevator that connected to all the floors of the residence, while carrying a towel on his shoulders, and finished drying his hair, indicating that he took a bath recently. And the place he arrived at was the 4th floor of the residence. Issei had thought that he should act now, since his instinct told him that if he continued to wait, even that over time, perhaps in the long run, she might end up declining and losing her spirit. That's why he decided not to wait any longer, she had to do something no matter what. And with that, Issei would go through several of the rooms until he found the one that would be Xenovia's. And before opening it, he decided to use his senses to know if she was awake, in addition to trying to listen to something inside the room. Where after almost a minute of waiting, he could hear something that was barely audible. And he could identify that sound as similar to a sob. Wait a minute, sob. Was Xenovia crying? That was something that worried Issei a little, who without hesitation tried to open the door to the room, but it was locked. Shit. And Issei, not seeing any other option, made a mental apology and then applied much more force. And managed to open the door with managing to enter the room. I see. When that voice was heard, Xenovia could be seen sitting on her bed hugging her knees, and she had slight circles under her eyes and slight tears on her cheeks. And Issei got a little worried when he saw her. Like this what do you want? Issei, hearing her question, sighed as he became calm and walked towards where the brunette was, sitting next to her on the bed. And Xenovia, seeing that, looked away, as if not wanting to look him in the eyes. I thought I heard you cry for a moment, so I just walked in. I was worried for a moment. I see. Xenovia with her arm would wipe away the light tears that she had on her face, as best she could. I'm fine, no. You don't have to worry about me. Don't think you're going to convince me with that. Issei would sigh, becoming somewhat serious. Tell me, Xenovia, is something wrong with you? And no, why do you ask? Xenovia tried to excuse herself, pretending that nothing was wrong with her. When it was the complete opposite, but she didn't want to seem so weak and vulnerable in front of him. Since yesterday I've noticed something strange about you. The girl was paralyzed by what Issei said. You didn't seem like yourself at times. Even in training, you didn't seem to be taking it seriously like before. I just got careless, that's all, and controlling Durandal is more difficult than I thought. Xenovia continued with the same. Issei sighed. You can fool everyone, but not me. Not now. Xenovia trembled slightly at what Issei said. Xenovia, be honest with me. What's wrong with you? I asked her, putting a hand on her shoulder. Xenovia, hearing that question and how Issei really seemed worried, she began to debate whether or not to tell him what was happening to him and perhaps see if they could fix things. Where in the end, she decided to take the risk and then. I'm sorry, Ice. Even though I was not present when you suffered because of that Rainer person, I feel guilty for not having valued you as I should have. You shouldn't feel guilty. Issei sighed. I admit that your actions that night along with the others hurt me, but you didn't know the circumstances of why all that happened, so you shouldn't feel guilty. But that's why I feel guilty. Xenovia would make a guilty expression. What we did that night was wrong. The reason why I feel more guilty is because I should have understood the situation so as not to blame you for anything. Not knowing anything made me take a bad decision. I guess you have a certain point. Issei would scratch the back of his neck. And as far as I remember, I never told you the circumstances of why both I and Asia became demons. I guess I didn't tell it, maybe because, subconsciously, I either saw it unnecessary or I didn't want to remember my failures against Rainer. Maybe that doesn't alleviate the guilt I feel. Xenovia put a hand to her head. It's true, I wasn't there then, and I can't understand those circumstances, no matter how many times they tell me the same story in total detail, because I didn't see it or experience it. But what makes me feel great guilt is the fact that she claims you without knowing the circumstances and that she supports Ria's but you. I only thought about her and didn't think about you, as always. Even though you have done more for me and given me more than I could ask for. Like what? What could I have given you? And what made you interested in me in the romantic and non-physical sense? Issei asked. When you asked Michael-sama that Asia and I could pray even though we were demons, not only did I feel happy to be able to continue with my faith. Xenovia would smile like her in a sincere way. But at that time, that strange feeling was born in me that made me want to be with you at all times, as something more than friends and group mates. That was the moment in which I realized why the others they loved each other and I wanted to do the same. When saying that, Xenovia would look Issei in the eyes with a somewhat downcast expression. Do you remember when I told you that I wanted to join your peerage in the future if you became a high class? Yes, I remember. Why do you ask? I was serious and you knew it. Xenovia would sigh in disappointment. However, now that is impossible, and, furthermore, we hurt you emotionally. Xenovia would look at her hand and clench her fist. I'm not that good at these things, but. Xenovia would pass by to see Issei with a determined face. I love you, Ice. And I mean it. Even if I don't deserve your love. Xenovia. Issei didn't know what to say to her confession, but still. She had to say something more appropriate to fix this, and with a sigh she would say. I still have a lot to think about, and I still have to get used to the fact that there are several girls who want something with me, in the romantic sense. I can't promise you that we will be together, but if it's okay with you, I would like us to be together again. Friends. I would like to be more than that, but first I will rebuild my trust with you. Xenovia would stop by to see him with a smile. I'm not too sure, but. The fact that you have several girls doesn't just depend on you, right? You could say. Issei shrugged his shoulders, agreeing. I understand. Xenovia would sigh and put on a determined face. If the opportunity arises, I will talk to her. I will show her that my feelings for you are honest. Well, good luck with that. Valery is very perceptive lately. Issei laughed wryly. According to Drake, female dragons can easily figure out when another female is lying if she has other intentions with her male, so good luck. Sounds like a pretty interesting challenge. Xenovia would stretch a little to straighten up. I feel like this might be the hardest battle of all, but I'm willing to fight it. Okay. Issei would get up from her place. By the way, you should clean up a little. You are a mess. Don't say what is already obvious. Xenovia made a kind of pout, somewhat offended, although it was true. Both young people laughed a little at this, but each one was happy for the reconciliation. All this while, without any of them noticing, a figure had heard the entire conversation near the door to Xenovia's room. And said figure would leave the place, with one hand on his chest, controlling his heartbeat. Oh, by the way, Ice. Xenovia took up the word again, and the young man paid attention to her. I heard that there is going to be an election once the third semester arrives to decide the next student council president, did you know? Oh yeah. I found out about that, and since Ona-san and Shinra-senpai are graduating, the student council is going to need new members. Why do you say that? Because, I plan to compete in the elections. I want to become the next Kaichu of the student council. Issei was surprised at what Xenovia said. The reason I became interested in school affairs was because of that, but. Xenovia sighs. A long time ago I lost the motivation for that, since. Well, we made a mistake with you and because of that, I no longer felt so confident about following that dream. No, rather, I think that again I don't feel qualified to that position. I'm afraid of making a mistake. Mistakes are part of us. We cannot avoid them, we only learn from them so as not to make them again, and it helps us to be better. Issei would put his hand on her chest. I have made certain mistakes, and I have learned from them, that is why I try to be better than before. Xenovia, if your dream is to be the next Kaichu of the student council, then follow that dream. Even if you make mistakes along the way, learn from your mistakes and keep moving forward. Do you think I can do it? You won't know if you don't try. You will probably achieve it and you will probably not achieve it, but that depends on you. Better try and accept the result that appears, instead of suffering the regret of not having done anything. Issei smiled with irony to his own words, and internally he wished that someone had told him the same thing before. Xenovia became thoughtful for a moment and then put on a determined face. You're right. I will do it, I will continue with this dream, and I will achieve it, and no matter what comes, I will accept it. If you make it, Kuo Academy under your charge will be interesting. Issei smiled with a hand on her waist. I hope you win. You'll see that it will be like this. Xenovia clenched her fist in defiance, accepting her challenge. A couple of hours later, dinner would have passed with a better atmosphere. Since even Xenovia returned to talk to Asia as they did to the blonde's happiness, Akeno and Kaneko even joined them. Normally and Valery congratulated Issei for his progress, they are close to putting an end to the insecurities, although that did not mean that things were going to be easy for the others. Issei knew that, according to him, only Riaz was missing, and the matter was solved. But the issue with her, without a doubt, was going to be the most complicated of all. And something tells him that he better take his time, since Riaz is no longer as serious as the others were, since she did know how to cope with the fact of losing him. Therefore, he will take his time to deal with her. Although, Valery was able to notice something that Issei could not, and that is to see how Irina Shidu seemed somewhat depressed, but she hid it very well from most people. Possibly something was happening to her, and Valery sensed that, but he can't say it properly. As far as he knows, Irina is Issei's childhood friend and nothing more, and he wouldn't be surprised if she also had feelings for Issei. But he would remember that Irina was an angel and, from what he understands, both pure and reincarnated angels cannot love like humans or other beings do, or they will fall. And if it is true that she also has feelings for Issei, so maybe he must be doing his best to ignore that. Valery had more or less understood that Irina's dream was always to be an angel, but in the end, that took away her opportunities to follow her feelings, and therefore, perhaps she is forced to accept the fact that she does not, she can love normally and do her best to want to forget those feelings. Valery began to feel sorry for her if that was the case, since deciding what is the most important thing in your life is difficult. You're not sure whether to follow your dreams or be with the one you love with all your heart. But even with that, Valery decided to leave that matter aside. What happens to him is her business, as a test to see if he will truly follow her feelings or not, and if he will accept what would come as a result depending on what he decides. Anyway, once dinner is finished, everyone went to do their own business before going to sleep. Where now, Issei went to the balcony of the residence to see the starry night sky. Lately she likes to look at the sky to distract herself and wonder what will happen in the future, and also to take away her worries. I see that you like to see the sky to distract yourself. Upon hearing that voice, the young man turned around and saw Tiamat in the place, wearing casual clothes to be in the house. Something understandable, anyone would do it to not think too much about priorities and relax. That's right. Issei laughed lightly. Are you offered something or were you looking for me? She made a joke for some taste. Lately, she has become somewhat mischievous to the point that she liked to prank anyone. Maybe. Tiamat shrugged as he stood next to the chestnut tree on the balcony, looking at the starry night sky. I found out that you have reconciled with 4 of your former bandmates. Although that is the case, it does not mean that it guarantees that we could be together, since, although they confessed to me, it's not entirely up to me. Tiamat walked over to see Issei with a raised eyebrow. I can see her honest feelings, and the small guilt that she still feels a little bit for having hurt me romantically, and the regret of that. And they recognize her mistakes for having waited so long and blaming me for no reason, but it's also partly my fault. Issei would sigh. I was weak, and like them, I didn't have the courage to say what I felt for Riaz back then. That is why I cannot entirely blame them for what happened to me, since not even I knew what was happening to me until that night. And that feeling for them is still present in me, but to a much greater extent. More minor, to the point where the best thing we can do now is start again and see if, in truth, something grows between us. And the other priority that could guarantee that they will be with you. Tiamat, although she asked that question, she already sensed the answer, but she wanted to make sure of it. I would say Valery. Issei would shrug his shoulders. She already told me about the possibility that she would not be the only one by my side, and therefore, she would be in charge of judging those interested in me. Since according to her, she will not allow anyone to approach me with ulterior motives outside of true feelings. They're going to have a hard time. Tiamat laughed a little. Maybe. Issei made a gesture, as if agreeing with him. Valery is very perceptive, maybe more than me, and she may be able to see something in them that I didn't see, but as long as her feelings are true, I have no problems. Heh, you say that like a real dragon and human at the same time. Since, as you know, dragons are polygamous. The young man would go to see Tiamat, a little interested in the subject. It is not uncommon for dragons, especially males, to be instinctively interested in other women, even if they are of another race. Since we sometimes look for the most suitable ones. What did you mean by instinctively? Issei asked. I see you don't know. Tiamat sighed at that and thought that maybe this is a good opportunity. As you know, we dragons always look for the right partner, but that is only by instinct. Since we dragons do not often experience what humans call love. And that's something that rarely, if ever, happens. Don't dragons experience love? No, at least not like humans do. Tiamat would look at the sky. We are beings of pure energy, we follow what our hearts believe is right, and we do not get involved in matters that do not suit us. But love is too complex for us dragons. Since normally, our species has the habit that, when our mating season arrives, males instinctively mate with any female dragon and vice versa, regardless of feelings. Since this custom is more to guarantee that we dragons continue to exist, since our species always ends up dying in fights with other beings, or are tamed to be treated as lapdogs, separating themselves from the tribe. Is that true, Drag? That's right, partner. But you better keep listening. You will understand it better from her than from me. Drag mentally responded to his partner. I see. Issei nodded in agreement. Although the topic of the dragon's mating season does not surprise him, since Drag already spoke to him about it on one occasion. Although, there were several occasions when our species was able to experience what love is. Tiamat continued with her explanation. Those cases were rare even for our species, but that also came in part with following what our hearts believe is right. And believe it or not, Tannen has experienced that feeling with his female, and that is why he has children that he takes care of. But suspicion, although he still has his pride. Wow, I didn't expect that. Issei was surprised by what he heard, and he would remember that on one occasion, Tannen had told him that he had a wife-in-law of the dragons, as well as children. And that one day he would introduce them to them. But back to the topic. But what about you? Tiamat tensed a little at the sudden question. He didn't know if he or the boy was very direct or very honest or naive. That topic never mattered to me. Neither love nor making the species prevail even out of habit. I was and am one of the few dragon women who managed to surpass the category of highest level dragons, being surpassed by the dragon kings. I admit that I have entered my mating season several times, but I had my pride as a very powerful dragon, and I was able to spend the season without being with anyone. Look, lowering myself to a scrawny weakling, whether dragon or another race, would have made me a mockery to others. I see. Issei made a complicated face. He knew that Tiamat had pride, and this shows it. I'm not surprised by his case because he has never been with a male in his life. She is a very powerful dragon who was and continues to be feared by many, including me. And it is normal that she does not want to lower herself to anyone, even for the sake of customs and the good of the species. Dragon women are more proud than us males in these matters. Drake told him mentally. No. You say it as if you had already experienced it. Issei said mentally and sighs, and then captures something. Did you really experience it? Obviously, impertinent brat. I used to take human form and mate with some women, including dragons before I met Albion, while developing my powers. That he didn't care about those things, although I wouldn't be surprised if my supposed offspring have been eliminated by those who hunted dragons. But I'll tell you that another time. It is noted that the dragon race is too complex even in human issues. That's right. Tiamat nodded to what Issei said and then sighed. Although, I admit that I'm a little envious of your relationship with Valery and how far the two of you have come. And that's why. Issei's question caused Tiamat to stop by to see him with some annoyance, much to his bewilderment. You're an idiot, just like Valery sometimes says. Tiamat grabbed him by the shirt and brought him closer to her, which scared Issei a little as he was afraid of what she was going to do. Just to feel her lips on his. Which she left him paralyzed. And after finishing, she saw him again. Does that answer you, idiot? Although I still have a hard time understanding it, I know that I love you in the romantic sense, and it bothers me that you don't get it. Issei didn't know what to say to this. She did leave him with his mouth open. I still have a hard time believing what you have done to me. I don't fully understand how you did it or how it happened. Although, I think that perhaps, I instinctively felt attracted to you for having shown me your strength, and it may be that I instinctively sought you out for that reason, but… Tiamat would put her hand on her chest, where her beating heart was. Since I joined you and with each day we spent together, I could feel how you were in a place in my heart. Even when I saw that you died because of Samuel, I felt hurt and sad, something that had never happened to me in my entire life. And I understand the fact that you are going through a certain uncomfortable moment with your loved ones, but. I want to try and see how special that human feeling called love is. I want to be with you. Tiamat. Issei would look the woman in the eyes and had to admit that she was slightly taller than him, maybe the same as Ross was. I always considered you a strong and beautiful woman and even a friend, but that began to change with the days of living together. I know that you are older than me and in your eyes I am literally a child, but you really earned a place in my heart and in my life so that I consider you someone important. I love you too, Tiamat, and that is the absolute truth. The dragon smiled at those words, feeling her whole being happy. Something I never experienced in her life. But even with all this, I must ask you one thing. Are you sure you want to be with me? Since, as you know, I have several women around me. That's almost the least of it. Although, we dragons are good judges, so it won't be difficult to help Valery regulate your supposed harem. Issei got in an I'm-style drop when he heard what Tiamat said. Also, believe me when I tell you that if I told you my feelings, it was because the opportunity arose. And also because we have an agreement with Valery. Have. Agreement. Issei didn't understand something the woman said. Yufufufu, don't think I'm going to easily tell you about your other suitors. Tiamat, somewhat amused, would lightly tap Issei on the nose with her middle finger. You'll have to find out on your own, maybe then you'll learn something. Really? Issei sighed disappointedly, seeing that he will have to learn to pick up on women's intentions. And from what she could understand, it seems that he has other suitors apart from those who have already confessed to him. What a dilemma. Well, back to ours. Tiamat would put a hand on her waist. I wouldn't mind waiting a while to have our moment together while still strengthening our relationship. Although, I will leave it to your discretion. Well. Issei would scratch his cheek, somewhat blushing. I admit that I have had several sessions with Valery and that I have a good experience. As well as endurance. And the serious question. Will you keep up with me if the time comes? Tiamat, upon hearing that, bit her lower lip as she imagined that. She has never been with any man, not even of her own species, and although when her time came she isolated herself and was able to keep that under control and sometimes satisfy that pleasure alone. On this occasion, the idea of being with him was, if that's okay with you, we can check it out tonight. If you want. Tiamat whispered that last bit as she touched Issei's chest with her finger. Issei smiled a little at the idea and then. Instinctively, both dragons approached each other where they kissed, as if clarifying what they felt. With Issei holding Tiamat's waist with one hand and the other on her cheek. And she with a hand on his cheek, even in her kiss. Without knowing that there was someone on the other side of the balcony door and he heard the entire conversation. That was Valery, who smiled at this moment and then left the place and left those two to their own thing. And something told him that he better save tonight for both of them so he could talk to her. This is very curious. In the depths of the divine dividing, Albion along with the past hacker Eucus were investigating something in the sacred gear array. This could certainly be useful to you before giving you the real deal. You also found the same thing, right? A red light was present in the place and when it dissipated. Drag was seen. Even on my own, I was able to find a small detail that could help Issei with my true flames. And I see that you achieved the same thing with your poison for Valery, right? That's how it is. This method will be useful. Although it will be weaker than the original, with the level it has, it will be able to hurt a god. It is best that you get used to it before you can use my poison in all its splendor. I have the same thing in mind for Issei with my flames. Drag would then sigh. I admit that my partner's life is admirable, even Tiamat confessed to him. Your bearer is a lucky one, Drag. Albion laughed funny. He always surprises me with what he is able to do even without having talent. But the time I have been with him, it has become clear to me that talent is not everything. Drake said. Even those who are similar to him have proven the same. Without a doubt, this is a very interesting air. I know, and I think there is still a lot to see. Albion would sigh, so he could get back to his own thing. Better let's continue with our part, we're both going to need those powers. Good. Drake nodded as he left the place in a reddish flash. My life is crazy. Issei was lying on his bed with his hands behind his head, trying to process everything that has happened today. At least he managed to fix things with Asia and Xenovia, and that took away complications from her. In addition to still processing the fact that, without knowing how, she managed to make Tiamat fall in love with her and accept her. He obviously wanted to talk about it with Valery, but he hasn't found her for almost an hour, it being now 10:20. And he thought that he should wait until she comes to sleep to talk about it and. The sound of the door being knocked brought Issei out of his thoughts. I'm going. The young man went towards the door while he wondered who he was or if it was Valery. And when I open it, I'm going to. Tiamat. He saw the aforementioned outside his room with a transparent nightgown and a smile that gave him a certain feeling. And before he can argue a word, the woman went towards him and kissed him without warning, and then closed the door unceremoniously. She locked it with a simple spell quickly to his surprise and it was seen on the bed with her on top of him with a smile. I came to do what we agreed. The young man wanted to say something, but Tiamat silenced him by putting a finger on his lips. And before you say anything, let me tell you that I talked to Valery a while ago. And I said that she had no problem leaving us tonight, that she would sleep with Kuroka for tonight. Wow, actually, I was thinking of talking to Valery to tell him about us, but I see you got ahead of yourself. Although I'm surprised that she accepted it as if it were nothing. Tiamat smiled at what Issei said, making him sigh. Seriously, sometimes I don't even know what she thinks. Well, take it as her way of saying that she is prepared to share you with more and that she does not want to monopolize you. Issei, with an ironic laugh, shook his head as he sat down to be at Tiamat's height. She smiled when she saw that he saw an area of her. Do you like what you see? I admit it, they are the biggest I have ever seen, maybe bigger than Valery's and, well, not to brag but dragon women have figures envied even by the gods. Tiamat laughed a little. Although, knowing your former fame, you must have seen several if. Seeing Issei's face that she said like so surprised her a little. Like who? The truth is, I have met several older women and even through their clothes, I could be sure that their proportions were larger than those of the others, including Valery. But since I never saw them directly, I cannot be sure. By the way, one of them is Serzich's wife, the other is the leader of the Yao case, and the other is Ria's mother. How lucky you were back then, even though you didn't see them, I bet you longed to be able to see them at least once, right? Tiamat narrowed her eyes. I am not going to deny that it is like that. I wished I could see them directly at least once, but that would be like disrespecting them, since they are married women. I may have seen many naked women, but I never had anything serious with any of them, until now. Issei would sigh a little sadly. Without a doubt, I was and still am an idiot. I don't doubt it. The young man lowered his head. Heard at what I said, Tiamat, no matter how true it may be. But, just as Valery tells you. You're my idiot. The woman kissed the brunette who this time was better prepared for what's coming. Ready? Because I really want to see if I can keep up with you or if your stamina can hold out with me. We'll see about that. Issei kissed her this time and she just let herself go. Immediately, she found herself in her bed with hers on top of her. Tiamat smiled as she saw that he was finally getting into her mood. She felt how he kissed her neck and held back the moan that wanted to come out of her mouth since this sensation was new for her, but it was still good. And feeling how Issei took off her nightgown made her blush, that her breasts were outdoors in front of a man she just started something with made her a little nervous, but she put that thought aside. She wasn't going to act like an innocent or embarrassed girl. Even in this situation, she still has pride in her. At least that's what she wants to believe, since feeling how Issei kisses every inch of her made her nervous, but feeling the gentle contact of a man on her was pleasant. And when she felt that Issei raised her legs to take out the last piece of clothing on her made her swallow hard. When she finally left, he held back the cry of nerves that he wanted to give. Also, Issei's gaze on her made her a little nervous in that area. Since he seemed bewitched by what he saw. Do you like what you see? Tiamat tried to sound as normal as possible, she didn't want to seem like this embarrassed her a little, even though she was the one who asked for it. Hey? Be well. If I'm honest, I really like the view. The woman blushed almost to the extreme at what Issei said. I think it's a taste that I just developed and. Pervert. That's what you are. The brunette couldn't deny what Tiamat said. Each one with his fetishes. But hey. I think I'm not the opposite of you. With his hand, Tiamat touched Issei's most sensitive area to his surprise. Do you want me to do it? Issei noticed that she wanted to play with him. You can tell that Tiamat wants to be in charge and that is not something she is going to take for granted. Okay, time for a little fight for domination or supremacy. And with this, Issei would whisper to Tiamat what they would do, a daring thing, but it would work. It shows that she has experience. Tiamat would get on top of him with her intimacy in Issei's face and her face in front of his. Neither gave the other much time and they started with their own thing. Tiamat licked him softly for a few minutes and then went with strength and speed, the theory knows, and although he never did this, his instincts told him what to do to please him. She knew it was wrong to be so daring, but desire was winning over her and even more so when she felt how Issei licked that area of hers. Feeling how he played with her was exciting and even more so when she saw how she put it on. She smiled mischievously when she saw that she managed to get him excited for her. And feeling how Issei used his tongue inside her made her apply more emphasis to what she was doing. But because she really noticed Issei's experience and resistance. Any other one would have already fallen for the shape he was using on her and. Obviously this won't end in any way if they go this way. Time to go to the main course and it was barely 10:35, they have all night for more. Issei. I think we better get straight to the point. Her words made the young man smile, he can indeed see that she doesn't want to wait for foreplay any longer. I'll go first. Tiamat settled on him and did not hesitate to lower herself so that he could enter her. The feeling of having sex for the first time made her tremble a little to the point that she had to hold back a moan. Issei was glad while she got ready, plus they had already put the sound blocking spell on so that nothing happened. For what happens here to be heard outside. That would be very bad and his parents would surely be surprised if they knew that he had relations with an older woman and for the rest, he doesn't want to imagine it. Even faint lines of blood came out of her intimacy when he entered completely. The Dragon Queen was a virgin, how ironic. And Issei couldn't help but feel a little lucky to be the first and only one to claim this dragon. Tiamat chose to go slowly, she must get used to it first so that it doesn't end quickly. Slowly and slowly, that was what she did for a few minutes and then go a little faster and finally let the moans come out of her mouth because to hold them back. It was already impossible. Tiamat seemed to enjoy this and even more so when she felt Issei lick her nipples and not hesitate to kiss her neck every time he could. You could tell that Issei wanted Tiamat to feel good and even more so when he sat down so that she had support to move more calmly. The Dragoness smiled when she saw that this man, who is undoubtedly much younger than her to the point that he is a child to her, knows how to treat a woman at these moments and make her feel loved. Of course, that he has accepted what of the harem does not mean that it will give him a free pass to bring any woman. She and Valery will have to make rules and judge the candidates, but for today he will enjoy this. It was at that Issei whispered to her another trick that she learned. Tiamat saw it as very bold, but she still did not refuse. So she turned around so that her back was against his chest and continued moving in synchrony with Issei, this time being faster and even daring, thanks to her instincts that told her what to do, since she noticed that she liked how he made those movements. Tiamat knew that in experience she is not going to beat Issei, but she still loves seeing that pleasant expression on him, thanks to the movements she made by instinct. Even Issei likes it seeing that expression of happiness on Tiamat, proof that she was truly happy to love someone. Without a doubt, she was a unique woman and he was not going to let her go. So he took her breasts with him. Force, which drew a surprised moan from her since feeling how he pinched her nipples, made that area tighter and wetter. It seems that she discovered her weak point, like any woman. And to her surprise, Issei took the reins now and put her in a position that embarrassed her a little because they looked like animals. The force of each attack made her put that thought on pause and stop. Let everything continue and then give your verdict. Issei kissed the back of Tiamat's neck as she tried to put her thoughts in order. Why does she love this man? Is it because she instinctively felt attracted to his strength or was it because of the coexistence they had day to day? Ice. Tiamat called the young man and then tried to see him, despite the position he was in, he stopped and put her on her back and then saw her with a smile. Idiot. He smiled as if to say he knew that. He kissed her and she gladly accepted the gesture. Maybe there is no clear answer, she just knows that being with him makes her happy, despite the inconvenience and even the fights they will have, because if she has seen anything in Valery's relationship with Issei, it is that he always ends up worrying her. Issei will give her those problems too, and it will be worth it. I love you. And I to you. Issei knew that depending on what she does, she will also end up worrying and giving Tiamat problems. She might be strong, but she was also fragile in her own way, like Valery. And even if she gives him those problems and worries, no matter how many years she lives, she swears that he will make her happy, he will do everything he can to make her happy. Issei continued with his thing while Tiamat hugged him, she felt that she was close, that she was almost reaching her climax. She really wants him to finish her, a personal desire more than anything else, a product of instincts in the act. She felt that he was increasing his speed, indicating that he was also at the limit. She looked at the clock as best she could. It was almost 11. Time has indeed passed quickly. Sensing that she was close, she also prepared herself for when she finished this first round. Feeling how Issei kissed her with passion and how he ended up inside her, made Tiamat also finish her and the scream of pleasure that she wanted to give her end up in his mouth. Tiamat let the pleasure her body was experiencing wash over her, she felt happy. For the first time in her entire life, her mind was blank. She truly felt satisfied and happy. She could even feeling like a void in your being that only had loneliness was filled. Tiamat. Hey. Are you okay? Issei looked at her a little worried, the first time he had seen a woman almost faint after a sex session. Do you want something? No. No. It's just that she was very happy. Tiamat patted the side of the bed next to her, as if to say stand here. He complied and she hugged him and then sighed. She had heard that this can be tiring, regardless of the species. But it is very satisfying. I can't say that I don't know what you mean. Issei sighed and then looked at the ceiling, as if becoming thoughtful, and Tiamat noticed that something happens. I just keep wondering, what will lie ahead for all of us? The dragon understood Issei's question, indicating the possible future battle for the world. If it happens. You know that I am determined to fight, as are the others, but after Oros, I fear that we will not be able to achieve it. The leaders of Qlippoth are almost nothing against us, but with the evil dragons with them, and if in any case, the 666 as well, I worry that we won't be able to achieve anything. Still, I want to continue believing that we can achieve it. The seal they are preparing is our only hope against that thing if the case arises. Well, let's have faith, I know we will make it. Tiamat would smile. You are the Sekiruite who has achieved the impossible more than once, the first who turned the Juggernaut drive into something more, even having Drake's original aura. You also have the power of Great Red and Office, just as you have one of the two original powers of Drake, along with those of Albion. Although you have yet to mature, it is a fact that there are few who can stand up to you, including me and Valery. And there are beings that we cannot face alone, but it is worth trying. Since even knowing that Grendel greatly surpassed me, I still faced him in the best possible way, believing that I could win. You're right. Issei would look at his left hand. I have faced beings stronger than me, some I defeated and others I didn't, but I was able to come out alive. But with everything that is happening now, it makes me feel that it is no coincidence. In less than almost 10 months many situations have already occurred that have endangered the supernatural, and now, what is about to happen will decide the fate of the world and the other. We will have to. We can do it, Ice. Even I am training to become stronger and surpass the Dragon King category. I'm even developing a new technique that might be useful. Oh really? I did not expect that. Yufufufu. Tiamat laughed at Issei's surprise, well he denied it a little amused. Oh well, on to the next round. How? Issei seeing how the dragon approached him with a funny smile made him sigh. It's good that he is better now because this time he will be able to last as long as he must. The Dragoness's laughter when she saw how he was going after her made him understand that he truly adored this woman who for him was not a millennia-old Dragoness and who was not for him the strongest among the Dragon Kings. She was simply a woman called Tiamat and that was enough for him. It was certainly enough. Chapter 33 Visit and Reunions. Well, these last 2 days have been very interesting for the inhabitants of the Haidu residence. As already seen, Issei and Tiamat finally started their thing without mentioning that true to what they both said that same day, the night was not a restful one for both dragons, and it could be evidenced by Tiamat's attitude and how she limped a little, and that Issei still seemed a little tired, but he hid it. Valery congratulated both of them on their progress while Kuroko was a little envious and Lafay turned red with embarrassment knowing that they both did that here. Obviously the others also noticed that and Kaneko was able to identify the smell of both of them in the other, along with Tiamat's changed aura. Everyone was somewhat envious of knowing that those two had achieved something, but they still couldn't be demanding, they knew that they still had to win over Issei completely, so it's fair to hope. Although this news left Rhea stunned, she continued. Keeping calm, although Irina became a little more distant after finding out that. Andraswis was somewhat jealous of that, but at the same time she was somewhat ashamed to know that those two did indecent things in this house. It also turns out that after what happened in Oros, the number of applicants to enter the Oros Academy increased dramatically. News that reached them from Sona at that time and that incident was transmitted to the underworld is great news. Thanks to the parents of the children who survived the battle and saw it with their own eyes, they reported what happened to the media. The Oros Academy becoming famous. Because of this, there is no one who does not know her, since the viewers of the underworld who watched the broadcasts were very interested in her. Although, on the other hand, the criticism they received from Oros was also very strong. Where they received harsh comments from fans and noble players of the raiding games for letting the terrorists take away the sacred land of the raiding games. And because of the battle in Oros, the demons are in a state where they possess hope and a sense of insecurity. Since they have not yet been able to contact Mayajuka Beelzebub, who apparently knows the truth behind agrees. No one can help but have a bad feeling about what that island really represents. Anyway, things continued their course and at school, the closing ceremony of the second semester took place. The end of the school year speech was given in the gym, and at the end of the school year, all students returned to their classrooms. And until the senseis arrived to give them the last classes, everyone started chatting about trivial things, so you'll be busy for the New Year festivities, huh? Mitsuda sighed at what Issei informed him regarding his free time. I'm sorry, it seems like I won't have free time because of the club and everything else. Issei apologizes with some sadness. We are still talking about how to organize ourselves. We're going to have a lot of trouble at the start of the new year if we don't talk about this now, right girls? Why yes, I'm sure that us second years will be working hard. Also, we have to prepare Xenovia-san for the elections. Just as Asia said, the blue-haired knight had informed everyone of her dream of becoming the next Kaichu of the student council, and now many are supporting her in said dream. By the way, have you already decided on the new Butchu and Fuku Butchu of your club? Motohama asked. I understand that Butchu already has someone in mind, but that he will tell us who he is at the end of the year. Issei responded. I see. Mitsuda put a hand to his chin and then looked at Xenovia. Although I'm still surprised to learn that Xenovia-chan is running for Kaichu of the student council. Furthermore, the entire Kuu Academy is now talking about it. The fact that Xenovia is trying to become the new Kaichu of the student council has spread throughout the academy. After all, she is already an official candidate to be the new Kaichu, and the academy approved it too. So Xenovia officially enters the candidacy. Now I am making a complete plan for the elections during the winter holidays. I need to start my actions right after the start of the new year. Full of spirit, Xenovia has a serious expression as she holds a help book in her hands. I will also help you in the elections. It will be very interesting if kindness, but she must be thinking that a student council led by Xenovia will make the academy interesting. Ice and the others are busy after all. Mitsuda sighed after saying that. And since Ice no longer does eki things because he has a girlfriend, the less we can have fun with non-eki things. Motohama adjusted his glasses that shone for a moment. Leaving that aside, we are almost at Christmas. Just as Aika said, today is already December 20th since it was the closing ceremony. So in a few days it will be Christmas. Although the girl made a somewhat lewd face. I wonder. What kind of gift will you receive this year? Why are you making that perverted expression and… Issei didn't finish her question because something clicked in her mind and she was alarmed for a moment. Please tell me you didn't tell them something stupid. That's right. The young man went to see Xenovia, who said that with determined eyes while Asia was a little red. Kiryu told us that Christmas in Japan is not something that is only celebrated between families, but it is also something that is celebrated between a boy and a girl to have babies. On top of that, I heard that heaven grants you a child immediately. Christmas in Japan really is an incredible celebration for those who want a baby. Don't say things like that, that's not quite. No, it's not entirely true, Issei replied, but the girls seemed to have ignored him and continued with their thing. If I'm going to use Japanese Christmas as an example, then I myself will be Ai-sen's gift. Asia, a little red, shook her body as she said that I'll be happy to give myself if you agree. Asia, you don't need to go that far just for me. Issei tried to get the blonde out of that thought without much success. Truly, this is unexpected. Upon hearing that voice, the brunette would see how Valery had his hands on his blushing cheeks and seemed to be fantasizing. And to think that these things were possible at Christmas. Valery, no, not you too. Issei looked with horror at how even his girlfriend had been influenced by that misunderstanding. And he went to see the person in charge who was smiling in a perverse and satisfied way. Kiryu, I told you to stop teaching them strange things. Aika's amused smile did not disappear at what Issei said, who internally felt that in truth, Aika is her natural enemy. Ugh, Ice, you bastard, I hope your manhood declines and diminishes. Enjoy as many beauties as you want. No wonder you no longer need porn or marriage, since you have nights of sacred sex just like in an Arajie. Mitsuda and Motohama looked at the brunette with eyes full of anger and tears of blood. Issei sighed at all this and decided not to object, this is already a lost battle. Although, he could see how Irina seemed more distant than normal and didn't seem like she had paid attention to the talk. What was wrong with her? She is normally cheerful, optimistic and carefree. Maybe she will find out later. Heaven is known as the home of the angels, as well as the former home of the fallen angels and the God of the Bible, before the death of the latter. Heaven has a total of 7 floors, and in these moments, in the 6th heaven, also known as the Zebul and the headquarters of the Seraphins. In a place that appears to be a courtyard, with a wide variety of flowers of different colors and a river current in the place, the Archangel Michael along with his sister, the Seraphim Gabriel, were drinking tea calmly while waiting for whoever was going to visit them. And they were both on the terrace of a small cabin. Michael Sama, Gabriel Sama. Upon hearing their names, both angels would see how a very beautiful nun approached them. It's good to see you again, Griselda-chan. How have you been? Gabriel asked his Queen of Hearts. Very well, Gabriel Sama. Griselda gave a slight bow and then took out an object from her suit. It was a blue jewel with a green glow inside. In this jewel, the soul of the evil dragon, Grenil, is sealed. Courtesy of DXD after Oros. I see. Michael would grab the jewel and look at it with an analytical eye. We will examine her and keep her isolated in cooperation with Grigori. By the way, Griselda, you have already received reports of incidents involving people from the church being attacked, right? That's right, Michael Sama. Griselda stated, becoming serious. From what we could investigate, there have been some deaths and the person responsible is unknown, but those murdered were Taoji Shido's close friends and I fear that perhaps Taoji-sen could be in danger, right? The nun nodded to what Gabriel said that she was calm. If so, something needs to be done. And they have also informed me before coming here that Taoji Shido will be coming to Kuo today. Both leading angels were a little surprised at what Griselda said. And it was just? Asked Michael. They told me that at first, he had planned to go alone, since he thought that nothing bad would happen to him, but out of concern, the church sent him only one escort. And said escort carries the already reforged true Excalibur. Both angels were surprised again by what Griselda said. He is someone very capable, so Tauji Shidu is in good hands. Anyway, go there and give your contribution, Griselda-chan. As you say, Gabriel-sama. Griselda accepted what her lady said and then left the place after a bow. Even with that, Michael and Gabriel couldn't help but feel a bad feeling. They felt as if something was going to happen soon. Once classes ended, all the young people returned to the Haidu residence after a somewhat boring and quiet day, although it was a little lively, thanks to the influence that Xenovia received from those who supported her to be the next Kaichu of the student council. Though Issei couldn't help but notice that throughout the day, Irina has been somewhat distant and rarely paid attention to anyone. And she hoped that hopefully she wouldn't have a problem. What a day. Was what Xenovia said as everyone entered the residence, and the girl stretched her arms a little. Receiving so much and so on is somewhat exhausting. I think I'll rest for a while. I can help you if you want, Xenovia-san. Thank you, Asia, you are always so kind. She thanked the blonde who smiled. Valery would hear some sounds, like voices of people talking, in the dining room. There's someone else here, and he seems to be talking to Aka-san and Otu-san in the dining room. Let's see. As Issei said, everyone would go to the dining room. Where upon arriving, they found Issei's parents talking to a middle-aged man with light brown hair and wearing priest's clothes. Furthermore, on one side of that man, there was a hooded person who was wearing a costume similar to that of the warriors of the church, and due to the complexion of her body, she could be identified as a girl. Although Issei couldn't help but think that he had already seen that man dressed as a priest somewhere. Irina was left speechless when she saw the man. Oh, they've arrived. The male priest would go to see the young people along with Issei's parents. And the man would see Irina. My little angel, have you been well? Irina, somewhat happy, went to hug the guy she identified as her father. Who received her with open arms from her. Good to see you again. Have you been well too? Of course. Her father responded smiling. So he is. Issei seemed to finally remember who the man was. Yes, Ice. He is Irina-chan's father. You still remember it, right? Her mother, Miki, said smiling. Goro and I were surprised when he arrived almost suddenly. How are you, Haidu-kun? Irina's father greeted him. Do you still remember me? Well. My memory is somewhat vague, but I have certain memories. Issei would scratch his cheek, embarrassed. I'm sorry, my memories of you are few because I was little back then. Oh, no problem. Both you and Irina-chan were little. It can't be helped that your memories are vague. Mr. Shidu made a movement with his hand, as if downplaying that detail. By the way, Mr. Shidu, who is she? Xenovia asked him, seeing the hooded girl. Where everyone could see her face a little better, seeing that she had red eyes. Oh, we'll talk about that in the other matter. If you understand me. Mr. Shidu motioned to the youths who understood what he meant. In this way, everyone ate dinner while having talks full of laughter. Mr. Shidu would tell a heroic story about Irina that made the aforementioned very embarrassed throughout the entire dinner, while some laughed. And like that, after dinner, all the young people went together with Mr. Shidu and his companion to the VIP room of the residence. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Tauji Shidu, and I am a pastor of the Protestant church in England. My dad was previously an exorcist, but he retired. Irina reported, leaving some surprised. Anyway, moving on to another matter. Tauji would sigh as he settles into his seat. The reason why I'm here is because I wanted to spend Christmas with Irina-chan and, at the same time, see Haidu-kun again. This is like old times. I still remember when Ice-kun and Irina-chan fought over who would put the little star on the top of the tree. Dad, you didn't have to say that, Irina said, a little red with embarrassment for that memory, well Issei remembered. Oh, that's right, I forgot to introduce them. Tauji would point to his companion with his hand. She is my bodyguard given by the church, she has the mission to protect me. He protect you? Irina felt a bad feeling when she heard that. It's not common for a retired exorcist to be sent with a bodyguard unless there's a good reason, and before he said anything. Nice to meet you all. She, the hooded woman, introduced herself giving a slight bow, and from her voice, it was obvious that she was a girl. Which she removed her hood, revealing that she had short, almost shoulder-length hair that was striped black and white, and her eyes were red. The girl's appearance made some feel that they had seen her before, or she reminded them of someone, and. My name is Lint. Lint Selzen. Selzen. Issei, hearing that last name, she couldn't help but remember a certain crazy priest who caused them trouble before. Do you have any relationship with Fried Selzen? Hi, well Fried is my Aniki. Or it was, Lint would stick his tongue out at her a little mockingly and amusedly. But her words left more than one speechless. You are part of the Sigrid organization, right? What Arthur said made everyone come to see him. I heard that there were several other people who were almost as perfect as Siegfried as to be artificially descended from the hero Siegfried. And you're from there, right? That's right Dezu. Lin put a hand to his head, as if saluting in the same way that soldiers do. I trained in the organization on some occasions, with Frida Nikki and Siegfried sensei. And I am an exorcist girl. They even made me the offer to become an angel in Gabriel Sama's service as one of his ace, but for now I prefer to wait Dezu. Plus she carries the already reforged, true Excalibur. And then Everyone was surprised at what Tauji said. That's right, look Lint, somewhat animated, would create a magic circle around her, from which the handle of a sword would emerge, and she would take it out, revealing in all its splendor a beautiful sword with a golden blade and a colored handle. Dark blue. After thousands of years, the most powerful legendary holy sword has returned, true Excalibur-chan, and I use it to cut down sinners, amen. This is kindness. Without a doubt she is freed, Sister Issei said as she couldn't help but remind the crazy priest that she showed off the Excalibur made of 4 swords back then. Definitely. Obviously. I'm afraid. Biba, Kaneko and Asia had their own reactions to what Lint said, while others had drops on the back of their necks from the senseless drama. Oh, by the way, Dad, why did you come with an escort? Irina's question made everyone return to the topic. Is something bad happening for you to come protected? You could say, Irina-chan. And that's what I came to talk to you about. Tauji would sigh, becoming calm. You see, there have been cases lately for a week now of people from the church being attacked, and unfortunately. Tauji would close his eyes in sorrow. Those who were attacked were my friends, and they were killed by their attacker. Everyone was speechless at what they heard. Now that I remember. Everyone would go to see Riaz, who said that. I have received reports that people from the Baal clan have also been attacked, but there was no loss. Were Ergsan's family attacked? Issei asked. There are no victims within the House of Baal itself, but those close to the current leader, who are politicians from the High King's faction, are being attacked. There are already some who have been killed. Riaz responded. Due to this, the higher-ups wanted me to stay in England until this matter was resolved, but I managed to convince them to let me come here if I came with someone. And that's when they offered me Lint Selzen. Tauji said. I will protect Shidu-san no matter what, that is my job. Lint said to a man with the carefree and optimistic attitude of him. Mr. Shidu, do you think that the murderer of his friends is also coming for you? Issei asked. I'm not sure about that, Ice-kun. But maybe it's likely. What Tauji said made Irina look at him with panic in her expression. And don't get me wrong, I didn't come here to put my life in danger on purpose. Because if we think about it from another angle, if I had not come here and did not have Lint-sen as my bodyguard, at this moment, possibly that murderer would have already murdered me in England without me being able to do anything. Without a doubt he is very smart. Valery praised her. I take a good precaution to guarantee his life while the case of the happy murderer is resolved. Very clever, Mr. Shidu. Thank you, young Lucifer-chan. The girl was a little surprised at the nickname that Tauji gave her, but she still doesn't complain. I think it's a little late, and for now, we should forget about this matter and concentrate mostly on the Christmas party, okay? I don't see a problem with that. Asia said, putting her hands together. Better to forget the discomfort of the moment by continuing with the preparations. Oh, and I remember that tomorrow we were going shopping. Lefay reminded those who had forgotten. Well, then. Riaz would sigh. Mr. Shidu, you wouldn't mind staying in one of the guest rooms, right? Well, actually, Dad can stay with me in my room if he wants. Irina interrupted her father, who stopped by to see her somewhat incredulous, and then smiled. Ooh. I never thought my Angel-chan would ask me that. I even want to read you a bedtime story. No stories, I'm not a girl anymore, Irina said, blushing with shame, again. Okay, my god. Tauji laughed a little. You remind me a little of your mother, who sometimes doesn't like me treating her like a child just for fun. Well, now I understand why. Irina said. Well, if there is nothing else to do, let's all go back to what we do. Everyone agreed with what Valery said. Lint-san. The aforementioned stopped by to see Riaz. You can take the guest room if you want. Thank you very much, Riaz Haim-sama. Dezu the artificial human thanked, very happy. But that said, everyone would begin to leave the VIP room. With Xenovia and Arthur chatting about some things with Lint regarding a quick training to test their legendary holy swords, and others about doing their homework, and that Issei and Valery left together while Irina went to her room along with father her. Well, I guess you can put your things here. Irina put her father's suitcase on her nightstand while she pointed to an empty closet. And the bathroom is in that door. I'm clear. Tauji admired his daughter's room a little, and he had to admit that demons definitely like luxuries. But for him who is religious, this is too much. But it better not be rude. And it was at that he remembered something. It seems that Ice-kun has a girlfriend, right? Irina stiffened at what Tauji said. And apparently, it's the young Lucifer-chan, right? How do you know? Irina asked without turning to look at him, with her head down. It was quite obvious to discover it. Tauji would sit on the large bed in the room. During dinner, I could notice that those two acted like couples would, and that girl even called Mickey and Goru, Otu-san and Aka-san. Tauji gave his points that led him to that conclusion. The truth is that it surprises me that he is with a descendant of Lucifer, who is Hakuryuku, his rival is a celestial dragon. Well. Irina would look away. Valery-san has done a lot for Ice-kun without him asking, and that made the two of them closer. Irina-chan, you know something that I don't, right? What makes you sure of that? Irina tensed up at her father's question. Well, if I'm honest. Tauji would sigh as he puts his hands together. We all got the news of Ice-kun's infiltration into Kao's brigade to discover his plans and overthrow them, but something didn't add up in all that information. Tauji narrowed his eyes. First, they send reports that Ice-kun had supposedly disappeared or that he was kidnapped just as his evil pieces were expelled. Second, weeks after that, after the battle in the underworld, they leaked the news that Ice-kun betrayed the alliance and joined Valery Lucifer. In the end, another few weeks later, they deny all that because of the information about his secret job. But if that information is analyzed well, one can notice that this report is false or it is invented. Ugh. Irina now didn't know what to say when faced with father's analysis of her. She had forgotten how very intelligent and analytical he is, despite sometimes being somewhat optimistic and clumsy, like her. Irina-chan, I'm not one to judge others, but… Tauji sighed. If you know the real reason for all that, I would like to know. But if you don't want to, I will understand and I will not insist. And no. Irina shook her head. You are correct in what you say, and… the truth is that… Irina would sit next to her father with her head down, thus beginning to tell her everything that happened in detail, which she took several minutes. I see. Tauji sighed with his eyes closed after what he heard, and to think that all that happened. And then, you're worried about something, right? Yes. Irina nodded, having slight tears in her eyes. If I had said something that night I was present when he left, if I had supported him and comforted him, he… Sniff. Ice-kun wouldn't have left. Irina would put a hand to her face. Even though she has returned, nothing is like before. And he hasn't spoken to me since… Sniff. Issei-kun probably hates me because of that night. Irina-chan. Tauji with a sympathetic tone would hug her daughter and let her let go of her sorrows. Don't believe that because I know it's not true. Sniff. How can you be sure? Irina asked, still crying. Because if Ice-kun really hated you, he would have told you a long time ago. Also. Tauji would have his daughter look at him while she wipes his tears. Because of the other thing you said since he came back, Ice-kun reconciled with some of those girls who weren't honest with him. Therefore, it is a fact that he does not hate you, he just looks for the right time to talk to you. Sniff. But. Irina sobbed a little. I don't feel worthy of being with Ice-kun. He deserves someone better than me, someone who will be there for him at all times. And I didn't give him that was Valery Lucifer. Also. Sniff. I don't think I can be next to him, not because of who I am now. Irina's wings came out in response to her words, with some feathers flickering. Oh, Irina-chan. Tauji continued wiping her daughter's tears while she touched her beautiful wings. Have you forced yourself to suppress your feelings? Yes. Irina nodded as she sobbed. I love Ice-kun, but I can't love him normally, one wrong step and I will fall. And Irina would put both hands on her face. I don't know what to do, Dad. I want to tell Ice-kun that I love him, that I don't mind being one more in his so-called harem, but I don't want to be forced to choose what is more important to me, my dream of being an angel or my love for him. And I doubt I can choose both. Tauji would put a hand on his chin, becoming thoughtful until. What if I told you that you could choose both? Sniff. What? Irina looked at him with doubt, with traces of tears on her cheeks. What I said. Tauji would smile. You see, Irina-chan, I normally wanted to tell you about this at the Christmas party and that you would receive it as a gift. And it turns out, I have been informed that heaven has already managed to create the new system that allows angels to be with members of other races without falling. Irina was surprised by what she heard, she couldn't believe it. And she knew very well about that project, but she had forgotten it. Really? Is that possible? Obviously. Tauji smiled confidently. Michael-sama informed me that he will send it to you as a gift once they do some final tests. So, Iri-chan. Tauji called her by her pet name, while she grabbed her from the men. Be honest with your feelings and follow them, because that saying that an angel cannot love is wrong. Sniff. Irina began to sob several times as tears came out of her eyes and she smiled happily. Why yes, I will. I know it may sound selfish, but this is what my heart wants. I love Haidu Ice-kun. Ooh, they grow up so fast. Tauji started crying comically. So young, and he already has his first love. Without a doubt you are my daughter. Dad, don't say such strange things. Baka. Irina hit him gently as she pouted, trying to look angry. I will pray that they manage to be together. Amen. said Tauji, putting his hands together. Irina sighed, reassigned to see that her father will always remain the same with that. But internally she was happy. She could truly love, she could be with the love of her life. And that gave him all the motivation to follow those feelings with more enthusiasm. The next day. It was already the afternoon of the day, and most of the residence's tenants were training at the training ground in the basement of the residence. Valery, with scale mail active on him, was having a little practical combat with Gasper, who entered his dark form, Beast Baler. Both launched attacks of light and darkness respectively and then moved on to close combat. Both would clash their fists that made the place shake a little, since they contained themselves as best they could. And when Valery took distance by jumping light knives, she would create multiple blades of light around her, which were against Gasper Baler, who got rid of said blades with a wall of darkness that swallowed them. Wow, you are unpredictable. Valery Lucifer, if your light hits me, even in this form, I will not be able to avoid suffering harm. The same applies with anyone who uses the light or similar. Gasper Baler said. I think that's obvious now. Although. Valery would go on to see some direction, as would Gasper Baler. Where you could see how Issei, without his armor and with the sword's boosters in hand, had a combat against Qlippoth of pure speed, while the blonde used his holy's demonic swords, Dragon Slayers. They both clashed their swords with such speed and force that they could see the air cut. What was more surprising was Issei's ability to dodge Qlippoth's slashes without much effort and then go on the attack almost immediately. Qlippoth had to admit that Issei had improved too much in the art of the sword. Before he could barely keep up with him and with the armor on, but now. Issei no longer needed his armor to fight him, and that frustrated and maybe it motivated Qlippoth to want to improve more. And Issei had to admit that Qlippoth's holy demonic swords, Dragon Slayers, give him a certain chill, and although Ascalon surpasses those swords of the blonde, it is still not an option that they give him directly and being exposed. Training with Arthur has undoubtedly paid off. Both would continue exchanging sword blows at high speed, where it seemed that Issei had an impenetrable defense. Qlippoth would take his distance while creating a holy sword in his hand, bringing in the Dragon Knights, which went against Issei, who decided to get a little more serious. Boost, 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 boost. Issei would dodge with great agility the Dragon Knights' cuts and cut them. He knew that like Cao Cao's sentinels, Qlippoth could not imitate his technique either, but their speed and some agility, but no more. And just when he destroyed the last one, Qlippoth would suddenly appear behind the brunette, ready to give him an effective slash. However, to the blonde's surprise, Issei, without looking back, would put one of his swords behind him, managing to block the attack from Qlippoth for almost nothing. Incredible. Even from here. I didn't train with a master swordsman in vain. Issei smiled and then sighed. Shall we leave it here for now? Okay, I need a slight rest. Qlippoth would withdraw the sword from him as he sighs, just like the brunette who decided to stretch his arms out of him. How did you do that, Ice-kun? Oh, that was thanks to Senjutsu. Issei said, rubbing his neck. Senjutsu allows me to sense the presences of my opponents in such a unique way that surprising me with an attack from behind is not as effective unless you know how to hide your presence well. That combined with my dragon instincts means I can more or less know what my opponents are going to do before they do it, although that's more intuition. Geez, I'm a little envious of that. Qlippoth would wipe the sweat with a small towel. My technique is still superior to yours, but you have better defensive movements, and that combined with your attacks, they overwhelm me. It doesn't matter how technical I am, if I don't have great destructive power, there's no point in being technical. Even when I trained a little with Arthur-san on one occasion, I realized that his sword is of a unique quality that I couldn't create. The same applies with Durandal, and Xenovia has yet to master it. Qlippoth would press the fist. No matter how much I improve, since my sacred gear and balance breaker alone will never surpass a legendary holy or demon sword. That's probably. Issei said with a shrug. But remember that at the same time, the sacred gear responds to your emotions and will. The stronger these are, the stronger your weapon will be. Qlippoth, your sacred gear is irregular, so it has the opportunity to become even stronger. If you put in the effort, one day you could create a holy demonic sword that can rival even Durandal or Graham in every way. Qlippoth became thoughtful at what he heard and then smiled determinedly. You're right. No matter how long it takes, I will do my best to create a high-quality holy demonic sword. And for this, I will strive. That's how you say it, friend. Issei nudged the blonde on the shoulder, as if encouraging him. Oh, by the way. Qlippoth seemed to have remembered. Mr. Shidu along with Lin Sen went out with the others, right? Ah, yes, that's true. Issei scratched the back of his neck. I asked Lin Sen this morning if she would join us for training, but she said that she couldn't since she had to take care of Mr. Shidu at all times. Surely, for Freed's sister, he takes her work seriously. I say the same. Qlippoth would sigh, being a little determined. Let's continue a little more, I want to be ready for everything. Okay. Issei accepted with a shrug. Meanwhile, at the Kuo Center. Asia, Xenovia, Irina, Roswis and Lefay, along with Tauji and Lint, were shopping for Christmas, although the priest took advantage of that to have a father and daughter moment with Irina and the girls. Her friends, well, Lint took care of him, but he still enjoyed shopping in his own way. The girls bought Christmas costumes, while Tauji chose other things that were missing for the party. I hope Santa comes this year. Because I think we are better remedied, don't you think? Xenovia said with 2 bags in hand. I don't know, but I hope so. Asia placed her hands together, as if praying. After all, this is my first Christmas with family and friends. I went to Finland every year to spend Christmas, said Lint excitedly. And it was so much fun, the decorations, the snow, sitting by the fireplace with hot chocolate. It's fantastic. Desu. I'm thinking if I should call Otu-san and Aka-san to tell them that Nai-sama and I are fine. Said Lefay, who was wearing a Santa hat on his head and was wearing a Santa jacket as a cape, which reminded her a little of her magician's outfit. Family is what is important, Faye-san. Irina told him, now animated. Call them, and you will see that they will be happy to know how you are. I guess I will. Said Lefay. Ugh. Which suit would Ice-kun like? Roswis wondered as he held 2 female Santa suits. Would he like the one with the skirt or the one with pants better? How it would be useful for a man to judge this. Well, if you want my opinion. Tauji suddenly appeared, with a bag in hand. I say you should choose the one with the skirt. I'm sure Ice-kun will like that one. And if it's a miniskirt, she might get even more excited. GG, a religious man like you shouldn't say those things to a girl like that. Ugh. Roswis blushed as she looked down somewhat shyly. I see. A skirt. It will make my legs look slim, but I don't think I can prepare the most suitable one in time. And why don't you design it with magic? Isn't it easier this way? Lint asked him, as if it were the most obvious thing. I doubt it, since my grandmother told me that I won't be able to avoid the boy's eyes if I do that. Said Roswis. Well, let's go to one more store and then return to the residence, okay? Everyone nodded to what Tauji said. That said, once everyone left the tent where they were and began their walk towards another tent, it was possible to see how the sky was all cloudy, while several minor thunderclaps could be heard, and how rain was falling drop by drop. Okay, I think we should take shelter. Roswis said while he looked in his bag. Damn, I didn't bring an umbrella. Me neither. Said Lefay. Same. Tauji and the others responded in unison. And I said that we take refuge there. Asia would point to a gazebo located in the park close to where they were. It is our best option. We have no other choice, and I don't want the purchases to get wet. As Roswis said, everyone would go to take refuge in the gazebo of the nearby park, well every second, it began to rain harder than before. I think it's better to wait until it stops. Everyone nodded to what she said. If Joker Dulio was with us, he would have easily controlled the rain. Xenovia said sarcastically. But in the same way, we should not carelessly control the weather. Irina replied. Even if that is possible for Dulio-san, I don't think he would do it unless it is an emergency. I've heard rumors that Michael Sama's Joker is somewhat unfriendly. Tauji laughed a little. She even eats too much when she shouldn't. Wasn't gluttony a sin? Well, I think he uses it in a different way in which it is not seen that it is a sin. Asia said with a bitter expression. Well, it is surprising that with it there is no. Tauji did not finish his words because he felt something on his right shoulder, and when he saw there, both he and the others saw with horror how the shoulder from this he was stabbed by a dagger, and the blood came out. Ugh. Lord Shidu. Irina and Lind held Tauji to prevent him from falling to the ground in pain. And before anyone said anything. Splash. Splash. The sound of footsteps in the rain was heard, indicating that someone was walking under the rain. And when everyone looked in the direction where that sound came from, they saw a man who was not using an umbrella and was drenched by the rain. And he had long black hair. In addition, he wielded in his hand a sword with a black blade that emanated a sinister aura. Yufufufu. How long, Shidu-san? Or should you say, Chief Officer Shidu? The man greeted him with a sarcastic and evil laugh. Tell me, Shidu, what does pain feel like? And it can't be. Tauji was speechless when he saw the guy. Why are you? Why Yugaki-kun? Tauji said holding his shoulder. Yes, it's good that you still remember me. The one now identified as Yugaki would stand guard with his sword in hand. And don't think that I will settle for that wound on your shoulder. I will kill you and purify you. Shidu-sai. And the man, Yugaki, without hesitation launched himself to attack everyone with his sword. You won't. Quickly, Lin got in front of Yugaki and blocked her attack with true Excalibur. Who are you, and why did you attack to kill Mr. Shidu? That's not your concern, girl from the Sigurd project. Said Yugaki, maintaining the struggle without problems. Unexpectedly, bursts and blades of light were against Yugaki, who took the distance from him by jumping just like Lint, both of them being separated. And seeing that it was Irina who launched said attacks, she was very upset. Who are you, and why did you attack my dad? Oh, so this is your daughter, Shidu-san. Yugaki would then set his sights on Irina's halo, and even without her wings, he was able to identify her. And on top of that, she is an angel. Your daughter is an angel, huh? Tell me, was that the reward that heaven gave you for killing me and her? Yugaki asked with a neutral and vile tone. And no, she. Tauji said, spitting out blood without knowing why. Well, he felt great pain in his body. Don't bring her into this. I never asked for such a reward. No. I thought killing you would fill me with pleasure, but. Yugaki would raise a hand with two fingers together. Now I want to see your face when you watch how I kill your daughter. I will make you feel the pain that I felt that day. As he said, Yugaki would snap his fingers and then. Be careful. As quickly as she could, Roswis along with Lefei jumped to the side along with Tauji and Asia in her arms, taking their distance. At the same time, what appeared to be a long dragon snake head was in the place where those mentioned were, indicating that it failed to hit them. Dragon's long head would retract to return from where he came, well, with the sound of footsteps in the rain, another man could be seen arriving at the place. He wore a hood that did not let his face be seen, but from his back, 7 long dragon heads were extended. Wow, but what is that guy? Lind asked, amazed without seeming intimidated. Attack them, Yamada no Arachi. Everyone was surprised at what Yugaki said. Don't go too far with what you say, human. Arachi would extend his hand, causing the heads that extended from his back to go against the girls to attack them. Xenovia would take out Durandal, managing to cut off 2 of those heads, but. To her and the rest's surprise, said heads regenerated within seconds, returning to their attack. The dragon heads began to move at high speed, trying to hit Xenovia from any angle, but the girl did not let them have an easy time, since with her reflexes, she avoided the multiple attacks and then went on the attack. Irina, with swords of light in hand, began to dodge and cut off those dragon heads, but even if she cut their throats, they regenerated within seconds. It was then that a dragon's head grew larger within seconds, thus opening its mouth with the intention of eating the angel, who noticed this fact almost too late, and then. Several magical blasts hit the happy head, eliminating it. We support them, said Lefei with magic circles in hand, just like Roswis. This is my chance at more than decent speed. Yugaki went straight to want to attack Tauji, but. I'm sorry, Assassin-san, but you forgot about me, Dezu. Lin confronted him again with true Excalibur in hand. Then let's see how good you are. That said, Yugaki and Lind would begin to fight with a decent and admirable speed while exchanging sword blows. Lind would use Excalibur's rapidly ability to increase his speed, but even with that, Yugaki could repel it almost without any problem. Lind he would use the mimic ability, causing the blade of his sword to divide into multiple extendable blades that attacked Yugaki, who with his sword began to repel said blades, while he dodged them with great acrobatics and then took something out of his jacket and threw it at Lind. There were several daggers. Seeing that, Lind quickly turned her sword back to normal and then destroyed said daggers with her sword, but when he noticed her, Yugaki was already a few centimeters close to her, ready to attack her with a direct cut. However, what Yugaki ended up shocking was an illusion of the girl that disappeared when he touched her, and. Haha, you didn't hit me. Lind appeared next to Yugaki, being a couple of meters away from him, while she stuck her tongue out at him in mockery. You'll have to try harder. We'll see about that. Yugaki, annoyed by her mockery, launched himself at Lind, ready to confront her. Forgetting for a moment her true objective. This is. In the basement of the residence, where everyone trained, Kuroka felt a sinister presence in the air, one that made her nervous. It can't be Naya. Is something wrong, Kuroka-san? Kiba asked him. Something strange is happening. It's an evil presence. And. Kuroka analyzed for a moment the direction she was coming from and opened her eyes in horror as she felt other directions. Oh no. It's coming from the center. The others are being attacked. How? Issei didn't know what to say to what he heard. This was bad. Returning to the park in the center, the girls battled frantically against Arachi and his extendable heads. And no matter how many times they were decapitated and destroyed, the heads would regenerate in a short time. The heads would begin to attack head-on with their fangs, others would shoot poison from their mouths, and others would shoot bursts of fire. Xenovia destroyed and blocked them almost without any problem, but the fact that they are regenerating is already annoying enough. Irina threw blades of light that exploded when they hit those things, but they still regenerated. While Roswis and Lefei supported them with magical attacks, at the same time they took care of Tauji and Asia, but there was a problem. Why doesn't she heal? Asia didn't believe what she saw, since the wound on Tauji's shoulder didn't heal, no matter how much she applied her healing power. She wasn't healing at all, and she looked like Tauji was coughing up some blood. What happened to you, Mr. Shido? Maybe. It's poison. Tauji breathed somewhat heavily, clutching his wound. And it doesn't seem like it's a common one. What a waste of time. Unexpectedly, Arachi, in his human form, would stand next to Xenovia, who was battling 2 of his heads, managing to give her a strong blow to the stomach that made her agonize, crashing it roughly into a tree. Xenovia. Irina worried about her friend, but you neglected her. Arachi would suddenly appear in front of her, grabbing her neck tightly, choking her. To then hit her hard against the ground and then kick her, sending her flying against a tree. Iri-chan. Tauji worried about his daughter, but instantly vomited some blood. The pain didn't even allow him to move. Unhappy wretch Rasuis, more than indignant, along with Lefei, began to launch several attacks against Arachi, who received them without problem and did not seem to suffer any damage, which made both girls very nervous, while Arachi made his weapons disappear. Extendable heads. Human, we must go now. DXD must have already found out about our presence, and it seems that they are already coming here, we can't stay. Arachi said. DCH, since. While Yugaki was in a struggle against Lint, with one hand he took something out of his suit, it was a small ball, which he let fall to the ground, and said object released a strong glow that blinded Lint. And the black-haired man would jump back, standing next to Arachi. At least I achieved my revenge against you, Shido-san. But for her to rest in peace, I still have to exterminate heaven and the Baal house. When she said that, a magic circle appears below him and Arachi. And while they are illuminated by the teleportation light, the paradise called Kuo City in which all of you have lived is a world created from many sacrifices. The demon who inherited that city and who also carries the blood of the Baal house, in addition to his servants. Remember it well. That was the last thing Yugaki said and then disappeared from the place along with Arachi. Just seeing the being that accompanied Yugaki was enough for everyone to know that he is an assassin sent by Qlippoth. Chapter 34 Hidden History and the Forbidden. After being attacked in the public park, the other young people arrived at the scene to assist the girls and Tauji. Where the first thing they did was take Tauji Shido, who was injured, to the church's medical facilities, located in Kuo City, using a magic circle. Tauji, Irina's father, went for a medical checkup immediately. The external wounds on his body were healed thanks to Asia's power, but the real problem was the Yamada no Arachi poison that he received on his body when he suffered the injury. All the young people of the Haidu residence gathered at the medical facilities while waiting for Azazel to arrive at the place. The girls who were with Tauji were still somewhat soaked from the rain, but they dried off upon arrival, although Irina she is depressed while sitting in a chair with her head bowed. I couldn't protect Papa. Irina sobbed as she said that. Papa was happy when I became an angel, but I couldn't protect Papa. Irina-san. Asia was sitting next to her friend. Don't be depressed Irina, you'll see that your father will be fine. Xenovia assured her, who wasn't that good in these cases, but she did her best. We regret not having been present at that crucial moment. Issei apologized for her lack of attention. But still, an assault on Kuo City. Kiba tried to find a mystery to this assault. This would be the second time they infiltrate the city, but I think the same. Arthur adjusted his glasses, analyzing everything. That they have managed to infiltrate the city, despite its reinforced security must mean that maybe they still have spies among us and that allowed them to enter the city. Even so, you cannot say something like they have wasted their second opportunity for infiltration. Said Valery crossing his arms. From what they told us, this Yugaki guy must have some relationship with Tauji Shido, so he is from Qlippoth, they let him act on his behalf. But why Dad? Irina asked with slight tears falling into her hands. Dad has never hurt anyone. I know. We can't be sure of that until he tells us. Upon hearing that new voice, everyone saw how Azazel had arrived at the place. Azazel? Issei said. I have already been informed of what happened. Azazel would sigh. We are having a discussion with the church faction regarding measures against Qlippoth and the antidote for Chief Officer Shido. It was then that the sound of a door opening was heard, seeing that Griselda and the doctor left the room where Tauji was. At this moment, there is a poison present inside the body of the chief officer. Griselda informed everyone. Greg. I call him Issei. Alright. Yamada no Arachi's venom, while problematic, is not as lethal as Samuel's, but is still lethal in its own way. If we leave him like this, then he will die within a few days, and the poison will even reach his soul. What Drake said left Irina more terrified than the rest. There are very few sorcerers and institutes capable of curing him. Yes. Griselda agrees with what the dragon said. For that reason, we are planning to send the chief officer to heaven. If it is the antidote of heaven, then he should be able to cure him, even if it is the poison of Yamada no Arachi. Except. At Valery's question, Griselda opened the door to Tauji's room. Apparently there is something the chief officer wants to talk to all of you about. After everyone looked at each other, they entered the room. Irina jumped into her father's arms after seeing him in bed. I'm sorry Dad. Even though I was chosen by Michael-sama. Even though I became an angel, I couldn't protect you. It's not Iri-chan's fault. Tauji hugged his daughter who was crying and apologizing with love. And please, he leaves this atmosphere as if she is going to die. I will receive treatment in heaven after this, so don't worry about me. While Tauji was comforting his daughter to stop blaming herself for what happened, the others could notice how Tauji was sweating slightly due to the poison in his body. And there are parts of his skin that have changed to a blackish color. There's an IV in his arm, so there must be fluid that's preventing the poison from progressing. Although it's basically like throwing water on a hot stone. Mr. Shidu. Issei called the aforementioned's attention. What is happening? Who was the one who attacked him? Even I'm surprised by this, but. Tauji would straighten up a little while Irina gave him space. His name is Yugaki Masayomi. He was a skilled warrior of the church and previously, my subordinate. Many remained silent at his words until. When you say that he was before, then. What is he currently? Asked Valery. He has already died. Because the church executed him. Everyone was shocked by what Tauji said. And before the questions started, the Saint Grail. Arthur gave the answer to this whole matter. If that guy was already dead, then they revived him with the Saint Grail. It seems like the most obvious answer. Tauji affirmed what Arthur said. Yugaki-kun must have his motives for killing my other companions, who are also responsible for his execution. And I believe that House Baal is also involved because of the attacks they received. So it could have been that Yugaki guy and agents of Qlippoth who attacked the Baal family. Riaz wondered with a hand on her chin. The church faction is being attacked and there were also already victims of the demon faction. Kiba muttered, as if putting everything together. They are not coincidences. Tauji would look at the ceiling. The contact he made earlier implies that he is involved in all of them. As I mentioned above, he has enough reasons to do so. What exactly happened in this city? Asked Riaz. They told me that the demon who was in charge of this place was a relative of the House of Baal. Basically he was in charge of someone from my mother's family. And they only told me that that demon was separated from his duties after causing a conflict with the church. I see, so that's what they said in his faction. Tauji was surprised by what he heard and then sighed, as if understanding everything. Likewise, this is how it was explained in ours. So your father or your brother hasn't told you what really happened in Kuo City? I don't think my father knows. He's not someone who hides those things from me. Riaz became compass. My brother. Has his position, but I'm not sure. Except there will be a messenger sent from House Baal to House Gremory after this. She feels like they are going to reveal this situation, which they can no longer keep secret after being revealed to the public. I see, so they're going to talk about this too. Then it will be better to hear it from House Baal. Except, let me contribute a little. Tauji would make a serious expression. He. Yugaki-kun fell in love with a high-class demon who was in charge of Kuo City at that time. The forbidden love. It was the only thing Valery said while the others agreed. The way things were back then, a love between a demon and a human of the church is inconceivable. Tauji put his hand to his mouth as he let slight tears fall. The high-class demon was someone from a family branch of House Belial. His name was Cleria Belial. We killed them in the city. I can't complain even if he wants to kill me. I have done something that deserves death. Yugaki-kun, I am sorry. I am so sorry. Many were surprised by what they heard. Yugaki's beloved was a relative of Daihauser Belial, the champion. After Tauji was taken to heaven, all the young people transported and arrived at Gremory Castle from the magic circle located in the basement of the Haidu residence. Those who went are all the members of the Gremory group, along with Issei, Irina, Valery, Kuroka and Lefei. While Ravel along with Arthur, Biku and Tiamat waited in the residence. Additionally, Griselda along with Lint helped escort Tauji to heaven for his treatment. Normally it was intended that only the people involved in this be present, but some came out of curiosity, and that was not objected to. And it looks like they'll hear something that has the Baal, no, the Gremory's involved. And as everyone walked towards the reception room where the messenger from House Baal would be waiting for them. But did you know about the demon called Belial Cleria? Kiba asked the question that some had. No. Riaz denied the question. They only told me that the previous demon in charge of that city was someone from a family branch of the great King Belial. That was also what was written in the documents, and I even met a demon face to face to hear his experience of Kuo City. So this was all prepared. All the information that was told to Riaz was prepared in advance. Although there is no mistake that something terrible happened in that place. Without a doubt, let them be told the truth that what happened in Kuo at that time. Is it a good or bad moment? It is not known. And that guy, Yugaki, called Riaz a demon that carries the blood of Baal. Indicating that he knows about them. It seems that after Rizavam revived him with the Saint Grail, he explained to him what happened after his death and also about Riaz being the new manager of Kuo, along with Sona. Anyway, everyone moved through the corridor and finally arrived at the reception room. Riaz knocks on the door and says, "Father, I have arrived." Saying that, I hear her come in from inside. She opens the door and after bowing, she enters. The others followed her from behind and entered the room. The reception room has splendid looking sofas and an ornate table, as well as a fireplace. I'm glad you're all here. Ria's father, Xenovia Gremory, gets up from one of the sofas and welcomes them. And all the young people except Ria's greet him with a slight bow. "How are you, Princess Ria's?" Whoever said that, sitting on one of the sofas in the room, was a middle-aged man. He wore a nobleman's suit and had black hair and purple eyes. I introduce myself, my name is Crom Baal, and I am the first leader of House Baal. Everyone was shocked when they heard that, they weren't seriously expecting it. The first leader of the House Baal, the one who gave rise to the demons called Baal. I have heard about you. In related documents. But still, wow. Ria's expressed the amazed opinion of him. He certainly didn't expect this just like the others. Everyone thought that the messenger of Baal who would come would be a subordinate of the current leader or his servant. But instead, the one who showed up is a super big shot. The first Baal. The talented young people, huh? Crom would set his gaze on all the young people, where some tensed at the calm gaze of him. It seemed that his tranquility exuded power, something he did not show. I have heard about your achievements. I have also heard that you get along well with Sarerg from our house. So let me thank you. Crom would give a slight bow and then cough. Princess Ria's, what you want to hear from me is about the previous owner of that city, correct? Yes. Ria's nodded after giving a sigh. The enemies. One of the people helping Qlippoth said that he would take revenge on him against heaven and the Baal. Where should I start? Crom narrowed his eyes at what he heard. Please tell us. Irina took the floor, taking a step forward. My dad. Apparently is involved too. And now he himself is the target of that terrorist. Please tell us what happened in that city. Are you an angel? Crom asked. When you said he was involved, I presume he was an agent sent by the church back then. Yes. Irina nodded. My name is Shidu Irina. My father is Shidu Tauji. Then it must be the respite. Crom would sigh. Oh dear, a lot of things are happening after the era of Sarerg becomes. Let me ask you first, do you know the connections between us and that place? Yes. Ria's nodded. It is currently ruled by the Gremory, but I was previously told that it was a territory shared between House Baal and House Gremory. Most of the places that you all use now are involved with our clan since ancient times. Crom said calmly, using a low tone of voice, but one that carried a lot of dignity. Although they were mainly controlled by the Gremory. Same for Kuo Academy. But there was a time when that place was used to designate the children of nobles for a short period of time for their experience. That girl is also among them. Kuo City was ruled by a girl who came from a family branch of the high-class demon clan, House Belial. The demon who would be Ria's predecessor. It's completely different from what Ria's heard. Apparently that girl was the cousin of the raiding games champion, Hauser Belial. The administration of Clyria was going appropriately. Said Crom. It showed signs like no other city run by a high-class demon. But due to many coincidences, Clyria started a relationship with a human. No, I don't blame her for that. A demon having a relationship with a human is not strange, even in ancient times. They are mere existences, whose lifespan is much shorter than ours. For the demons, who live so long, they are comfortable playmates to kill time for a certain period. Valery made stern eyes when he heard that, something that was already familiar to him. Except it's a completely different thing if the human is from the church faction. Crom would put on serious eyes and move on to see Irina. If it is now, having an angel present in this situation is allowed. But at that time, not only was it impossible to have a meeting between the demons and the people of the church, but a romance between the two would be unheard of. It would be nice if you brought down the church and used them as sex toys. However, a romance as such could be considered taboo. The atmosphere becomes between tense and calm after what Crom said, who continued. Until 6 months ago, having those members in a meeting was impossible. Seriously, many incidents have occurred that have changed our values greatly, even since we started this year. Crom would put on a sour expression. So? Belial's wife and the church warrior were. We couldn't allow that. Crom interrupted Irina's question. Both sides tried to convince them from different positions. But their relationship was already serious. Clyria. Wasn't doing it for pleasure, but she had gotten involved in a relationship with him, which was wrong. Allowing it would be giving an exception. So we decided to separate them by force. Just like the church faction. Ironically, only then were we united, even though we were enemies. To protect our rules. Yufufufu, don't you think that both sides are sinful beings? Everyone was stunned by what they heard. Seriously, for such things to happen behind the scenes in Kuo City. So they were both murdered, right? Valery asked. In the end it ended like this. Said Crom. We tried to convince her until the end, but the church faction couldn't handle the situation. No, maybe our side was the one that took action first, but both sides fixed their problems. As a result, the demon that administered that territory was temporarily absent. Even the demon servants who were protecting their master were killed or sent to a remote area of the underworld after receiving many rewards. The church faction also had to reassign their personnel because they had to put an end to the irregular that appeared among them. All those affiliated with the church who were located in Kuo City, including Mr. Shidu and those who were involved with the incident, were sent abroad. Some of them were promoted as a reward. And others began to doubt between their own justice or their beliefs in God, having the blood of their companion on their hands. From what we heard, it seems that Michael was not informed of what happened at that time, and only a few within the church know about it. Even people like Fried Selzen, who was a former church warrior, and Balba Galilei, did not know what had happened in that territory. So it can be assumed that the story of the first Baal is accurate. Although due to that incident, people affiliated with the church disappeared from that city, and it resulted in the fallen angels using that opportunity to enter the territory. That cruel story makes one's negative emotions appear. Love between a demon and a human. You can certainly think that they should have allowed it, but it is also known that the world of high-class demons is something that surpasses anyone's imagination. Especially from the underworld after making peace. From the perspective of the nobles, who take importance from their pride and blood relations, that incident must certainly be a negative factor that must be eliminated. It is certainly a story that infuriates anyone. But instead, it gives other emotions. If that incident had not happened, Riaz would not have been able to come to the city with Sona, and Issei would not have been able to meet Asia. In the end, everyone was reunited, but if that incident between Yagaki and Cleria hadn't happened, it really makes some people have mixed feelings. The tragedy of those two is something heartbreaking that even Issei wants to complain to House Baal and the church for having abandoned the source of all this. But the happy and sad moments he has experienced with others have been made possible by that incident. The paradise called Kuo City, where you all live, is a world created with many sacrifices to those who were there at that time. I remember Yagaki's words. He is right, Kuo is a world created by many sacrifices, the truth behind it having been hidden until now. This is something I'm hearing for the first time. Zeodicus put a hand to his chin. I never imagined that incident would happen in my daughter's territory. It was certainly our mistake to leave that territory in the hands of Baal until it was my daughter's turn, but we continue to hold that land together, even if it is only in name. I definitely would have liked to have been informed of this. Zeodicus sounded a little dissatisfied. I apologize for twisting the past and giving that place to Princess Riaz. Zekrom said. But in a place where something like this happened, if we didn't find a successor quickly, then there would be suspicion. And a talented young woman was the ideal, correct? Zeodicus would close his eyes. My daughter is the sister of the current Valery Lucifer. She also carries the blood of House Baal, so they assumed she would be worthy enough to eliminate what had happened in that place. Even if the truth is revealed like now, it would be easy to cover up the past by achieving great achievements if it is a talented young woman. Zekrom smiled shallowly. That's how we thought, but the young woman was so talented that place became the site of peace between the three biblical factions. So it resulted in enough achievements to cover the past. Everyone had to admit that the first Baal is right in what he says. Even if the past incidents before everything are revealed to the public, they would not be enough to destroy the achievements they made. Kuo City has already become a special area where the three Bible factions would cooperate. Even if the past incident is revealed, it would not be strange for people to think that it's too late. I will not say anything about what they hid from me, since it would involve the politicians of the time. But why? Why did we twist the truth? Zekrom completes the question Riaz was going to ask. Why didn't we tell the truth? Even going so far as to lie to Lord Gremory, is that what you want to ask? Riaz closes her mouth in dissatisfaction because Zekrom said what she wanted to say. Sir Serziches was the only one I told of this. If he didn't tell you, then he must have been out of his love affection towards you. You won't be able to deny that. He didn't want to give negative information and additional pressure to his lovely sister, don't you think? Riaz groaned a little at what she heard, trying not to show her certain annoyance. How she hates that her brother continues to treat her like a sensitive child who can't deal with adult topics. I will apologize for making him complex between Baal's will and his love for his sister. Zekrom said. But I will praise him for his good choice to handle both sides. But that truth has burst, and for that reason that place has become the target of terrorists. Riaz could no longer contain what she wanted to say. If we had known beforehand, then maybe we would have been able to prepare some countermeasures. Perhaps we would have been able to prevent the deaths of the underworld as well as the church. Ahahaha, you are so young. Zekrom laughs happily. Just like our Sarayargan Lucifer Sama's son, Rizavam Bakan. That they act for a reason like humans. Zekrom would sigh. In any case, there is no point in complaining about something that has already happened. No one would have ever foreseen what would have come after that fact. That's life, Princess Riaz, you never know what the future holds. Even in the past and today, I still believe that peace between all mythologies with the biblicals is pure illusion, but it is becoming something possible. Zekrom would become serene. Princess Riaz, there is nothing we can do to change the events that have occurred. The best we can do is accept all the good and bad that has come from this as a result. After all, even good events can bring about both good and bad future events, and vice versa, it's that simple. The only thing left to do is face them, as well as mature. Everyone was speechless at what the first Baal said and had to agree with him. It does not matter if that past event had occurred differently, because what would have come after would have brought both good and bad results. So much so that is where the unknowns come. If Cleria Belial had not died and had not had a relationship with Yugaki, just as she had still remained in charge of Kuo, wouldn't Irina and her family have had to move to England? Would Riaz and Sona still have gone to Kuo in the future? Would they have met his current servants and friends? Would Kakabiel's attack still have happened and peace be formed? Without a doubt, those are questions that will never have answers, and you can't change that fact. Life and what the future holds can be both good and bad, but never just one. Since the world is not rosy. All that remains is to wait for what the future holds and face it, whether good or bad. In response, Issei felt someone take her hand, seeing that it was Valery who smiled at him understandingly. And that was enough for him to understand everything, and he smiled too. By the way, Valery Lucifer. I call her Zekrom. Yes. Valery asked, a little surprised that he wanted to tell her something. Aren't you interested in becoming a Mayu in the future? Zekrom's question left both Valery and the rest somewhat or very surprised. Although you are now seen as a former criminal before everyone for being the descendant of Lucifer, even among the current demons, there are those who believe that Lucifer's position and his legacy belong to you by right. And that you become Mayu Lucifer, it would benefit the underworld when it comes to change. I'm not interested in that. Valery crossed his arms, indifferent. Those who want something like that are idiots who believe that by having a direct descendant of the mass, they will be able to return things to how they were before. After all, even you should know that when the old mass first began to act, it was not uncommon for there to be nobles and high-ranking officials who helped them in trying to overthrow the current mass. That is true, Valery Lucifer. Zekrom nodded. However, that could be different if we are talking about a descendant of the original mass who believes in change and who believes that it is no longer necessary to live in ancient times. Valery Lucifer, you may be Lucifer's descendant, but you don't think the same as him, just like your father and grandfather, right? If he had thought the same way as those idiots, he himself would be dead now. Valery said sarcastically and then put on a sad and understanding expression. The kind of person I am now is thanks to my mother. I am not like Lucifer, Rizavam and Razavam. And I plan to make sure I never be. And what the current underworld needs is true change and for others to govern it. The direct descendant of the mass as a current Mayu is of no use if he does not have the power and charisma necessary to be one. That's true. Zekrom smiled. Even the direct descendants of the old mass did not have the charisma or the power to rule the underworld properly. They may have been descendants of the original mass, but they did not have the power to show that. Maximo surpassed the upper class by certain margins, but even a supreme lower class would have swept the floor with them. Yufufufu, and they said that this government belonged to them by right. They were just immature kids who didn't even have the charisma to let her plan things well, and that's why they ended up dead in the end, ending the entire direct lineage of Leviathan, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus. Only Lucifer, the demon of light and the morning star remain. I remember that Sarayargsan dreams of becoming a Mayu in the future. Issei said, drawing everyone's attention. Yes, that's right. Zekrom nodded to what he heard. Sarayarg is talented in his own way, and even the people of our territory adore him. But I'm planning for his younger half-brother to be the next of House Baal. Once Sarayarg becomes the leader, we must make him a Mayu or get him a higher position that will allow him many achievements. Even now and in the past, whoever will be the next successor of the great king's main family must be someone with the Hakai no Chikara. I don't know why, but it sounds like the great king is better than the Mayu. Issei expressed his opinion, not caring about receiving a complaint. But just before Riaz or someone else says something to Issei. Well that's it. Zekrom would speak again. The one who supported the demons of the underworld after the death of the original mass was not the Mayu clan, but the house of the great king. A Mayu is nothing more than a symbol. Obviously there is no value in a mere symbol. We need demons with power and charisma. In terms of that, Sir Surziches and Surajuka were ideal. They took their positions understanding that very well. They even knew how to have a mutual relationship with the great king faction. From our perspective, they were ideal models for a Mayu. Everyone could feel something when the first Baal spoke without hesitation. For ancient demons, who are old, they tend not to take importance of lives and are usually emotionless. That's what they know. Even Rizavam himself said that he was an object that he could only think of until Razavam and Euclid pushed him. Because he has lived so long, the value of his life is quite poor. But the first Baal is different, he doesn't feel empty. He is full of ambition. A demon, who can do many things and has to take care of several more, makes you feel that they are still active, even if they are old. Heh, I heard that Rizavum Bakken, his son and Lucifuge's lost brat, told them demons must be evil. Yufufufufu, they really are young. After laughing, Zekrom would come over to see to all young people. I would like all of you to become the center of the new generation. The real devils refer to the devils belonging to the high-class families that has been predicted since ancient times. The others, which are the servants and the non-real demons. The commoners and the reincarnated. Being evil or not will change depending on the perspective of humans and the other forces. I don't see the need to turn evil. Ensuring that the society of nobles continues for eternity is what a demon must do. Certainly, those words feel like they are coming from a man who stands at the top of the house of the great king and who draws importance from ancient teachings. Demons refer only to pure-blooded nobles. And the first Baal denies the existence of them and the normal demons that live in the underworld. But the fact that there is no need for demons to be evil is something that perhaps many can agree with. Furthermore, the first Baal's face when he talked about his ideals reminded the young people of Seraerg. And he made them realize terribly that he is the ancestor of Seraerg. Even if they have different thoughts, they are both Baal. No, not just Seraerg. It even reminds them of someone closer. It seems that I am being influenced by young people because I am saying my ideals, which are not according to my age. Zekrom gets up from his place with a sigh. I apologize. I was only planning to talk about the situation of Kuo City. It seems that I made you listen to a great speech from this old man. Zekrom would smile slightly. Related to the incident where there are deaths from the Baal faction. Normally I would prefer to send someone from our side, but this time I will have to leave it to DXD. It seems that there is someone who is watching how Baal will move. We decided that taking careless actions would be a bad move. But anyway, I regret having kept silent about that city. And now I must retire. Zekrom-sama, allow me to accompany you. Zeoticus told him, but the Baal declined the offer with a sign. And just as Zekrom passed by the young people, Zekrom Baal. Valery called him, and the aforementioned stopped by to see her. I love Issei, who is standing next to me. Although everyone knew it, some were surprised to see that she said that without any fear. Yes, that's good. Zekrom smiled at that. Now I no longer deny the romance between two different species. Zekrom would then go to see Issei, who was going to say something, but. Hi to Issei-kun. It seems like you want to tell me something too. But let's leave this conversation here. And I would like one day you, along with Valery Lucifer, to go to my castle. I will serve you a piece of cake made with the special apples of the Baal territory. And besides, I don't hate you or Seraerg as the current leader of our house. In fact, I feel like you two are doing well. But I am an old demon, I no longer seek to change. Zekrom would continue on his way to leave, but not before saying something else. They definitely have to get Agrees back. Even more so if they plan for things to change for the better. It was the last thing Zekrom said, who left the place. And an indescribable atmosphere runs through the place after the first Baal left. Even though he said that he was an old demon, he is still active as a young man. Even if he has lived for 10,000 years, he continues to shine without becoming disinterested if he is enduring something and he has a goal that he wants to fulfill. Normally, some would have liked to make a complaint, but they feel as if they have been recoiled by the intensity of the first Baal. So that was the first Baal, huh? Xenovia said with some admiration. He seems to have a fanatical view. But she will still recognize it, even if he denies it, huh? He is also different from the old mass faction. The most powerful of the Great King faction, huh? He was terrifying and had some pressure on him. But he looks better than the vampire nobles. Gasper couldn't help but compare with the pure vampires of his homeland. Those guys are very different from the first Baal. Hi to Issei-kun. Zeoticus caught the young man's attention, who stopped by to see him. Remember this very well. That man is the one who stands at the top of the Great King's faction. You could say that his political influence is greater than that of Serzich's. After all, he is a man who has watched over the underworld even since the beginning of the demons. The years he has lived are very different from ours. If the four great mass, like Serzich's, are the light of the demons, then that man called Zekrom Baal-sama is the shadow of the demons. What is started by the Great King must be resolved by someone who carries the blood of the Great King. Riaz muttered. I wonder if that's the reason I was chosen as the successor to that place. Well. Valery sighed. I guess we should go back now. We already heard what we wanted to know. I agree. Akeno nodded. You guys go ahead, I'll catch up with you later. Riaz said, making everyone see her. I have a matter to discuss, but I'll come back later. Do not worry. If you say so. Was the only thing Akeno said, beginning to leave the place along with the others, including Issei and Valery. Thus, all the young people except Riaz left Grimory Castle. All the young people, without Riaz, returned to Kuo City after leaving Grimory Castle. And soon as Izel would also have arrived at the place, wanting to know how it went and what they discovered. where everyone told him what the first Baal told them, leaving the fallen somewhat stunned. I feel like they should have trusted Riaz more and that they should have shared this with her. But because it was before the peace treaty, inevitable incidents like this used to happen. Azazel would sigh. Xerxes is undoubtedly a soft man. And he's acting too much like Riaz's older brother. But due to his mutual relationship with the Great King faction, this city was the only one to give to Riaz. But this city is a good place. The Kuo Academy and the other institutes, I think Xerxes gave all the support he could. And that's good. Issei sighed. Despite everything that happened and that past incident, we have had good and bad times so far in this city. What's more, with this, I can be sure that the current Kuo Academy must have been prepared for Riaz by Xerxes. So that she could have a peaceful school life, without any problems. You can be sure of that. Azazel laughed at the irony of what he heard. Meanwhile, back at Gremory Castle. I'm sorry you're having a bad time, daughter. In a room with a small table and several sofas around it, Venelana Gremory was sitting on one of those, as was her husband, Xeodicus Gremory. While Riaz was sitting on the couch in front of them. I think we are also responsible for this. And no, it's my fault. She shook her head, saving herself a sob. If I had confessed to Ice a long time ago, everything would be different now and we wouldn't have had that argument. Even if that's the case, I feel a little guilty too, Riaz. Venelana slightly lowered her face. Not even I could see that something strange was happening to him. And I scolded him because he kept calling you but you just out of respect, when in reality, he didn't have the confidence to approach you. I don't know what to do anymore. One of Riaz's hands would shake. If you had seen them, mother. That girl, Valery Lucifer, was able to make Issei believe in love again and without even trying, they both fell in love with each other without knowing it. And in just a few weeks, they even went out on dates and lived together during their exile. She even defended him at school and made the opinion of Ice change. And what did I do? Nothing. I did not do anything. I just kissed him without telling him that I fell in love with him and he misinterpreted it as a thank you for saving me. I slept naked with him, but he never even wanted to touch me directly and looked at me with a certain fear that I ignored, thinking it was nothing. Riaz would put a hand to her face, hiding a sob. Even. Valery Lucifer seems to accept the idea of a harem for Ice without any problem. She even let Tiamat Sama formalize her relationship with Ice without once complaining about not having Ice to herself. Sniff. She's a better girlfriend to Ice than I could have been. Sniff. The only thing I did was keep Ice away from the others and not even let them get close to him when we weren't even anything back then. I didn't have the right to keep the others away from him and yet. Sniff. I only thought about myself. I never thought about Ice because I thought he was the only one who didn't have an internal problem when in reality if I had it. Sniff. I'm not a good housewife nor a good girl in love. If I couldn't help others with their existential problems, I couldn't even help Ice. Venelana and Xeodicus stood in silence, watching as her daughter belittled herself. And even both fathers also felt some guilt in this. Venelana even thought that if she had told Issei what Riaz felt back then, they could have saved themselves trouble, but she didn't. What both of them wanted was for him to capture the Redeed's feelings when Issei was supposedly not in the best state of mind at the time and they only made it worse with their claims of acting like a dense. Daughter, even with all this, tell us, how do you feel about Haidu-kun now? Asked Xeodicus. I still love him, but I doubt he feels the same. The others were able to reconcile with Ice because they were honest with her feelings and because he gave them the chance to start over as friends for the moment. Well, you should try that. What Xeodicus said caused Riaz and Venelana to look at him strangely. Riaz, normally I would never criticize you or anything, but this time it is necessary so that you don't make the same mistake again. As you said, you made several mistakes since you fell in love with Haidu-kun. The two of you didn't have a formal relationship as such, and yet, you tried to monopolize him and didn't go out with him even once. You only tried to force him into a relationship when you didn't even know each other properly, but. Xeodicus would clasp his hands under his chin. If you really still love him, then you should do what a normal girl would do. Start out as friends, see if you can go out one day and get to know each other better, and over time, if that's the case, see if a relationship finally forms between you. Father. Riaz sobbed a little at his father's advice. The old her might not have minded that kind of advice at all, because she was confident that Issei truly loved her. But the current her, who now understands that she can't force anything and that she never did anything formal. I'll try. I still don't know if it will work and I don't feel worthy of being with him, but. Riaz would put on a determined face even with tears in this one. I have to try, at least one more time. And whether he accepts me or not, I will accept it. I can't force him to feel something he doesn't feel. I'm glad to hear that, Riaz. Venelana smiled at what her daughter said. She shows that she is maturing. I will pray for you. Although it is rare for a demon to pray, but you understand what I mean. Riaz laughed bitterly at what her father said, but she understood what he meant. The next day, all the young people went to heaven where Tauji was taken. The journey to heaven was tedious, they simply changed the demonic magic circle in the basement of the Haidu residence to an angelic one, and everyone was able to go to heaven, thanks to Irina and Griselda. And thanks to certain improvements that Michael made to the heaven system, he made it possible for other races such as demons and other beings to go to heaven without problems as visitors. Even Tiamat went with them, since he was curious about that place. Heaven resembles a place sitting above the clouds with a bright white roof above. It is guarded by a large gate and has a white stone path and stone buildings, which appear to float. Heaven is divided into 7 regions, or heavens, with the 7th heaven being the current location of the sacred gear system and the Bible God system. It is also the location where the Bible God resided within heaven, before of his death. The first floor of heaven is where brave saints and low-level angels generally reside. It also serves as the first line of heaven's defenses. The medical facilities of the first heaven, where Tauji is located, were a mix of modern and fantastical structures. It was a place with mixed cultures, just like the underworld, because there are human electronic devices and a floating bed. Everyone would enter the room where Tauji was. Even though the incident happened yesterday, it seems that the poison in Tauji has weakened quite a bit. He looks better, and the black symptoms that appeared on his body have diminished. Everyone, especially Irina, felt relieved, as her treatment is progressing positively. They all explained to Tauji what they heard about the first Baal. And then, he began to tell the part about him. We continued trying to convince Igaki-kun until the end. Our general logic then. No, even now we think that a romance between a demon and a follower of the church is unforgivable. And even if she was someone from a family branch, she was still a demon from the house of Belial. So we would turn Belial themselves into our enemies. And the current Belial is none other than the champion of the raiding games, Diehauser Belial, whose strength rivals that of the mass. Riaz completed what Tauji was going to say, who nodded to his words. If we failed to convince him, Emperor Belial himself would show himself. If that happened, it wouldn't just be a fight. But it seems that the demon faction had the same opinion. So a demon from the Baal faction came to us and said, "We must cooperate. We also want to keep this quiet." This is how I, along with my comrades in the church, made a temporary alliance with the Baal faction from the shadows. And we managed to eliminate the rebels secretly, without letting anyone discover us. Tauji would make a sad face and look at his daughter. Iri-chan, Daddy's hands are very stained. They are so dirty that I can't even call myself the father of Iri-chan, who is an angel. I'm sorry for keeping it a secret. We moved to England because of Daddy's incompetence. If he had acted better, then you wouldn't have separated from Ice-kun. I'm really sorry. Please, Dad, don't apologize. Irina shook her head. I too. I'm a warrior. Believe it or not, I have also committed things that are inconceivable to others, but I just followed my faith and did it, believing it was the right thing to do. How stupid I was. I understand that you had no choice back then. You are also suffering, right, Dad? You don't need to apologize. I will protect you. Even if you caused a sin in the past, I will continue to protect you, because we are family. Irina. Tauji would cover his face with one hand while he was still lamenting. Xenovia, who also has the same warrior knowledge as Irina, has her eyes closed. As if to say that she also did the same thing as her. The incident in the past, even if each faction had their reasons, is still a sad tragedy. Ria said. But as soon as he is increasing Qlippoth strength and causing terrorism, we can't let him pass. We will stop it. Whatever the outcome, the tragedy and pain will only increase if we don't stop it now. Everyone nodded to what the Retid said, as if in agreement. And Tauji would wipe away his tears upon hearing that, and he would go to see his daughter. Iri-chan, I didn't just come to spend the holidays with you and the others. I also came because I wanted to give you something. Saying that, Tauji would grab a huge suitcase, which was next to his bed. And when he opened it in front of his daughter, this is. Irina would take out what's inside the suitcase. It was a sword with a burnished steel blade with a crystal embedded in the golden hilt. And said sword emits a calm sacred aura. This is the sword carried by Oliver, Paladin Roland's childhood friend, as well as his best friend. The sword is called Hodaclear, said Tauji. Incredible. Irina was amazed to be holding the sword of Oliver, Roland's friend. The sword that is said to only be touched by those of pure heart. The characteristic of this is to purify even what it cuts. From the results of her characteristic, it was determined that you were the most qualified to use it, Iri-chan. Of course it also has to do with the improvement of your particles by becoming an angel. The researchers also said that it was activated because you have been companions of Xenovia for quite some time, who possesses Durandal. When Tauji said that, Irina and Xenovia look at each other. Irina has become able to touch that sword, which means that she has gained what it takes to wield it. Iri-chan. Please stop Igaki-kun with this sword. Dad. Thank you. Irina nodded with determined eyes. I'll arrest that guy. Tauji smiled at what he heard. After having several discussions with Tauji, all the young people began to leave the room, having already reported what they owed. And just before Issei came out, "Ice-kun, could you stay for a moment?" Tauji told him, drawing the brunette's attention. "There is something I need to talk to you about, can you?" Issei, upon hearing that, would look at Valery, who shrugged at that. As if to say okay, and she leaves the room. Leaving Issei and Tauji alone in the place. Issei sighs at that and sits in a chair near Tauji's bed. "What's happening?" "Ice-kun, Irina won't be able to live as a normal girl after the trait she got after becoming an angel. On top of that, she is Michael-sama's ace. She won't be able to become a normal girl again," Tauji said. Issei knew that even though Irina doesn't show it, being Michael's ace is an incredible role. Perhaps it is a very heavy burden for Irina, who is only 17 years old. But she received an exception. She was allowed to act like a normal girl, just in front of you. Tauji would take Issei's hand and continue talking. "Ice-kun, I ask you, please take care of Irina. She has grown up exposed to the thoughts of the church since she was little. There are many things she doesn't know as a girl her age. And I want you to make her feel that. If it's you and Irina, I think you both will overcome ideology and your positions." "Ajasan." Issei would make a sad face. Why couldn't I say something so simple to Yugaki-kun and her?" Tauji would shed tears again. "Even if she was against our teachings. Why couldn't I do anything?" "Ajasan." Issei clenched his fist, putting her thoughts and feelings in order. "Whatever Irina is, I think of her as my important childhood friend. And as an important girl. So, I will smile next to her." Issei would close his eyes. "My past actions, maybe they have hurt her, I don't know. But anyway, I care about her. I will never leave her aside, just like any of her. I'm neither a great friend nor a great love interest, but I will do my best to make everyone happy, including Irina." Thank you. Thank you." Tauji thanked him, still crying. And the young man hugged him to give him some comfort. By the time Issei left Tauji's room, a couple of hours had passed. Where all the young people enjoyed heaven and what the first heaven can offer. All this while Riaz and Akeno went to have a discussion with Griselda. While the rest of the young people were having a rest in an open space, in a place similar to a park on the first floor. Now that I remember. Xenovia felt a click in her mind, reminding her of something. "I think Saji once told me that he also decided to participate in the election and volunteered as Fukukaichu. He said it is better to support the student president as vice president than to be the president himself. You can tell that he is someone who is supportive." Issei expressed his opinion. I think the person as the next Kaichu was Hanakai Momo-san. It seems like she will get strong support from the students due to her strong outlook and her past supporting the student council from the shadows," Irina said. "Momo is not someone who stands out much, but she is always standing next to Sona and she has been observing the student council. And it seems that she will cross Xenovia's path as her rival. There are many candidates among normal students as well. There will be many rivals." Xenovia made defiant eyes, as if accepting the challenge. If someone other than the demons wins, how will the student council work?" Ask Irina. "Especially for our true identity. Will we inform that person in case of anything?" Apparently, Riaz Butchu and Sona Kaichu have a lot of things on their minds about that. "Well, including that part, it seems the next election will be interesting," Kiba said. "I'm wondering the same. I will be waiting for said elections," Issei said. "I will help you however I can." Xenovia-san Asia jumped into the blue-haired girl's arms. "Same here." Irina wraps the two in a group hug. "I'll definitely help you win. First of all, let's discuss the details of the manifesto and the pamphlets that we will distribute after the new year." There's a lot to do, but Xenovia gets excited when she hears that I really have good friends. It's so calming it makes me cry. Xenovia-san Asia and Irina say. "Yes, Asia, Irina." Amen. With that, the church trio has returned and gave their prayers to heaven. I think we'll cheer them up too. Kiba smiled. As clubmates and group members. We really will. Kaneko nodded. However, before anyone said anything else, suddenly, the sky began to shake violently. What the hell? Issei wondered what was happening. Was it an earthquake? No, that would be ridiculous, since this place is above the sky, so the earth can't shake. Everyone is suspicious at this and looks around. Even the few angels who were in the place make shocked faces at this. The sky being shaken must be something the angels never anticipated. And it was then that many angelic symbols appeared as they shone throughout the sky, which reported what was happening. "What is happening?" Valery asked an angel who seems to have already been informed of the situation. "It's Qlippoth. They are attacking the sky together with the evil dragons." At what the angel said, everyone was shocked by what they heard. It seems that a great battle is going to break out in heaven. Chapter 35 Heaven. Redemption and complications. But the sudden unexpected notice, all the DXD youth who were in heaven gathered in the strategic control room, located in the first heaven. Riaz, Akeno, Valery, Irina, Griselda and the brave saints, who were present, surrounded the table. And the others watched while being close to them. What was in the center of the table was a holographic vision that showed the situation on each floor of heaven. The evil dragons are really rampaging through heaven. The second, third and fourth heavens have been attacked by the enemies, who are in a furious battle with the soldiers of the angels. It seems that the enemies have advanced from the third heaven, which is the place where souls rest. One of the brave saints gave that report. And in the holographic vision, right where the third heaven was located, a huge celestial city appeared in the air. It is said that the third heaven is the most spacious place in heaven, this being the paradise that is always talked about, and that said place has unlimited space. But the enemies slipped away while carrying the floating city of the underworld, Agrees, and huge hordes of evil dragons appeared non-stop from Agrees. That city has truly become their nest. Valery watched what was happening speechlessly. What a dilemma, his first visit to heaven became a battle for survival. Those are. Akeno would stare at the images of the holographic vision. Where subjects who had already confronted appeared. Walburga from Incinerate Anthem and Layton. Valery confirmed the identity of the evil dragon that was in its dragon humanoid form. He seems like he got used to that way. Hey, that must be Yamada no Urachi. Xenovia pointed to one of the images, where a person with a dragon face and scales on his body was seen wearing a black suit. Just as several dragon heads extended from his back and attacked the angel soldiers. CGs. That other guy is obviously just playing. One of the brave saints points to another image of the vision, where a man who was about 30, with black hair was seen. And yellow combined and eyes of the same color, and a black suit. And said subject, by simply moving his hand to the side, sent the soldiers attacking him flying, without killing them. That was strange, but the important thing was that. And it can't be. Tiamat would stare at the image of the black yellow-haired subject, and was a little horrified to see him. And to think they recruited him too. Who? Of all those idiots, did he have to come too? Albion knew that they now had a big problem with that guy here. Do you know that guy? Issei asked, sweating a little. Even from here, she could sense that this guy was no joke, he was a monster. He is the strongest evil dragon of all. The crescent circle dragon, Crom Cruach. Tiamat reported, leaving everyone in shock and some in fear. It's crazy. Kiba would go on to see the image where Crom Cruach was. And to think they revived him too. You're wrong, Knight Gremory. Tiamat would attract everyone's attention. Unlike the other evil dragons that were exterminated, I understand that Crom Cruach was never eliminated. After the evil dragon's death, Crom Cruach has remained in the human world for all these millennia. Tiamat would clench her fist at him. And here I thought he had calmed down in these millennia, but if he is here, cooperating with Qlippoth, it means that his evil has not disappeared. The situation is more complicated now with that guy here. Griselda couldn't believe what was happening either. But I don't understand, how did Qlippoth enter heaven? Issei's question caught the attention of many. They just can't force their way in here like in the underworld, right? It's true. And the ways to enter heaven are supposed to be limited unless you have. Valery had come to a conclusion, and before he could say it, they most likely entered from the kingdom of the dead. The one who said that, while a hologram appeared in the corner of the table, was Azazel. Sensei. Issei was surprised to see him. Azazel, how is the situation there? Riaz asked him. Not good at all. Azazel sighed. The entrance to heaven has been closed from here too. So we can't send reinforcements. Everyone was speechless at what the fallen one said. Damn, they can't open it from this side, and now, they can't open it from the other side. Haven't they found the reason behind this yet? No. Griselda shook her head. Right now the Seraphines are trying to find the cause of this, but they are concentrating more on decreasing the influence this could cause to the seventh heaven. And likewise, all of the transporters in heaven have stopped working. Due to this situation, the higher-ups of heaven have strengthened the protective barrier of the seventh heaven, the highest floor with the heaven system. After all, it would be a defeat if the enemy manages to break into the seventh heaven. Not only the sacred gears, but also the sources of teachings in heaven could collapse. If that happens. No one wants to even imagine it. Azazel, with the kingdom of the dead, means that. That's right. Azazel nodded at what Valery was going to say. If you were to enter heaven, then there are very few ways. They could either go through the front door as you did, or accept to be followers of the church before their death. And the other option is to arrive by another way. And it can't be. Griselda realizes after hearing that limbo and purgatory. Azazel nodded yes. They are different in heaven and hell. It is the place where followers go after their deaths. Limbo and purgatory are prepared for deaths with special circumstances. It's just my hypothesis, but there is a possibility that that bastard Hades either made an entrance to limbo and purgatory or knew about this. Reporting an angel would arrive at the scene, somewhat agitated. The door of purgatory that leads to the third heaven has been destroyed. How? Valery was amazed at what he heard, like the rest. It seems like my hypothesis was true. Azazel sighed, looking angry. That bastard Hades is also cooperating with Qlippoth. Azazel would think about it for a moment before shaking his head. No, he wouldn't gain anything cooperating with them. As much as he hates the demons and the fallen, and possibly now the angels, that old skeleton knows very well that cooperating with the son of Lucifer means destroying the world if they revive 666. So we have these options, which Hades knew this attack would occur and I do not report it, or that Qlippoth has managed to outwit it, or even that. This is. Griselda interrupted the fallen's words, well she had a communicative circle in her ear. Damn. We received a report that Apophis, one of the legendary evil dragons who were possibly revived by the Saint Grail, has descended into the realm of the dead. Everyone was speechless at the report. Apophis, the eclipse dragon, who belongs to Egyptian mythology and is the enemy of Ra, the Egyptian sun god. Valery would cross her arms, being serious. According to legends, Apophis is one of the dragons that has a strong relationship with the kingdom of the dead and hell. It wouldn't be a surprise if he descended into the realm of the dead. But I wonder if Hades would cooperate without any reward. He did a bad deed, and Azazel and Cerziches recently warned him that there won't be a next time. Although we don't know the reason why they cooperate with him, I can come to a guess. Azazel said with narrowed eyes. Crom Cruach, Apophis and Dahaka are the most powerful evil dragons of all and are at the transcendental level, being surpassed by Drag and Albion when they were alive and in their prime. So those three must be cooperating with Qlippoth in exchange for a deal. Deal? Asked Riaz. Yes, Azazel nodded. That's all I can think of. Since the evil dragons would not cooperate with anyone in exchange for something. And since they are beings who enjoy battle and slaughter, Rizivim perhaps promised them that they could have the time of their lives in exchange for helping him. And with that, Rizivim found a way to enter heaven through Hades, through Apophis. That's unforgivable. Issei shouted indignantly. So what? So Qlippoth will say an excuse like Apophis and the others were freed, or will they even say they escaped by their own will, so the pact they made with others will also be of their own free will? And will Hades also be able to create an excuse that he made a pact with a fugitive evil dragon and that he has not cooperated with Qlippoth? There's no way that excuse can work. He is completely crazy. I know. Azazel would narrow his eyes with a disgusted face. It's frustrating, but it's not the time to ask them. We are thinking of somehow opening the door to heaven from the side. So I want you to try to open it on your side. The brave saints nodded to the fallen's words and began to move. However, if you need a ticket, Arthur would get everyone's attention. I can create one for you. Knight Pendragon would bring out Caliburn in response, making everyone understand what he means. I see. It can work. Azazel put a hand to his chin. The holy sword Caliburn has the ability to open gaps in space and even allow its user to go to the dimensional gap and protect them from it, as well as them going anywhere in the human and supernatural world. And if you were able to infiltrate the underworld earlier thanks to that, would you really be able to create a gap to heaven? It's worth a try. Arthur would look at the sword of him. I will need some time, and the best thing will be for me to try to create the gap where the entrance to heaven is so that it will be easier for me. So we already have our entrance ticket. Azazel would clap his hands in relief. We will be there as soon as we can. Even so, what are Qlippoth's motives in heaven? Asked Xenovia. Are they after the system on the highest floor? Asked Asia. They won't be able to get there that easily. Azazel shook his head. Normally, except for the Seraphim, no one else can enter there. If someone abnormal enters, then he will be transported to a different location. You could even say that it is the work of God, since you receive a really powerful teleportation. Still, we don't know what they will do. It is natural for Michael and the others to strengthen the security of the upper floor. It sounds like you've experienced it. Azazel shrugged at what Issei said. Well, before, when I set foot there without God's authorization, I was sent to a remote place in the human world. I just wanted to take a little look at the sacred gear system, but that God was so stingy. So Qlippoth's objective is the sixth heaven, where the main base of heaven is located? Asked Kiba. Go there for what? To exterminate the Seraphim? Well, it would be a great achievement for them if they succeed, but Rizivim, his allies and the evil dragons will also suffer casualties if they face them. So are they behind some floor? Asked Lefay. Even if it is them, there is a limit to the floor they can reach with the number of dragons they have. It could be the third heaven, the fourth, or it is even possible that it is the second heaven, which is the place where those related to the Tower of Babel are imprisoned. Said Azazel. How about fifth heaven where you lived in the past? Isn't it a research institute now? Issei asked. So you think they'll go and take the brave saints' cards? Well, it's not like they're not interested in them. Although there must be an investigation in progress in that place, Azazel would become thoughtful for a moment, until. Griselda, what is the current situation of the Tree of Life located in the third heaven and the Tree of Wisdom in the fifth paradise? Both trees are still present, but they have not borne fruit for quite some time. The fruit stopped bearing since the Lord died. The nun responded. Azazel became even more thoughtful upon hearing that. Azazel. Valery asked, but he did not answer him until Qlippoth, the one who is located on the opposite side of the Tree of Life. That's why they were called that. Azazel started muttering to himself, it wouldn't be strange if they went after this one. Releasing the 666 would be easier and faster with that fruit. It is possible that they are going to use it as a tool to negotiate with the gods of other factions who have evil intentions. Griselda Sama, this is. At the warning of a brave saint, the nun and the others would see a certain image that appeared in the holographic vision of the table. Where they saw that man that attacked Tauji and the others the other day, and he was walking inside the fifth heaven, in the area where the laboratories are located. This is bad. Griselda tensed upon seeing that recently, Chief Officer Shidu went to the fifth heaven to receive the final stage of his treatment to remove the poison. Everyone was shocked to hear that. Irina screamed worried. Let's move. Valery called everyone's attention anyway, we can't stay here doing nothing. We are the anti-terrorist team, DXD. So we will cooperate with the angels and defeat the evil dragons and the Qlippoth members as we ascend. I agree. Irina affirmed what Lucifer said, and I am Michael Sama's ace, I will defeat the evil dragons and rescue Papa. Then it's decided. Issei would see the others, they all nodded in agreement. I will also go with you. Lint raised her hand, signaling that she is asking permission to go with them. The more, the better. Kiba said. Hold on as best you can, and we will send reinforcements. Arthur gave them a thumbs up as a sign of luck and then left with the brave saints at the entrance to heaven. But that said, everyone was ready to fight for heaven. The battle to protect heaven had begun. But in order for them to reach the fifth heaven, everyone knew that they needed to pass through the door of each floor. But the enemies that entered from the third heaven have sealed the doors that connect to the second and fourth heaven from there. And they even sealed the back door of the fourth heaven. That means they have been introduced from the second heaven to the fifth. Since the second heaven is close to the first, where the vanguard base is located, the angel army is holding on somehow. But the sisters and the others are seeing that Qlippoth is at an advantage from the third heaven to the fifth heaven. The sixth heaven, which is the main base of the angels, has not allowed any intruders, thanks to notable angels like Michael and his brothers Seraphim, who were there. In addition, one of the Seraphim was sent to the fifth heaven with many of his subordinates. But clearly, there are more enemies than during the battle in Oros. And they can't call for reinforcements at the moment until Arthur creates the new entrance to heaven. But for now, they will have to make do with the forces that are in heaven. And at this moment, Issei, Irina, Griselda, Lint, Tiamat, Valery and his team, and the Gremory group, advanced from the main gate of the second heaven. They ran across the battlefield and headed to the third heaven. The transporters that connect to all floors have been closed, so to reach the higher floors, you will have to go through the doors of these floors directly. The second heaven is the world conquered by darkness. This place is mainly for stargazing. Furthermore, it is the place where the angels who have committed sins are imprisoned. The world with infinite darkness is not as dark as a planetarium, since the brightness of the stars illuminates the place. In addition, most of the young people who are demons along with Irina and Griselda can see without problems in the dark, while Issei, Tiamat, Bhikkhu, Lefay, Lint and Fenrir had their own night vision or magic to see in the dark respectively. Although the starlight helped a little. At lost, they all advanced while they knocked down the evil dragons that were in the place and got in their way. And during their advance, they later saw a group of brave saints who were forming a formation to counterattack the hordes of evil dragons. Let's do it, brave saints, full house formation. To the order, the brave saints responded to their captain's order as they began to glow in the air. At that instant, an enormous amount of light power enveloped the brave saints, whose strong aura even reached the youth. The brave saints, who turned into a hand of cards, jumped at the horde of evil dragons and annihilated them. Instantly. This power is not ordinary, and the youths knew it, since a simple attack just took down a dozen evil dragons. That is the characteristic of the brave saints. Their skill increases dramatically if they receive a roll based on the joker and trump cards. Move with the same color, we will strengthen the card hands to eliminate them all at once, exclaimed the brave saint who was the captain of the group. Straight flush, another powerful hand of cards tore through the evil dragon's hordes, knocking them down and annihilating them. I'll stay here to give orders. Griselda stopped her walk and went with the other brave saints. Be careful when using strong cards consecutively, their energy and light power will decrease rapidly if they are used carelessly. Understood, Griselda Sama, said the brave saints, returning to the fight against the evil dragons. Good luck, Griselda's sister. Xenovia said. I tell you the same. Griselda wished them luck as she went with the other brave saints. With this, the young people continued to advance. The journey even seemed a bit endless as they fought against those annoying flying lizards as they continued on their way. Whether by cutting them, sending them flying or cutting their throats. Over there, Irina pointed forward, you could see a large door in the distance. Indicating that this was her entrance to the third heaven. We're almost there. Be careful, a Karoka's shout, sudden bursts of yellow and fire came out of the darkness, impacting the ground in front of the young people, making them stop. What the hell? It's been a while, don't you think? Akeno's words were interrupted because, out of the darkness, a humanoid being with a dragon head and a completely wooden body appeared. I think some of you already know me too. To one side, a dragon humanoid with dark scales and a black suit appeared. DSK. Layden and Yamada no Orochi. Valery clicked his tongue when he saw that these two got in his way, a bad moment for sure. We would like you to play with us for a while. Layden said with a mocking tone. At the same time he raised a barrier over all of them without exception. You and your stupid games as always, Layden. Tiamat was disgusted at this. Let's destroy this barrier as Rhea said. Her two knights wielded their swords and attacked the barrier, destroying it, but it was completely repaired within seconds. Shit. It will be a nuisance like last time. Said Valery. And to top it all off, we don't have time for this shit. Issei said. You guys, you're on the way. Irina yelled at both evil dragons as she wielded Hautaclear. If I don't hurry, my papa. Then we must destroy it together with him. Rhea's would begin to accumulate Hakai no Chikara in his hands, but he won't. Layden's eyes glowed mysteriously and he wrapped Rhea's hands with a barrier. And the Hakai no Chikara disappears instantly. But what? Rhea's couldn't believe that this guy cancelled or sealed his power. Without a doubt, Layden is the natural enemy of power types. But Layden, we do not have to hold back, we must go with the best we have without wearing ourselves out. Tiamat said, charging her hands in blue fire. Then I should. Issei's words would be interrupted because, unexpectedly, a light fell between them and the two evil dragons. At the same time the barrier that covered them disappeared and did not return again. With that, everyone focused their gazes forward. Where a spear emitting a powerful holy aura appeared in his vision range. And the person holding her was focusing on power as always. A young man with short black hair and a Chinese outfit took the spear and looked slightly at the others. Sekirute, Valery and Gremory group. See Cao Cao. Issei was speechless upon seeing a former enemy here. What's more, no one expected the hero faction leader to come to this place. Oh, I see. So the true Longinus. Orochi narrowed his eyes at the human while Layden looked at him carefully. Cao Cao, why are you here? Valery asked him, still with some distrust. Since he still hasn't forgotten what he did to them that time. I thought about joining Evil Dragon's hunt. Cao Cao would place his spear on his shoulder. I arrived here through the door of purgatory, just as they did. I see. Valery accepted his answer without further ado. While others were surprised that the human had managed to find a path that connected to purgatory. So the human famous for being the possessor of the strongest Longinus wants to play, huh? Layden smiled darkly. I will take care of these evil dragons. But, hi do Issei. Cao Cao would stop by to see the brunette for a moment. You are a hero, right? So, your duty is to defeat the leader of the villains. Just like you defeated me. I don't know how to feel about those words. Issei was surprised at Cao Cao's change in attitude. What made him change? Was it his defeat or something else? Oh. Cao Cao pointed his spear towards the door that leads to the third heaven. Having the true Longinus user take his place is interesting. Layden didn't seem to have any problems with the challenge. I would like to test myself against the Sekiryude and the Hacker Yuku, but Orochi would look at Cao Cao. The true Longinus user is interesting too. So, you can pass if you like. Orochi with his hand would give the sign that they pass without problems. Geez, it seems like they take us very lightly, but Valery sighed when he saw how this will be, but they should still take advantage of it. Issei, Asia Argento and Xenovia Quarta, we will continue forward together with Irina Shidu. The rest can take care of this place, right? Leave it to us. Rhea assured him like the rest with his eyes. I'll go with you, just in case. Lin proposed. Very well. Valery nodded in agreement and would go see Kuroka. Take this. He would throw a magic circle at the Nekomata which she caught and nodded in agreement. Now yes, let's go. As Valery said, this restarted her career along with those who were supposed to accompany her. I will not stop bothering you if you are defeated after making such an entrance. Said Issei looking at Cao Cao, in order to restart his race together with the girls. Everyone, we will leave the rest to you. It was the last thing he said to the others while he left the place with his companions. Yes, it was always the humans who defeated the irregular beings. Cao Cao said as he watched Issei and the girls leave the place, getting lost in the darkness of the place. Even if they left, they wouldn't have an easy time. Orochi would blow his neck. Crom Cruach will be waiting for you. They will be lucky if they manage to survive. Maybe, but now you have to worry about yourselves. Cao Cao would spin his spear several times and put himself on guard. Before I lost due to my own weakness, since I did not follow my path as a human. I don't need Medusa's eyes this time. I just need my spear and my pride as a hero and a human. I promised myself never to let my guard down in front of a dragon again. Well, I hope you don't disappoint us, holder of the true Longinus. Layden would put himself on guard and with his eyes shining, a barrier wrapped around his entire body as if it were a second skin. It seems that we were quite lucky to revive, as we are able to see something of a legend in front of us. Yes, that's really good. Cao Cao shrugged. It's the second time of him dying, so they should have a good farewell ceremony. Same here. Tiamat cracked her fists as he entered her dragon humanoid form. I hope they are ready to be extinct again. And also because they will not have the chance to revive Naya again. Kuroka was enveloped in a flaming black aura with black kashas around him. Asper would make his eyes glow as he enveloped himself in darkness coming out of him, becoming Gasper Baylor. Kiba would create a dragon slayer holy demonic sword, Biku would wield his Ryuji Bang, and the others would activate his powers. Not bad, however. How about we make it a little fair? Orochi would snap his fingers so that within seconds, from the darkness of the place, a horde of evil dragons would appear around him, accompanied by dragons of smaller size that wore black armor. Brui'ir, the newly arrived dragons roared. It seems that we will have to fight these damn things again. Akeno seemed a little nervous when she saw that they had to fight again against dragons with armor. At least they are not so big anymore, but that does not mean that they are dangerous. Human, take care of Layden. Cao Cao nodded to Tiamat's words. I along with Kuroka and Fenrir will take care of Orochi. Very good. And the rest of us will take care of the evil dragons. Was the only thing Ria said while the others nodded in agreement. So, let's start this battle. Cao Cao would be surrounded by a strong glow as he said that, and when it dissipated, the orbs of his balance breaker were visible around him, surprising those who had never seen it. Who will beat who? You really know how to speak. Human Layden, a little irritated, launched himself against the human with his own decent speed. Cao Cao would block the evil dragon's blow with his spear, and a shockwave was created between them. Cao Cao would turn his spear to attack Layden with it, who barely covered himself and tried to hit him, but the human blocked it with his spear. Thus both of them began a combat of fists against spear, where it seemed that they were evenly matched. At the same time, Riaz, Lefei and the others began to fight against the evil dragons with armor. Kiba with his dragon slayer swords managed to hurt and kill them. Akeno, with her two fallen wings extended, launched powerful holy lightnings that they hurt those things, and Roswis dealt them the final blow with her powerful magical attacks. Hineko hit those things with Senjutsu on his fists, controlling the nervous system of these things and making them die as if nothing had happened, and Biku did the same. Gasper Baylor would extend his shadow, from which spectral arms emerged that began to engulf those lizards. And Riaz with her Hakai no Chikara blasted many of those things to dust, but some survived being injured. Tiamat would go against Orochi, and both would clash their fists, creating a shock wave around them. Both dragons would retreat a little and then attack each other again, this time with strong and somewhat fast blows. Tiamat knew that just like Grendel, Orochi had strength superior to her. So as with the previous one, it must be somewhat tactical against Orochi. Fenrir would go to support Tiamat, launching a grey blast at Orochi who took distance from him and hit the wolf's attack. But even with that, Fenrir went against Orochi and attacked him with his claws and fangs with fast and acrobatic movements, which surprised the evil dragon. This wolf was clever. Immediately, Kuroka joined the fight by launching her wind-powered black kashas. Orochi hit Fenrir, pushing him away, and immediately tried to deflect the Nekomata's attacks, with his heads coming out of his back, but Fenrir did not stay still for long, and launched several blasts of power towards Orochi, who sacrificed one of his heads. To block the attacks, but it still regenerated, and Orochi couldn't help but smile in amusement for a moment. He was enjoying this. Tiamat did not want to be left out, so she attacked Orochi again, managing to give him a fierce blow in the face, something that did not please Orochi, who pushed Fenrir away and gave Tiamat a strong blow in the abdomen, making her agonize a little. And before receiving another blow, Kuroka launched several attacks that caught Orochi's attention for a moment, which Tiamat took advantage of to kick him away, and Fenrir managed to strike him in the abdomen with a claw. I see that they are more than worthy opponents, their combination is more than extraordinary. Orochi praised them with sarcasm and some annoyance, and the wound in his abdomen caused by Fenrir was very annoying. Even with his power sealed, that wolf is still a god slayer. Oh, it looks like Layden is having a good time and a bad time. On the other side, Layden attacked Cao Cao with wooden blades from his arms, but the human block dodged his attacks without much problem. Cao Cao would dodge a slash from Layden by doing a jumping turn on his axis, at the same time while he waves his spear and manages to deliver a strong cut to Layden's body directly, even managing to break through the barrier in his body. And the human takes distance from him with a jump. You're dangerous. Human. Layden would make the wound on his body, although it did not hurt, regenerate. But that doesn't mean he didn't suffer damage. The rumors about you are true. I see why you were the only one who managed to fight the celestial dragons to the end. That's true, but Cao Cao would spin the spear away from him. If I have learned something from losing against the Securite, it is that strategy is useless without power, so. I will show you something that I have prepared. Cao Cao would raise his spear, which began to shine, and after the glow, the orbs of his balance breaker were gone, but there was a type of large halo of light on Cao Cao's back. This is a new method of using my balance breaker. But anyway, shall we continue? You already roared, human. Layden accepted the challenge with pleasure. And instantly, Cao Cao found himself surrounded by an orb of light that disappeared within seconds to everyone's surprise. Only for seconds, Layden feels that something passed through his body, and before he could see the origin, an explosion was present where he was. And from the smokescreen created, a battered Layden would emerge, who got up as best he could. But what was it? You trusted yourself. From the smokescreen, Cao Cao would emerge, even with a halo of light on his back. What I did was simple, I teleported behind you and stabbed you, at the same time releasing a burst of energy. Cao Cao would place his spear on his shoulder. Before he was not able to do this. Because I was very confident in my abilities, I didn't try to improve what I already had. But now it's different, training with Sakura-sama is torture, but it was worth it. Damn it. Layden, totally angry, would make several sharp roots emerge from the ground, at the same time trapping Cao Cao in a barrier to prevent him from escaping and the attacks from hitting him. However, to the surprise of him and some, what his roots ended up stabbing was a sentry that had the appearance of Cao Cao. Nice try. The real Cao Cao would appear next to Layden, and before he attacked him. The human gave him a strong blow with his spear, creating an explosion of power upon impact, sending Layden flying a few meters. If you have heard about the information about my abilities, then let me tell you that I have changed many things. If it is a balance breaker like mine, then it is possible to add or create more skills, which requires time and training. Tiba upon hearing that explanation was a little surprised and looked at his sword for a moment. He knew that he had the talent to create various fighting techniques, but it never crossed his mind to create his own abilities. And that was when he remembered the talk with Issei, that if he wished, the sacred gear would respond to his will, and they could overcome the barrier of the impossible. Very good, if they can get out of this, he will start training harder. GGGRRR. Miserable insolent human. Layden would make his roots come out of the ground, and they began to contract and take shape. Taking on an appearance similar to that of Layden, like clones. Don't think I don't have tricks either. Laughter. That will make it more interesting. By making his spear shine, Cao Cao would create his spear-wielding sentinels around him. And with that, human and evil dragon charged at each other with their sentinels accompanying them, causing the battle to escalate into great proportions. All this while Tiamat and Fenrir battled Irachi head-on, and Kuroka supported them from behind. Irachi with his extendable heads would somehow manage to wrap Fenrir and then hit him against the ground with pure force. But even with that, Tiamat attacked him with fists and claws engulfed in blue fire. Irachi also took out his claws and attacked in the same way. Tiamat dodged a blow from Irachi by very little and then managed to deliver a strong blow to her face that drew blood from the evil dragon, who somewhat annoyed attacked with a blow that the dragon queen blocked by crossing her arms, and the simple impact made her resent a little. Fenrir would return to the attack after freeing himself from the evil dragon's bonds and would give Irachi a fierce double blow on the back, making him resentful since he did not expect that. An opportunity that Tiamat took advantage of to do so. Delivering a combo of blows, claws and kicks, all of which made the evil dragon retreat as it tried to regain its balance. Irachi, angry, would make their heads attack Tiamat and she would take her distance while destroying those things, which regenerated anyway, and that was annoying. Kuroka supported her by throwing her black kasha that burned those heads. And the black flames still burning seemed to prevent the heads from regenerating as they want, which surprised Irachi. Fenrir would return to the attack, attacking Irachi with his claws, making incredible movements that allowed him to dodge the evil dragon's attacks, and then go on the attack and strike him with claws on his body. Tiamat, now free of Irachi's heads, he joined the attack and gave strong blows and claws that made Irachi retreat. This is getting complicated for him and he knew it. Cao Cao and Layden, on their side, were in an exchange of fist and spear attacks respectively. Where it was Layden who received most of the attacks and damage, while Cao Cao remained intact as if nothing had happened and did not seem tired. It seems like his endurance training for long fights is paying off, but he knows he can't drag this out any longer. Cao Cao would once again create his sentinels, which attacked Layden, while the human distanced himself from him. The evil dragon with its roots would destroy the sentinels, but they managed to entertain it long enough, since fly. With a golden aura surrounding his body, Layden would begin to float in the air against his will, much to his surprise. And seeing that the person responsible was Cao Cao. I'm sorry if you think I'm playing dirty, but he would shrug. All's fair in a fight, and we humans are like that. So. An orb of golden light would appear next to Cao Cao. It's your NTN Bayaza. Without mercy, the orb of golden light went against Layden, who covered himself even in the air with a barrier. And when the attack hit his barrier, a powerful explosion was created that created a great flash of golden light that illuminated the dark world. When the explosion and the great brightness disappeared, a battered Layden could be seen falling to the ground, with parts of his body destroyed, the most important being those intact, but damaged almost as seriously. Wow, you survived by a miracle. Cao Cao would place his spear on his shoulder. Can you continue? Don't make fun of me. Shitty human, Layden exclaimed, standing up and panting a little. The insomniac dragon would make his roots go against Cao Cao, who accepted the challenge. With pleasure. At the same time, Tiamat and Fenrir were still giving Arachi a hard time. Who with their extendable heads launched flames in their poison, but the dragon and the wolf dodged them without problems and launched their own ranged attacks that kept Arachi in place. Until. Irina, you should take better care of yourself. Unexpectedly, Kuroka was at Arachi's side, who did not feel her approaching. And before he did anything, the Nekomata would touch the dragon's arm and attach a magic circle to it, then take distance from her with her own cat-like agility. Let's see if you like it, Naya. Kuroka snapped her fingers as she said that and Arachi would roar in pain as he saw and felt that his right arm was fiercely burned by a black fire that kept coming out of it. Why you? Damn Nekomata. Now, Tiamat-san. I know. Tiamat nodded to what Kuroka said, thus joining her hands and concentrating energy, then. She would extend her hands towards Arachi, making a blue magic circle, with the mark of the Chaos Karma Dragon in the center, would appear above Arachi, and then. Let's see if you can resist the suppressor. As he said that, the magic circle in the air released a type of wave that affected the ground, making it sink a little. Arachi, feeling that force that wanted to throw him to the ground, tried to oppose it, but it seemed impossible or difficult. How? Now, Kuroka, Tiamat exclaimed. Yufufufu, that's what I'm going for, Naya. From a magic circle, Kuroka would take out a well-known green gem. And with a raised hand, Kuroka would begin to gather the Kai from the surroundings and then create a black magic circle with the Kashas around her in the middle of Arachi. And a type of symbol appeared in the black circle. Evil dragon, Yamada no Arachi, let that soul rest that has caused so much damage. That was the last thing Kuroka said, activating the black circle and for Arachi to be consumed by the black light and black flames of the black circle. This is. Arachi would see in horror how his right arm began to turn gray and within seconds it would dissipate like dust. And his whole body began to burn and turn gray and he can't see ear. Arachi's roar was overshadowed as he was completely consumed by light and black flames. Kuroka would raise his hand with the green gem and it was surrounded by a black circle. And instantly, a red orb emerged from where Arachi was surrounded by the dark glow. And the red orb would enter the green gem, having a reddish glow inside, while the dark glow around Arachi dissipated, revealing the humanoid body of the evil dragon turned completely gray, which dissipated like dust within seconds. Wow, it worked. That's a relief. Kuroka sighed when he saw that they managed to defeat and seal Arachi. And it can't be. Layden couldn't believe what he saw. They eliminated and sealed Arachi. TCH. If I stay, it would be bad. Was the last thing he said as a magic circle with the Qlippoth symbol appeared on his feet. He's trying to escape. We'll see you another time. The evil dragon would be cut off from his words because a darkness appeared beneath him which devoured his teleportation circle. You're not leaving. Gasper Baylor said, joining this. Damn. Layden, somewhat annoyed, would raise many barriers over him that kept him away from everyone. I don't think you can get through my defenses so easily. It shows that you are so desperate to escape and survive. What a disappointment. Cao Cao sighs disappointed. It seems that it is just as they say about you, you are a coward. You have no pride as a warrior. Unless you have the situation in your favor, you can fight. But if you don't have it, you run away like the lizard you are. You talk about honor and nonsense when that doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is winning and proving to be the best. Said Layden. Maybe. Cao Cao shrugged. I believe that too, but. The human would make an expression that showed his change of attitude. The Securite, Haidu Issei, has taught me that camaraderie, friendship and love give you a unique strength that can allow you to overcome everything and everyone. And that blow, the first one he gave me, carried those feelings that I considered useless and I defeated myself with that. And so, I want to test that. Cao Cao would feel a pulse coming from the spear of him, as if it was telling him what he should do. I understand. Very good. Cao Cao would wield his spear with both hands and stand in a certain position. At the same time a large amount of golden aura was emitted from the tip of the true Longinus. An aura that all those who had seen Cao Cao fight had never once emitted until now. Shine and pierce him, spear that pierced the Son of God. It was the last thing that Cao Cao said, who with a single impulse, attacked Layden with reaping speed. And the tip of his spear when it came into contact with the evil dragon's barriers, these began to be crossed and destroyed one by one. Layden did not believe what he saw, and with all his power he tried to strengthen his remaining barriers, the which, although they stopped Cao Cao's advance for a moment, they were still crossed and destroyed. And when there was only one barrier left, the spear hit it, and a struggle began. Human and evil dragon were fighting to win said struggle and demonstrate their supremacy to the other. And it was in that the golden light of the true longinus increased its intensity, achieving and beginning to cross Layden's barrier little by little, leaving him last without absolute speech. Cao Cao would give one last push, managing to break through and destroy Layden's barrier, so that the tip of the spear ends up piercing the evil dragon in its abdomen. Why you? It's over. Cao Cao would make a firmer grip on his spear, which began to glow. In the name of the dead god, whose will remains in the spear, let that soul rest and return to your eternal rest, purgation. As he finished saying that chant, a strong golden glow was present in the dark world, which, upon dissipating, revealed how Cao Cao withdrew his spear from Layden's abdomen, who seemed static, but what caught everyone's attention was that at the tip of the spear, there was a grey orb. It was a soul. That of Pan-I. Cao Cao extended his hand towards Kuroka, who took his hint and would pass him the blue gem he had. Cao Cao would grab the gem with his hand and bring it closer to Layden's soul, causing the soul to enter the gem, and now it has a grayish glow inside. Ready. Sealed and secured. Excellent. We defeated 2 more. Le Fay was excited to see that they already sealed 3 of the revived evil dragons. That was an achievement. But there are still more of these things. Kiba pointed to a certain direction, where a horde of evil dragons could be seen approaching where they were. This is not over yet. Tiamat said, returning to her human form for the moment, she must save her energy. In fact, this was not as exciting as with Valery and Issei. Cao Cao sighed, looking into nothingness. I want to experience mercilessness and overwhelming force in a fight without limits against those 2 once again. In his eyes, there were only 2 dragons who were worthy opponents. Meanwhile, after passing through the gate, Issei, Valery, Irina, Xenovia, Asia and Lint arrived at the 3rd heaven. Because they had just arrived, no one had noticed them. And there was a white path, which led them to a lonely door. If you take that path, you should be able to go to the blessed paradise, but you don't have time for that now. They must continue with their mission. And just when they managed to see in the distance the door that would take them to the 4th heaven, a purple flame, which came out of nowhere, burned the ground in front of the young people, making them stop instantly. Oh ho 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 ho. Hello, I'm already here. Volburga, Issei and the girls watched as the Witch of St. Cross was floating in the air, looking at them carefreely. We don't have time for you. Too bad, because we can't allow them to go any further than here. How? Valery would instantly feel a chill down his spine, and when he turned in a certain direction along with the rest, they saw someone else approaching. He was a man with shoulder-length black-yellow hair, had pointed ears, and was wearing a black suit. And his eyes were heterochromatic, his right one was yellow, and his left one was black. Crom Cruach Dragon Albion confirmed the identity of the one in front of them, leaving Issei, Valery and the others amazed and scared. It's crazy. Issei broke out in a cold sweat. Even from here. I can tell that his power is in another league. Someone from the top 10 without a doubt. Valery was in the same way. Even suppressing the aura of him, I can feel that he is ridiculously strong. Of course that guy is on a different level than all of you. He is someone none of you could face, Albion said. Although now, fighting him seems inevitable. Drake said. Ha. Walburga laughed. Today, the 2 of us will be his opponents. TSK. We only have one option left. Xenovia said, summoning Durandal. Irina takes out Hautaclear and Lin takes out True Excalibur, and they get on guard. Issei and Valery were ready to enter Scale Mail, but Aura, it seems like they are in trouble. The one who said that mockingly. It was Dulio, who was descending from the air with his angel wings. And he stands next to Issei and company. Dulio-san. Issei was surprised, but happy to have extra help. Just like the others. Oh wow, are you the Joker? Walburga asked mockingly. Ooh lala, meeting someone so amazing. I mean, did you come to the 3rd heaven to find and hunt evil dragons? Oh, that. There is a battle here currently. Although there isn't much left. Dulio pointed to the distance, where storm clouds and lightning could be seen very far away. Asia would look in the opposite direction, and the others followed her gaze, where a large tornado could be seen in the distance and some shadows being sucked into it. Storms and tornadoes being used as a large-scale attack. How crazy and how incredible. That indicated that most of the evil dragons in the 3rd heaven were already defeated by Dulio's longinus. And with that, Issei and Valery realized again that Dulio was ridiculously strong. In times of crisis in heaven, as the Joker of the brave saints, his power is used to the fullest. Balalalala. Walburga, somewhat surprised, would squint her eyes. This is beyond what I imagined. This is paradise. Peace must be maintained. Don't you think the souls here are pretty? After living on Earth, they came here to live peacefully. Dulio, although he tried to sound mocking, was somewhat serious. It was then that Issei remembered something Dulio once told him. I think religion is very important. People like you and me are strong, but aren't the rest just weak humans? For people like them, I think having something to believe in is a must. As soon as there is faith, there will be someone taking care of them. Doesn't that make you happy? But God no longer exists. That's why I believe that if the angels can take the place of God, then everything will be fine. In addition to remembering what Griselda once told her about Dulio. Dulio is an orphan of war. After being involved in the civil war in a certain country, his parents died. He had lived under the care of the church, and during all that time, he awakened the power of the Longinus in him. Because he possessed one of the 13 Longinus, his life changed dramatically. In the institutions of the churches, there were children who had innate talent, but also those who did not. Because everyone was in the same situation. Dulio called them all brother or sister, and loved them like his own family. The main reason why he became the Joker. Was to join the souls of the children in paradise. As the reincarnated angel, Joker, he is able to enter there. Dulio, as the strongest in the church and also as one of the kindest young men. That boy, he was too kind-hearted. After awakening the Longinus from him, Dulio was removed from the church to undergo training in one of the church institutions as a soldier. Despite his own wishes, Dulio was trained due to his remarkable talent at his young age. Furthermore, many of the children in those institutions, whom Dulio became attached to, died before becoming adults. Talentless children were killed while trying to gain power. And Dulio saw all this with his own eyes, being sad about it. And he was the only one who survived. In this world, there is a lot of delicious food. There are also many people who would like to eat it, but can't. Dulio has traveled around the world, trying food, experimenting with it, in order to recreate it in the church. After countless mistakes, he was finally able to make those dishes for the kids that he couldn't get out of. There are many people in this world. But those children. After eating that delicious food, they seemed really happy. At least I think so. Dulio smiled sadly. I'm sorry, I can't allow them to continue advancing. Dulio would extend his 10 angel wings. Inside, in paradise, are my brothers, who do not want more painful memories. This is the place where they can be free, so that's why you can't bother them. It makes sense that an angel would protect paradise. As he said that, Wahlberg's eyes shone dangerously. And instantly, pillars of purple flames appeared around. And instantly the purple flames around him froze due to an icy wind, and the former pillars of flame turned into pillars of ice, which broke into pieces. Surprising everyone without exception. Very well, as Irina and her friends. Fast forward and go to the 4th heaven. We'll take care of those too. Dulio would look at Issei and Valery, who understood that he meant them as the help and backup, and nodded in agreement. Joker-sama, no. Dulio cut off Irina's words. They are formidable enemies. And with Issei-kun and Valery-chan by my side, we can manage on our own. Your opponent is a simple human, something you can take care of without problems. I'm wondering the same. And I will back them up. Lint would stand next to Dulio, wielding and emanating the aura of true Excalibur. Keep going, Irina-san, Xenovia-san and Asia-chan. It seems that I will have interesting opponents. Crom Cruach smiled slightly and cracked his fists. The Sekiruite and the Hacker Yuiku against me, what a great honor. The Joker can also come against me if he wants. If that's the case, I'll take care of the witch Sandezu. Lint would point her sword at Wahlberg. Don't you mind? Oh, not at all, dear. I gladly accept your challenge. Wahlberg smiled evilly as he said that. Very well, it's decided. Now, go Ace Irina. Dulio motioned for the girls to continue. And maybe I need to use my balance breaker. Although I am forbidden to use it in heaven, it is necessary to use it. Oh, by the way, Asia-san. Hey? Yes. Asia stopped by to see him with doubt. Next time, could I take you to the institution where you grew up? The blonde was surprised by what Dulio said and covered her mouth with her hands. Of course, besides you, all your friends can also go if you want. Everyone really cares about you. Are you sure? Asked Asia doubtfully. Of course. Dulio said, raising one finger. My rules. The children who grew up in the church facilities are all my brothers and sisters. So, Asia-chan and Xenovia-san, they are also my little sisters. That's why his brother must do his best. Besides, I'm the leader of DXD, so I have to show my attractive side, right? Oh, girls. Issei told them without turning to see them. Issei, Dulio, Valery, please don't die. We will have faith in you. It was the last thing Xenovia said, while with her gaze, she gave the sign to Irina and Asia to move forward, and they accepted. But this, the church trio would leave the place with their best speed. At the same time, some powerful lights, red, white and gold, were present, and Me, the one who woke up. I am the Sekiryuite who carries with him the real truth on high. I am the Hacker Yuiku who will bring the truth to the darkness. I will carry the hopes of unbreakable infinite dreams. I will walk the path of domination and destruction of infinite dreams. I will walk the path of justice. I will walk the illusory path. I will be the emperor of the Crimson Dragon. I will be the Silver Dragon Empress. And I will lead you to the path of heaven shining in the true and deep crimson light. And I will make them obey the silver white illusions in the perfect evil ways. Crimson Cardinal Overdrive Empire Juggernaut Overdrive. Balance breaker. But those words, an intense crimson silver gold glow was present in the place, which upon dissipating, revealed Issei and Valery with their crimson and silver armor respectively. However, the most striking change was in Dulio, who now had 12 angel wings like a seraph, in addition to the fact that on his head there were 4 golden halos. The balance breaker subspecies of my Zenith Tempest. Flagelo di colori dell'arcobaleno, Speranza di Briscola. I apologize if the name is too long. Dulio's humor seemed to break the tension for a moment and caused some to get an I'm style drops, but it doesn't matter anymore. With that, everyone was on guard, ready to fight with everything. Chapter 36 Heaven. Resolution and feelings of the heart. After passing through the door of the third heaven, the church trio arrived at the fourth heaven, which is known as the Garden of Eden, the place where Adam and Eve lived, the first humans created by God, and who were expelled from it after eating the fruit of knowledge. The Garden of Eden was a place like a beautiful large meadow. It was brightly colored and full of flowers and trees. The distant hills and forest looked beautiful too. The church trio continued running while admiring the Garden of Eden as best they could. Damn, if this attack wasn't happening, they would have given them a good tour of this place and learned more about the story of Adam and Eve. But anyway, continuing on their way towards where the door to the fifth heaven should be, suddenly, the 3 girls would see how 2 figures were in the place a little further ahead. And were. Irina called to her father who was lying on the ground next to Yugaki. "You, let him go," she shouted at him with slight tears in her eyes. "I came here to complete my revenge in this place called paradise." Saying that, Yugaki would grab Tauji by the neck and force him to look at him. "I think I'm being too compassionate with you. Quite the opposite of how you were with us, isn't it true, Tauji?" "Why Yugaki-kun?" Tauji would cough up some blood. He had not yet recovered from the poison, and he endures it as best he can. If you just kill me, would that make your resentment disappear?" "Father, how can you say that?" Irina had a panicked expression and she felt the urge to attack. But she felt that if she did it wrong, she would only condemn her father more quickly. "Iri-chan. If I can give my life to save your life and quench this man's thirst for justice, then it's fine. Yugaki-kun." The black-haired man would stop by to see Tauji. "I cannot deny my sins, but if I can satisfy your vengeance with my death, then it is fine. I just ask that you please don't touch Iri-chan. Tell me, Tauji." Yugaki would have his head down, with his hair covering his eyes. "Do you love your daughter?" he asked with a tone that made Tauji nervous. "Why Yugaki-kun?" "Answer," said Yugaki with the same tone as before. "With all my being, Yugaki. So please, no. That's enough for me." Yugaki would interrupt Tauji and leave him on the ground and go to see the church trio who became alert. "I loved her. She loved me, we loved each other. We never hurt anyone. I even think that if I had been better, I wouldn't have minded becoming a renegade so I could be with her. But even with that," Yugaki would clench his fist. "They would have still hunted me and nothing would have changed. And yet, you seek the compassion that was never given to us. Tauji, you and that demon Baal took something that I loved, and now." From its sheath hidden in his robe, Yugaki would take out his black sword with red runes. "I'll take something you love. Maybe that gives me more calm and pleasure than your death." "And no." Yugaki-kun. Tauji crawled as best he could and grabbed the black-haired man's foot, who still kicked him in the face, pushing him away and making him let go. "Father," Irina shouted, now feeling something she rarely felt, and that was anger. Anger at seeing her family being hurt right in front of her, helplessly. But right now. "I've had enough of this." At high speed, Xenovia was the first to attack Yugaki, with Durandal in hand. The human and the demon clashed their swords together, creating a certain shock wave around her. Then, an exchange of sword blows began, at high speed on the part of Xenovia, and of agility and reflexes on the part of Yugaki. Xenovia clicked her tongue a little at this while she continued fighting against Yugaki. Even after all this, she cannot control Durandal, and that is why she is being somewhat cornered. If when she had Durandal it was difficult to use, using normal Durandal is even more so. Yugaki would block a slash from Xenovia and then make a spinning movement and give the brunette a kick in the abdomen that made her move away a little. The human would turn to the other side and block the attack that came from Irina with Hudickler, and the angel now had an expression that reflected her total anger. She no longer had that serene side that she always shows to avoid showing anger, but now, she is showing it without a doubt. Yugaki and Irina would begin an exchange of sword blows with an enviable technique and mastery. Xenovia, just by seeing that, she always knew that Irina was always the most talented between the two when it came to fighting with technique and mastery. Irina was the technique and the brain, while Xenovia was the total powerhouse who doesn't think much. That was the reason why they were both a great duo that many envied. Because when they both fought, it seemed like they knew what the other was going to do. But this time, it could be seen that despite that great mastery, Irina attacked blinded by anger, wanting to end this once and for all. When Yugaki attacked, Irina, instead of blocking and then attacking, now only counterattacked, risking too much, all in order to defeat this damned man once and for all for what she has done. Yugaki would easily block one of Irina's attacks, and she seemed to come back to her senses when she saw that Hautaclear seemed to tremble, in addition to the fact that she did not emanate her sacred aura and seemed to have dull colors. Why doesn't Hautaclear work? Irina asked herself with concern. This is one of the disadvantages of your nature. Yugaki laughed somewhat evilly. You angels cannot be bothered, you cannot be blinded by anger, you cannot let your emotions dominate you. You cannot love. What he said shocked Irina, who began to feel a great fear and previous insecurity reappeared again. An angel cannot love that. Because the more they feel, the more human they become. Irina-san. Asia watched with concern as the girl's halo seemed to flicker, as if she would soon go out. And her wings flickered between black and white. Maybe that's what you angels lack. A little humanity. Saying that, without warning, Yugaki would knee Irina hard in her stomach, making her complain about it. And the human after her gave her a good blow to her face that sent her flying a couple of meters. Irina damn Xenovia would attack Yugaki again, being angry about her friend. And so they both began to battle again. On her side, Irina, although she managed to compose herself, now she had a mental conflict again. Is that how it is? Can an angel really not love? No, she doesn't want to believe that, but it was too undeniable a truth. Even to this day, there has not been a single angel who has been able to love normally without falling. Sure, the new system created to make that possible allows that, but that only allows them to let themselves be carried away by their emotions without the fear of falling. But outside of that, they cannot express that love as they should. In the end, is it like that? Can an angel really not love normally? TSK. Xenovia fought as best she could against Yugaki, who was cornering her without almost as many problems. Shit, Xenovia is now cursing that she's not in as good a condition as she was months ago. Even during Oros, she had to be saved on some occasions, all because she didn't have the same spirit as months ago. And even though she now regained that spirit after fixing things with Issei, spending 2 months without putting much effort into training has made her very rusty, as if she were now a rookie fighting for the first time in her life. What's happening? Is that all? Yugaki would swing his sword, and Xenovia blocked it as best she could. What a disappointment you really are, brat. Are you really Emanon Strata's successor to her? If it were that old man, who was the most powerful wielder of Durandal and someone who surpassed even Roland, right now I would have lost long ago. But on the other hand, you don't even reach that old man's toes, who, even with his advanced age, still has enough strength to eliminate supreme class demons with a single blow. GGGGRRRR. I already know that Xenovia would put up a strong struggle with Durandal and would push Yugaki a couple of meters away from her. And the girl gasped at that. You're right, I'm weak. I am so pathetically weak that even I question whether I am worthy of carrying Durandal, but Xenovia would firmly hold Durandal. Someone has shown me that no matter how weak you are and no matter how others make fun of you, you have to keep going. And try even harder to show everyone that you can measure up. But those words from her, Durandal suddenly began to emanate a stronger aura than he had ever emanated before. Always. I have always looked for a purpose in my life. Something I can be useful in. How pathetic. With that way of being, in the eyes of many, I was nothing more than a lamb without an owner, all because I couldn't decide for myself. And yet, I never cared about that. Until now. Xenovia would make an expression that reflected determination and. But now, I know what I want. Apart from my dream that can show my gratitude towards everyone, also. I have decided to follow that love that I never felt before. Yugaki remained somewhat static at those words and at Xenovia's gaze. He could see it, that expression, it even reflected love. A love that seems unattainable, but even so, she is determined to follow it, no matter what comes. It's similar to when her. You are not wrong in what you say, and now I understand it. Maybe before I would have thought the same way as those who killed you and your loved one. But now. I see that was not bad at all. It's just that the circumstances and the way of thinking of those imbeciles, all to protect their beliefs, was what ended up creating great evil. We are no different than the beings who were supposed to be our enemies. But if you continue down that path full of resentment and revenge, you will only bring sadness to those who do not deserve it. Xenovia would look up from her and look at Yugaki with a face full of tears, while Durandal began to glow brighter. It was a unique shine. He was responding to Xenovia's feelings. That's why. I have found that love, even I, a former exorcist and now demon, can love like anyone else, and this is my proof. Durandal Kanuon. The brunette would swing her sword hard, launching a powerful sacred cutting attack against Yugaki that destroyed even the ground. Yugaki, upon seeing that, would quickly raise her sword to try to cover herself from that, but, goo. Yugaki contracted his sword a little as he felt someone hug him from behind. They were familiar arms. Everything is fine, Yugaki. Next to the human, the spirit of a beautiful woman with silver hair and grey eyes appeared. "See Clearia?" asked Yugaki, dismayed. And instantly, by pure instinct, the human would focus his sight again on the powerful attack that Xenovia launched at him. So he would raise his sword and receive the attack squarely while creating a brilliant holy glow. Clearia. Suddenly, Yugaki would look like he was in a blank world. And in front of him, that silver-haired woman appeared and hugged him. "I love you, Yugaki." Clearia told him with a beautiful smile as the blank world disappeared. Yugaki would wake up and get up as best he could since he felt a certain pain in his body. Whereupon, looking into his hand, he saw his demon sword created by Qlippoth shattered into pieces along the entire blade, only the handle remaining. Plus he had 2 lines of blood in his mouth. This is and it can't. Xenovia would fall to her knees on the floor, panting deeply. She felt like all the momentum she received was completely gone. But even with what she demonstrated, I put everything I had into that attack. And yet, tell me something. To the surprise of the girls and Tauji, Yugaki would stand up and get a little closer to the brunette who was trying to get up, but, you. A demon like you, is he capable of love? Xenovia would look at Yugaki's expression, which seemed as if his eyes had been opened. Yes. I didn't understand this before, but now I know. I know what I feel, and I can say that I wouldn't know how to live without that love, even though I even feel like I don't deserve it after what I did, but I want to try. Who do you love? Yugaki asked. You, a formerly ordinary human with nothing special and now a dragon. Hi to Issei, the Secretary. Xenovia said. I see. So a demon like you who previously served the church as a human is capable of helping heaven? Asked Yugaki. Yes. Xenovia nodded. Even if I leave the side I once belonged to, I still have a connection with it. That's why peace was formed. If you want, stay. She would extend her hand to him. What we both want. It's not allowed. But still. Yugaki would also extend his hand to her, ready to help the young woman up. If that's really possible now, then. Suddenly, before Xenovia took Yugaki's hand, a kind of dull sound was heard. And at the same time. You could see how suddenly, a blade made of energy pierced Yugaki's chest from behind. The human would spit blood from his mouth and fall to the ground. Why Yugaki-kun? Tauji worried about what happened to his former subordinate. Why Yugaki Masayomi as best he could. Xenovia held Yugaki's body and helped him lie down on the ground. But what the? Ifufufufufufu. Oh, no. A feminine voice that detonated evil was heard throughout the place. One that gave everyone goosebumps. And seeing the direction from which she came, everyone could see how, leaning on a tree, was the succubus. Nema. I came here to see the beautiful revenge scene that turned into a boring dramatic scene. How boring. Why you? Why you're Nema, right? Xenovia had already read a report about this person and even saw a picture of her. And without a doubt, it is just as they described it. Well, yes, dear. Nema said with her own grace. And Yugaki-kun. Tauji wanted to go to where his friend and former subordinate of his was, but he couldn't. The pain of the poison did not prevent him. Sorry. Tauji. Yugaki smiled at his old partner. A smile that reflected his apology. Don't worry. Asia would approach where Xenovia and Yugaki were. I'll heal him. The blonde began to emit a green healing light, but something was not right. The wound on Yugaki's chest did not heal, no matter how much she applied her healing. Why not? Come on. Come on. It works, please. Are you crying for me? Yugaki was a little surprised and at the same time moved to see that Asia was crying for not being able to help him. Really. They are good people. Suddenly, slowly and gradually, Yugaki's body began to crumble like dust, from the feet to the head. Could it be an effect of his body being made by the Saint Grail? Today. I would like to meet you again. That was the last thing Yugaki said, whose body completely crumbled like dust. Asia cried when she saw that they couldn't save him, while Xenovia, she had her head down. Even when they began to understand each other. No, they already understood each other. And in the end. She hit the ground with her fist. Why did you kill him? Xenovia asked as she went to see Nema, with a face of anger and sadness. Why? And does that matter? Nema would shrug her shoulders. Either way, he was already a dead man. It's not a big deal if we kill him again. Besides, we have no use for a piece so pathetic that it took too long to kill a simple defenseless human. And because of him we are now losing many resources with this attack. Why do they do this? What do they gain? Asked Xenovia. We only do this to demonstrate how we demons should be, young lady. We must never forget our principles, not even in the change of generation. But now, only the four of us will prove it," said Nema. "Tsk. Just as Issei would say, I can't understand your way of thinking either." Xenovia squeezed Durandal's hilt hand. "You, leaders of Qlippoth. You would be better off dead." The girl would firmly grasp her sword, as if now feeling forces that she did not know she had. If you know. I only came here to get rid of that failed human and return to the base, but..." Nema would take out her claws and walk towards the blue net. "If you want to fight, then, fight is what you will have. If I kill them, I will even bathe in their blood. We will not allow it." Next to the blue-haired girl, Irina appeared wielding Hodaclear. "We will defeat you. And so, we will reduce the forces of her army." If. Interesting courage. Then. Nema would be enveloped in a glowing dark aura. "Let's play a little, Demon Chan and Angel Chan." Both girls would be on their guard, ready to face the succubus, who is one of the leaders of Qlippoth. They both do not have the confidence of being able to even defeat her, much less kill her. But obviously, they weren't going to let him leave just like that because of what he did to Yugaki. And I hope that help comes soon. This has already gotten out of hand. In the third heaven, the two most shocking battles had already begun. Lint dodged with agility and grace the purple flames that Walburga threw at her from the air. The mage cursed it a little, but she still wasn't that worried. Lint would use True Excalibur's rapidly ability and move at high speed in the ground, wanting to confuse Walburga, who could barely keep up with him. And just as Lint disappeared from sight, Walburga felt a certain concentration of sacred power behind her and turned around quickly, watching as Lint attacked her from above with his sword. Walburga narrowly dodged the slash, and Lint hit the ground. Feeling a little childishly upset at not hitting her prey. But he still prepared to face her again. Lint knew that by not being able to fly, she is very limited with an enemy that can fly. Walburga knew that, and that is why she stayed in the air. A combat on the ground would be a total defeat for the Maga, but in the air, has total freedom. And if her opponent is someone who can't fly, the better for her. Lint would use True Excalibur and create several holy blasts around it. Which surprised Walburga a little, since even the artificial human seemed like she could control these spheres. And she confirmed it the moment she threw them at him. Walburga tried to destroy those sacred blasts with her purple flames, but some of those blasts deflected and spun in the air, then lashed out at her. Walburga knew how that was possible thanks to the information she has about all of Excalibur's abilities. That was Excalibur's ruler ability. A skill that is said to be the most powerful of the 7 skills, as it has the ability to control people, as long as the wielder has good control over it. But others can also use it to deflect or control their own and the enemy's attacks. With that, Walburga covered herself with a dome of purple flames, and the sacred blasts hit her head on. Where it was seen that the flame dome managed to resist her attacks. Which, although she surprised Lint, did not intimidate or scare her. And she smiled at it. This was fun. Call her crazy, but even in serious moments, she rarely takes things seriously. It is a bad habit that she has. Could it be a product of the experiments they did on her? Who knows she? You're very good, girl from the Sigurd project. Walburga undid her dome of purple flames and smiled evilly. But even with those skills, you won't be able to beat me. As long as I'm in the air, you won't be able to touch me no matter what method you use. That's boring. Lint kind of pouted, but then she smiled. But she accepted the challenge. Let's have a legendary battle. I tell you which what is stronger. My True Excalibur or your Saint Cross. The legendary weapon created by humans against a legendary weapon created by God, which is also a Longinus. Walburga laughed at what she heard. Interesting. Obviously Lint charged at the witch at high speed. This is only going to intensify. On the other hand, Issei, the Seker dodged the blow of the crescent circle dragon. Which just by touching her armor, cracked it. The young man cursed that internally and then raised his fist and, overbooster, penetrate yourself. The power in his arms was increased and reinforced, and Issei would launch his blow against Crom Cruach, who did the same. The impact of blows shook the place where they were fighting and caused the Seker to fly backwards, while Crom Cruach alone he stepped back a little. Crom Cruach felt his fist somewhat numb because of that. The Seker strength was incredible. And Evil Dragon himself was holding back. But he had not forgotten the other, who seems to be waiting for the right moment to. Valery, the hacker stood on Crom Cruach with a huge charge of electricity and water combined in her hands. And without hesitation, she launched her attack against Crom Cruach, who was surprised to see how the mass of water and electricity turned into smaller bursts that seemed to follow her movements. Because at the moment Crom Cruach tried to go the other way, those gusts were going towards him. Valery internally thanked him for training with Issei. Since he could control his own attacks and teledirect them thanks to once he trained to imitate the same thing that Xerxes could do when he was still a demon. And since Valery was the most technical and tactical among the two, it was not difficult for her to learn that and master it in a way that, in Issei's words, is an enviable way. Although Crom Cruach wasn't all that worried about those gusts that kept chasing him. If he can't dodge them, I better destroy them. So he charged aura in his hands and released a fierce flame from them. One that completely annihilated Valery's attacks. When he found himself free, Crom Cruach attacked the hacker Yuku, ready to hit him. Valery, upon seeing this, moved to the other side at incredible speed and dodged the evil dragon's blow, which almost seemed like teleporting to the side. And seeing how Crom Cruach's blow seriously cracked the ground was proof of that. At that, several huge rocks wrapped in fire went against Crom Cruach, who upon seeing that, got a little excited and began to destroy those flaming meteors with only his fists wrapped in aura. The celestial couple would see that the person responsible for that was Dulio, who continued smiling mischievously. Which sometimes scared them. Can't this guy get angry at anything? If so, it is admirable. Dulio would move his hands with good speed, thus creating black clouds that began to expel storms of lightning and cold. The icy wind seemed to freeze Crom Cruach's feet up to his ankles as the lightning struck him squarely and the evil dragon counterattacked with his flames. All of that left the celestial couple a little speechless. Shit, Dulio is a monster. And without a doubt, something worthy of someone who owns the second most powerful Longinus, the same one that is capable of controlling the world's climate and could destroy it if used at 100%. I don't believe it. He has all that power with just his balance breaker. And he is a reincarnated angel. Valery felt a certain fear towards the leader of DXD. If he and Cao Cao were to fight, either of them would win. It's not something that should surprise you, Valery. We are talking about one of the 4 top-level Longinus, those that surpass boosted gear and divine dividing. Well, these two surpass Dimension Lost and Annihilation Maker in terms of power. True Longinus and Zenith Tempest are the most destructive, capable of destroying the world, Albion said. Also, remember you two that the boosted gear and divine dividing are still in the stage of awakening their true powers. Because Elohim weakened our powers on purpose, it is normal for them to feel this way, Drake said. The words of both dragons, although they did not calm the celestial couple, still made them become serious. Additionally, Dulio may be very powerful, but he won't be able to defeat Crom Cruach alone. If the three of them work well together, in theory, they could defeat him. They just have to hope that it is like that, so. Boost, 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 burst. With the power accumulated, Issei attacked Crom Cruach and penetrate yourself. The Seker Yuete would concentrate Dragon Slayer aura in his fist, and taking advantage of the fact that Crom Cruach was held by Dulio, the brunette would deliver a strong blow that hit the evil dragon's face. The sound of the blow was heard loudly from all sides, as Crom Cruach was pushed away several meters, with blood pouring from the right side of his face. But this, Valery would launch blasts of magma, which fell at an abnormal speed. Dulio did not want to be left behind and joined the attack, launching powerful blasts of all the elements combined into one. And the attacks did not take long to hit where Crom Cruach was. The celestial couple and the angel saw the impact of the attacks and the destruction they generated. Did we do something to him? Issei asked. Maybe, I don't know. Don't lose concentration, I'm sure that won't kill him. Said Valery. Suddenly, he saw Crom Cruach emerge from the rubble with only minimal wounds and little blood on his face. That was incredible to see, and the three of them really didn't want to admit it, but the nerves are there. Not bad, heh. To his bewilderment, Crom Cruach laughed without any indifference. And not because he was belittling them, but the three of them knew that there was not even a hint of evil in his aura and attitude. He seemed more like just a fighter who was having fun, that it was not known if he was good or bad. It has been millennia since I was forced to strive not to receive harm. He had forgotten what pain felt like, at least minimally. Hey, he seems saner than the other evil dragons who are pure evil and madness. Dulio was right in what he said. Why are you doing this? Valery's question caught the attention of the evil dragon. You don't seem to be crazy or deranged like the others, even though you enjoy this fight. So why? I do it for fun, Hacker Yuku. Crom Cruach interrupted the girl's words. You're right, I'm not a maniac like Ozzy Dahaka, Grendel and the others. Living for so many years in the human world has eliminated that evil that he had in the past. But even with that, the battle is still everything to me. Some should understand, for us warriors, battle is a reason for life, without it, we feel empty. And that's how I felt even though I never made chaos in the world again like I once did in the past. And it was there when these demons found me and told me of their discovery, telling me, wouldn't you like to fight against the beings from the other world? A good offer that you finally accept. I have no plans to conquer the world, I just want to fight to fill that void in my being. Or, you act like a child. Dulio had a hand on his chin, being intrigued by all this. You only fight to satisfy yourself, right? That's how it is. But anyway, enough of the talk. Crom Cruach was enveloped in a faint black-yellow aura and his eyes shone. I have no intention of killing them. That would be boring. I just hope you can entertain me until we have to retire. After saying this and before anyone could react, Crom Cruach appeared in front of the celestial couple. They both raised their arms and resisted as best they could the impact of the evil dragon's fists on their arms. They both gritted their teeth in pain due to the attack and the force of it. But it didn't stop there, as Crom Cruach began to attack with a combo of blows. Issei covered himself as best he could from those blows thanks to his barriers, as did Valery. But even with that, both felt the pressure of Crom Cruach's attacks, but they were not intimidated. Julio would go to help them both, creating and throwing large rocks wrapped in fire and lightning, which disconcerted Crom Cruach a little. An opportunity that Valery took advantage of and kicked Crom Cruach in the face. Immediately. Penetrate yourself. Issei launched a blow charged with a Dragon Slayer aura into Crom Cruach's stomach and then launched a dragon shot into his body. Crom Cruach resisted the impact as best he could, but he still spat out some blood. He felt that blow seemed to transmit the Dragon Slayer essence into his system. Julio with a strong icy wind would freeze Crom Cruach's legs to the knees, at the same time creating rings of light that trapped the evil dragon, immobilizing his arms. In addition, a dome of electricity and another of fire appeared above Crom Cruach. Okay, that's incredible, for the record. Issei gave his opinion on what Julio did. How long do you think that will last? Valery asked him. And the sound of the rings and ice being shattered by the evil dragon's brute force, plus it releasing part of his aura and creating a shock wave that dissipated the domes around him, left the three speechless. I think that answers your question. Julio said, scratching his cheek with a finger like an innocent child. Even with the above, Crom Cruach smiled even more excitedly than before, so he released a little more of his aura and charged with decent speed towards the celestial couple. Issei and Valery dodged those blows as best they could and immediately went on the attack. Thus beginning a 2-on-1 fight where blows were thrown incessantly. Crom Cruach received all the blows that were thrown at him and yet he seemed intact even when they hurt him. While Issei and Valery dodged or blocked Crom Cruach's blows as best they could as they attacked him non-stop. Even hitting it squarely, Crom Cruach seemed unstoppable to them. Some somewhat accurate blows from Crom Cruach caused the celestial couple to fall to the ground with some scratches on their armor, all while Julio went against Crom Cruach to buy them some time. Julio dodged Crom Cruach's blows with his own agility and then attacked him with combined elements. Even with that, Crom Cruach destroyed all the attacks with only his fists wrapped in aura while he smiled, indicating that he enjoyed this. All this while Issei and Valery tried to catch their breath. Those blows from Crom Cruach were like taking a hammer to the body. Although Issei was a little better thanks to his healing factor that healed the most serious wounds and that his energy is semi-limitless, Valery did not have any of those factors. She is mortal and she is more limited, and Issei knew it. Furthermore, her armor was damaged, the helmets were destroyed, and some parts were missing. Her armor that represented that they had surpassed the Juggernaut drive, the same ones that represented his pride as celestial dragons and the strongest in all of history, were partially destroyed. Ice. Any plans? Whichever. Only one, Valery. We must continue putting pressure on this guy, just like we did with Ozzy Dahaka. Jew. We have no more options. Valery sighed, reassigned. And he can't say he has a better idea either, because he doesn't. And as strong as Crom Cruach is, if they can pressure him, they could defeat him. Even though he said he wasn't going to kill them and that was a relief, he wasn't going to let them go either. That's why they should put an end to this as much as they can and try to stop what Qlippoth is really planning. The celestial couple would stand up without restoring their armor. Doing that would be wasting aura and they should take advantage of all the aura they have. The celestial couple went towards Crom Cruach and launched their respective attacks. A kick from Valery and a punch from Issei. Attacks that, although they managed to push Crom Cruach away, didn't do him much damage, he barely felt it. Okay, they'll have to get more serious with this guy. Just by seeing this, Julio knew that, perhaps, it was time to get more serious. And at the same time, the celestial couple expelled their crimson and silver auras respectively. In the fourth heaven, the Garden of Eden. Xenovia and Irina went against Nema and attacked her with her swords. But the succubus dodged her attacks with elegance, as if they were no big deal. Xenovia attacked with her own speed and great power, while Irina attacked with more agility and technique, but the results still didn't change much. But at least they made Nema take it a little more seriously. Xenovia would give a strong blow with Durandal, which Nema blocked by grabbing the blade of the sword with one hand, to the Bluenet's surprise. How can you? How can I touch a holy sword without taking damage? Well, it's simple. Nema completed Xenovia's question with some mockery. Brad, your sword itself is very powerful, but if you don't know how to use it, even a low-class demon could defeat you. Furthermore, in my case, it is not only because of how strong I am. Saying that, the succubus would raise her other hand, stopping Irina's sword, who attacked her. It is also due to the fact that I also have the power of light in my being. And with that, holy weapons don't hurt me as much as before. What she said left the duo of warriors surprised, shocked and somewhat scared. Those who could not react in time, Nema would spin with them and hit them against each other, and then kick Irina in the stomach and take her a few meters away, and then slightly dig her claws into Xenovia's stomach, making her agonize because of it. Followed by a blow to her face that took her a few meters away from her. Xenovia and worried, Asia sent her healing aura towards the brunette who waited a few seconds until she felt better and she would stand up. You will pay for that. Xenovia said a little angry, but sweating cold. Well, try it, dear. Nema laughed. Xenovia would attack her again, this time trying to be a little more skillful and look for an opening. And when she seemed to have found it and decided to use it, Nema simply blocked a Randall with her hand, then kneed Xenovia hard in the stomach, followed by a kick that took her away from her. Nothing bad. You are tougher than any other knight. I even think that this position is too short for you. You would serve better as a rook. Said Nema. You'll pay for that. Irina returned to the attack, being angry about her friend. The angel attacked with Hautaclear with good technique and mastery, and Nema had to be forced to counterattack with her claws that collided with the sword. Starting a combat of good proportions. But even in that exchange, Nema could see something in Irina's expression, who although she seemed to be serene and serious, deep down in her expression, the succubus could see that the angel apparently had an internal fear. One that is hidden for now and Nema smiled as she saw that she could take advantage of that. After all, she always wanted to see an angel fall. And making her fall into disgrace and sorrow would be fun. But this, both succubus and angel would clash their claws and sword respectively, starting a struggle that they hoped to win. But, hey, Angel-chan. Have you never wondered what true fear is? Asked Nema with grace. How? Irina had a bad feeling about that question, and then, well, let me show you. Taking advantage of her confusion, Nema would make a movement that disarmed Irina de Hautaclear, and her weapon fell somewhat away from her owner. But even with that, Irina would attack the succubus with a sword of light. Which the latter blocked without problems, and then made a very agile movement and grabbed the angel's head with her hands, making her look into her eyes. Let go of me. Irina struggled to get free, but she couldn't. The succubus's strength was superior, and she felt that it could crush her head if she wanted to. Or don't worry, I'll let you go. Only for you to fall. When saying that, Nehema's eyes would shine yellow. When Irina saw that, without knowing why, she felt like she was in a kind of trance. Nema, taking advantage of that, began to delve into the angel's mind, looking for that thought that gave her so much fear and insecurity to bring it out. Which didn't take long, since she smiled when she found that fear along with the memory and more, which intrigued her a little when she saw everything in just milliseconds, but she downplayed it. With this, Nema would use her powers and manipulate that thought while bringing it to light so that it would appear before the angel. And he obviously put something extra in him to make him suffer that misfortune even more. So once she finished that and let go of Irina. Suddenly, the girl started to make panicked eyes. And then, this is your fault. Because of you. We are dead. The appearances of a woman and some young people appeared in front of her, and they seemed to be dead in life. Since they had pale skin, empty eyes, and they pointed to the angel. And no. 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 It can't. Irina recoiled from what she saw. Jump. And here I thought you would support me, but in the end. You only care about yourself. No, not that. Irina would even see how Issei appeared in her sight, and he seemed displeased as he turned to leave. I wish you had never been my friend, and I would never have had to suffer because of you. And no. No. Irina raised her hand, wanting to reach him. She didn't want to believe those words, he would never tell her that, but. Instantly, the memory of that night came back to her mind, and. I am much to the bewilderment of Tauji, Xenovia and Asia. Irina suddenly started screaming as she grabbed her head as she shook it. Irina, what's wrong with you? Xenovia would try to approach her friend to help her, but. Oh, you won't. Nema would stand in front of the brunette of hers, blocking her path. Your friend is not in good condition for now. And that will give me time to play with you. Furthermore. Unexpectedly, Nema would launch a small blade of light to the side, right where. A scream was heard from Asia, seeing how the blonde had that blade of light stuck in her right ankle, forcing her to kneel on the ground. Asia damn succubus Xenovia would attack her full of anger, but Nema would block her without much problem. Whoa. Now you'll only have to worry about yourself. Nema would hit Xenovia hard in the abdomen, making her complain about it. Furthermore, it seems that this angel is already succumbing. Xenovia, with an effort, would go to see the direction where Irina was. Seeing with horror how the brunette was now kneeling on the ground, with an expression devoid of all life and lines of tears on her cheeks. Furthermore, her wings seemed to slowly turn black, and her halo was losing its light, indicating that. Irina, hold on, do not full iron. Xenovia did not finish her words because a blow from Nema took her away a couple of meters and threw her to the ground. And the brunette would wake up gasping and coughing up blood. There's no point in calling her. Nema would put a hand on her waist. She is now trapped in a trance that I put her in, where her greatest fears and guilt are eating away at her and filling her with guilt. Xenovia did not know what to say at what she heard. Once these consume her, the brat will not only fall, but her mind will break. She will lose the will to live, and I doubt she will be able to return to normal. G. Damn, Iri.Chan. Taoji would try to get as close as he could to where his daughter was. He didn't want her to fall, much less for her to sink into guilt. And her duty as a father was to be there to comfort her daughter. So he began to go towards her, crawling slowly, since the poison prevented him from moving as he wants. In a pitch-black space, deep inside her mind, Irina was sitting on the floor hugging her legs while she hid her face. At the same time several voices reached her ears. Remember this warrior Irina Shidu. The demons and the fallen are the evil of this world. Once all of them are exterminated, the world will finally be able to live in peace. That is why. You should not feel compassion or pity against a demon or a fallen. Just kill them. And even if they are children, kill them too. In the supernatural, age doesn't matter. Where even demon and fallen children can be as cruel as adults. That's why. Kill them. Without mercy. A vision appeared in front of her, but she didn't need to see it. Just by listening to it, she knew everything. That's a memory from one of the first days of her training in the church. Where her instructor taught her everything about demons and the fallen, and that killing them was okay, that it was for the good of humanity, so that there would be peace. No please I beg if you want, kill me but let my son go. I can't, he goes against my beliefs. Even if they did nothing wrong, they are evil beings. So amen. You would hear the sound of a chopping block and, don't worry. Soon you will be reunited with her, and both will be judged by the Lord. This is kindness, it is for her own good. Amen. The sound of another cut would be heard. And the image of another memory that she knew appeared. When she was sent along with a group of exorcists to kill some demons who lived in a hidden town in a certain region. And how she killed the demon mother and her son. Irina with just that memory would start crying while she covered her ears, she didn't want to hear more. She didn't want to remember all the bad things she had done because, according to her at the time, she believed she was doing the right thing. And it was then that another memory appeared. Good. As there are only two. Let's separate. Said a white-haired girl that Irina knew well. She was one of the few friends she was able to make in the church besides Xenovia. And someone she rarely went on missions with. Good. In that, the memory would go forward to when Irina already finished her part of the mission. And when she went to look for her friend. Irina was shocked to find the almost dead body of her friend, who had a large wound in her stomach that was bleeding profusely. And Irina approached her. Irina. The information was wrong. They were not 2 wandering demons. They were 3 in reality. Coughed. I managed to kill one. But the another left me like this, and I escaped when I felt you arrive. I'm sorry. I should have been stronger and smarter. No, you're going to be okay, Urine, just hold on a little. I think. I won't be able to. I'll just tell you this, Irina. Thank you. For being my friend. And tell Xenovia. I'm sorry. That was the last thing the girl, Urine, said, who closed her eyes with a smile. Irina wanted not to hear that memory, she doesn't like to remember it. How because of her lack of attention, she cost the life of a friend, a good friend. He failed her, and he had not remembered her again, until now. That and more painful memories kept coming up. How he not only failed Urine, but even how she failed a group of young exorcists who were under her protection on a certain mission. And again because of her lack of attention, all those young people ended up dead. How she even continued to kill demons for the good of everyone, even those who did nothing wrong and whose only sin is existing. In addition to, if you really felt that way, then you should have let me die back then. That memory, the one from that night. One that has been bothering her. Just staying there, silent, without doing or saying anything, watching as Issei left, never to return. That. Please. Stop it. Irina knelt in her place while she covered her ears and cried non-stop. Enough. 4. An angel cannot love that phrase that has been eating away at her, and. But what the? In the 6th heaven, at the base of the archangels. Michael would see with intrigue and without being able to believe an ace mark in his hand, which was about to go out. And from the scent, he could sense that it was Irina's. And if she's blinking, it means. But what's going on? DSK. It's best to hurry. It will be necessary for one of us to intervene. Raphael said as he had a magic circle with several rotating patterns in his hands. Return to the 4th heaven, the Garden of Eden. Xenovia was panting with great regret and with blood in her mouth, while Asia healed her as best she could. For a couple of minutes she has been fighting with Nema, and the latter had many opportunities to have killed her long ago, but she didn't. Did. He let her recover and then left her in a bad moment again. Is she purposely dragging this out like it was an Oros? Shit, if that's the case, Xenovia doesn't even want to imagine what Qlippoth is looking for in heaven. The Asian next to her was panting tiredly as she healed the bluenet. She felt her magic running out, which doesn't surprise her. She has also not trained her healing powers for 2 months, and that has weakened them to the point where she feels that she went back to how she was at the beginning, when she barely became a demon and could barely heal serious wounds. Plus the blade of light that Nema threw at him was still on his right ankle. The good thing is that the damage has not spread to the rest of her body, but if she moves from her place and tries to use that foot, she will fracture it because of that blade of light that she even burned. Although slightly, for her who is physically weak, that small level of light is something agonizing that she can barely endure. I give you recognition, girl. Even though you're not in some shape, you've managed to hold your own against me. And you barely managed to hurt me. Nema showed a somewhat large cutter on her right arm and said wound began to regenerate. That can't be called a wound. Xenovia said panting, while she felt already healed from her wounds and firmly gripped Durandal. But it is still an achievement. Since it was a holy sword that did this to me, that's an achievement. Nema laughed and then sighed. Anyway, I hope you can last even longer. A few meters from it. On the other hand, Iri.Chan. Tauji, on the ground, was already next to her daughter. Who remained kneeling and with her head bowed while serious tears came out. At the same time that her wings were so close to turning purely black. Tauji, enduring the pain of the poison with all his might, would get up to at least kneel on the ground and hug her daughter. Giving you comfort. Everything is fine. Iri-chan. Daddy is here. So. Please. Don't cry or lament anymore. Sniff. Irina sobbed in silence, without going to see her father. It's my fault. Because of me, those who believed in me are no longer there. And because of me, Issei suffered. Not loving. An angel. No. Love. These sins. They will always haunt me. Iri-chan. Tauji, upon hearing that, was surprised and understood what she meant by all that. He had received news that before, young exorcists with potential died under Irina's command, and she was hardly the same after that. And apparently, she still feels guilty about it. Besides the guilt she must feel for believing that she heard Issei and that sentence. An angel cannot love. That. Iri-chan. Don't sink into those blames. It's not your fault. Sniff. If it had been better, I wouldn't have made those mistakes. Yuri would still be alive. And Issei wouldn't have had to suffer. Irina said without going to see to his father, and his wings were almost completely black. I know, Iri-chan. It's true, you made a lot of mistakes, but you can't let them rule you. Because this way you won't be able to advance. Said Tauji. Advance? It's not necessary. I don't even deserve these white wings. Irina said, even in the same state as her. Maybe you feel that way, but I and the others, we believe that if you deserve them. Tauji would caress the head of his daughter. Mistakes are part of all of us. Nobody is perfect. It is only important to learn from past mistakes so as not to make them again. How can I learn from them? When I don't know what to do. You know your mistakes. Even if you don't get the opportunity from others, give yourself that opportunity. Also. Don't you remember what I told you before? That thing about an angel not being able to love is wrong. Said Tauji. Sniff. See, can I do it? See, can I love? Irina asked in a tone where, depending on the answer, she could feel better or get worse. That depends on you. Iri-chan, you make yourself live that illusion because of your fear of the mistakes you made. But whether you can love, even if you are an angel, depends on you. So, listen to your heart and tell me what do you feel and want. And say it from the bottom of your heart. Said Tauji. Slowly and lightly, Irina brought her hand to her chest, where she felt her heart beating, as if she were speaking to him. Reminding her what she feels and do not blame yourself. That voice was one that slightly disconcerted Irina, who for a moment believed that it was her imagination, but suddenly, in front of her, the spiritual image of her dead friend appeared. Of Dot. Why you? Rin. Irina asked in a very low voice that her father did not hear her. Irina. I don't blame you for that day. We were both careless and we did not see the evil that we always did, believing that we were doing the right thing. You are not the only one who hates yourself for those atrocities. I hate myself for that too. How do you? Don't know. I just felt that I had to see you and tell you this. Irina, don't carry those blames, believing that hiding them will make you not feel bad. Since by doing so, you will hurt yourself more. Don't sink into those guilts. Yurin spirit told her. See, can I forgive myself? Can you forgive me? Irina asked. There's no need. Since you haven't done anything for which I should forgive you. Also, that boy. I know he will forgive you, or at least he will give you a chance for something between you. Do you think? Irina asked. You should talk to him about that. And Irina, don't believe that an angel can't love. Since if they were beings without emotions, the fallen and demons would never have existed. Just follow your heart and fight for that love. They already did it and freed themselves from guilt, and although they still have doubts and fears, they decide to follow that love. Irina, as best she could, would see Xenovia, who was still struggling to stay on her feet. And Asia was fighting to avoid collapsing due to the loss of magic. But even in that state, both of them could see that they were not willing to give up, and even more so because, oh, Irina, they need you. And keep fighting for that love. That was the last thing Urine's spirit said, which disappeared after saying those words. But that, suddenly, Irina would feel that all guilt had gone away. And then, to Tauji's surprise, she would get up and walk at a slow pace towards where her sword, Hautaclear, was on the ground, somewhat away from them. Irina would grab Hautaclear from her held hand. If truly you consider me worthy of behaving, then please. At those words of hers, the sword would begin to shine, and its sacred aura began to envelop Irina. Lend me your strength. As she said that, the sacred Hautaclear aura on her began to become even brighter than before, beginning to completely illuminate the place where she stood. This glow of light caught everyone's attention. Especially from Nema when she saw that the angel managed to get out of her trance. That was impossible, but love is a very beautiful feeling. Even the angels, who are pure beings, have never experienced love before. And they wish to be able to experience it, to know what it is like. That feeling can be good, happy and beautiful. But at the same time it is something cruel, disappointing and makes you sad for not being reciprocated. But as long as you manage to understand it properly, whether you are reciprocated or not, you will no longer feel bad. Because what matters is being happy or being happy for those who have it, since feelings cannot be manipulated. That voice. Even with that blow on Irina's part. Everyone could hear that voice throughout the place. He was a man and no. It can't be. Nema couldn't believe what she heard. That voice. She knows it very well. No, it's not possible. There is no way that that was really him. At that great sacred glow would dissipate. Revealing an Irina who, to everyone's surprise, now her wings were normal. But these weren't just bright white. They were now bright silver white and her halo glowed gold. But the most striking thing is that Irina now did not have a single pair of wings, now she had 3 pairs of wings. 6 wings in total. Irina would open her eyes, revealing in her eyes that she was calm and serene, but with a half smile. As if indicating that she was free of internal conflicts and fears. Irina. Xenovia couldn't believe the big change in her friend, and even she felt goosebumps from her. She felt like she had surpassed her. Irina would then set her sights on Nema, who tensed a little under her gaze and power, but still remained calm. However, unexpectedly, Irina would have disappeared from everyone's sight as if nothing had happened, surprising them. Only to later see how he reappeared behind Nema, who did not understand what happened until. Keku. Nema complained almost seriously as she saw and felt how her right arm was cut off from her shoulder. And said arm turned into dust due to the sacred aura. You succubus. Nema. I hate you for wanting to take advantage of my fears, but. Irina would pass by to see her with a serene look. In the end, I'm kind of grateful for that. As hard as it was, I learned from the pain and guilt. Just like someone I know did, so as not to stay stuck in the past anymore. TSK. Damn brat. Nema was annoyed at what she said while she tried to eliminate the sacred essence that was still left in the place where her arm was cut off. Since that essence prevented her from regenerating him as she wanted. Irina felt a pulse coming from Hautaclear, as if she was telling her something. And by understanding this. Okay. The angel would raise Hautaclear, which began to emit sacred aura and luminous particles, which were against Xenovia and Asia. Both demons tensed a little when they saw that sacred aura go against them, but when said aura enveloped them, they did not feel that it hurt them. On the contrary, they felt it was warm and that it made them stronger. Something that Asia could notice first, who thanks to said sacred aura, the blade of light on her ankle dissipated, in addition to applying her own healing magic on herself to heal the wound on her ankle. And with that, Asia would command his healing aura towards Xenovia. And said aura was green gold. This is. Xenovia, upon feeling Asia's healing aura and Hautaclear's aura, felt how not only her wounds were healed. But she also felt how all the strength and energy she had lost were recovered. As it was before. You. Very good. Xenovia would close her eyes for a moment as she sighed, so that when she opened them, she could see all the strength return to her expression. And when she took a step forward, she disappeared at a great speed. Nema then felt a pain in her abdomen, seeing how there was a slightly deep cut. And when she turned around, Xenovia was already behind her with her sword, pointing to the side of her. How did you? I do not know, and I do not care. But. Xenovia would turn to see her, with a serene face as well, like the angel. I will not forgive you for what you have done either. You hurt Asia, and although it was slightly, you enjoyed making us suffer with our wear and tear. And because of you, Irina almost fell. Therefore, succubus Nema and former lover of Adam. Prepare to face your sins, in the name of heaven. Ah, how funny. A demon talking to me about sins and swearing in the name of heaven and not God. I find it very sarcastic, but. With her only hand, Nema would take out a small bottle with a red liquid in it and drink it. Enveloping herself in a fierce red-black aura and her right arm severed, she completely regenerates. The games are over with you. So get ready, because I will kill you for what you did to me. We'll see about that. Xenovia stood guard as she grips Durandal firmly. And Irina stands next to her, adopting her own pose. Time to revive an old invincible duo. Chapter 37 Heaven. Battles and miracles. Things were not going well for the three of them. Issei, Valery and Dulio knew that they had messed with a real monster. One that easily surpassed them if they didn't go all out, and that's why they were fighting with all their power. The celestial couple's most powerful armors to date along with the Joker's balance breaker, it seems like they weren't accomplishing much against Crom Cruach. Crom Cruach blocked the attack of the celestial couple, who were trying to break through with punches, ranged attacks, etc. Even with the way they fought, they knew the Crom Cruach was just playing with them, and they barely did it. Strive. And that was frustrating. Valery would dodge a direct attack from Crom Cruach thanks to his reflexes in this armor. To then attack the evil dragon's face with a kick, but this did not have much effect. Crom Cruach would try to hit Valery, but Issei stood in the way and stopped his blow with his crossed arms, plus a barrier. But Issei still complained a little about the force of that blow. And just before Crom Cruach attacked again, Dulio would return to the attack, launching blasts of stones combined with fire at Crom Cruach. Making Crom Cruach leave Issei for the moment to focus on the Joker. Dulio would continue attacking him even with lightning condensed with water. Then Crom Cruach counterattacks all attacks with his flames or fists, even not caring that some attacks hit him squarely, since the smile on his face showed that he enjoyed this. Issei, seeing how Crom Cruach was distracted with Dulio, came to the conclusion that the evil dragon, perhaps, is not so intelligent when it comes to fighting. Since when it comes to facing several opponents alone, it is not an option to neglect any of them, since it could cost you dearly. Very well, you already more or less know how to get a certain advantage, you just hope that it is such and how he thinks. Valery would take advantage of Crom Cruach's distraction, and then. He would make the gems on his armor shine. Time to use all the arsenal they currently have. And Issei, seeing what she was doing, did not hesitate to do the same. Crom Cruach would continue destroying Dulio's attacks like there was no tomorrow, but that was when. Have to mention, as that command was heard several times, Crom Cruach would feel as if a great pressure prevented him from moving from his place or tried to hold him as best he could. And that's when he saw it. He is that. Crom Cruach was a little surprised to see how little more than a dozen small white dragons surrounded him. And that pressure seemed to come from those things. Ice, Dulio-san attack him while Yukon Valery yelled at them as she had her arms extended towards those wyverns, indicating that she summoned them. We will Issei nodded as she had several red wyverns around her. Boost 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 boost. The red wyverns would begin to show off the boosted gears ability and then. Transfer all the accumulated power was transferred to Issei, who was instantly enveloped in a powerful and dense aura crimson jade. Over booster, burst. But those other two commands, a red fire aura was added to Issei's aura, which shone brightly as if it were a candle on the verge of going out, and he gave his all before that. But this, Issei would join his hands in front while concentrating all the energy in a powerful sphere of power that gave off sparks every moment he charged it. Dulio smiled and did not want to be left behind, thus creating an angelic circle of rainbow color and charging power. Transfer with that command, Dulio would notice that his power increased several times and he would see how there was a red wyvern next to him. He smiled at that and thanked Issei's gesture mentally. It was time. Crimson Cannon, Tentai no Genso. The crimson torrent shot out with overwhelming power, not 100%, but it was still powerful, along with the powerful elemental blast that was also powerful. Crom Cruach would raise his aura, opposing the pressure on him as best he could, thus raising his arms. Arms crossed to block or receive the attacks of the Securiute and the Joker. Issei, Valery and Dulio were a little surprised to see that Crom Cruach received those attacks squarely when they expected something more from the evil dragon. Once the smoke cleared, Crom Cruach would be seen, who he looked at his arms after the attack stopped and saw the damage to them. Seeing that his arms were bleeding a little made him smile excitedly, which the three young men didn't like a bit. They felt that instead of making him angry, they made him excited and maybe that would cause the evil dragon to go a little more aggressively. I never thought that facing this guy would be like this. I don't want to say it, but unless we use our current maximum or go further, he will be the only thing that will give us victory, Albion said. Well, let's be thankful that Crom Cruach prefers not to kill them. But if we don't defeat him, then Qlippoth will have his way again. So we must devise a good plan that will give us victory, Drake said. At what was said by both dragons, Issei would sigh as he put the wyvern away from him and would stand in front of Crom Cruach while Valery and Dulio are in the air. Ranged attack is the best specialty of the latter two, so they should take advantage of it. Crom Cruach, seeing his opponents ready for another round, smiled at that. Time to resume the fun. On the other hand. Stop moving witch Dezu and let yourself be cut, Lint would pout as he failed to hit the witch again. I try a lot to hit her, surprise attacks, frontal attacks, and even confusing her with illusions and tangible copies, etc. But without any success I try to cut you for your own good. Don't talk nonsense, lunatic Wahlberger replied between serious and nervous. Then let's play your way. Desulint would make true Excalibur shine, and when the glow dissipated, it would be seen that the girl no longer had a sword in hand, but was carrying two golden pistols with blue details. What do you think, if I fill that body of yours with holes? Not if I turn you to ash. Wahlberger would attack with a blast of purple fire, and Lint would fire a golden blast from one of her guns. And the attacks of both upon impact were undone. Laka laka, now the fun begins. Bang, 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 bang. Lint would start firing multiple holy bursts from his Excalibur pistols without any regard. Wahlberger, seeing those blasts, she was forced to destroy them with her purple flames, dodge them and or block them. Which was somewhat difficult for her, since Lint was shooting without stopping for a moment. But what ended up making Wahlberger a little nervous was seeing how 4 copies of the same Lint appeared, and said copies surrounded the witch from the ground, starting to shoot him with their own pistols, and seeing that they were tangible. Shit. Wahlberger would cover herself from her attacks with a dome of purple fire around her. How about this? Lint would make his weapons shine again, making him now have a pair of small machine guns in his hands. Bang, 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 bang. She began to fire a veritable shower of small but powerful and fast sacred blasts. And all of Lint's blasts and her copies crashed into the witch's dome. Enough. Wahlberger, angry, would make a rain of bursts of purple fire shoot out of her dome, hitting the copies of Lint squarely, while the real one dodged those bursts with agility and grace. I'm glad we get along well, Desulint said as she dodged the blasts of purple fire as she fired her sacred blasts from her weapons at the witch, or destroying the purple flaming blasts. Shut up, crazy. Wahlberger blocked those sacred blasts with a shield of purple fire, and with her other hand, she attacked whenever she could. However, suddenly, the witch would feel a tremendous electric shock run through her entire body. They were yellow rays. But what? It's over. Followed by that male voice, a powerful golden blast would hit Wahlberger squarely, creating a brilliant explosion. And within seconds, the witch would have fallen to the ground somewhat abruptly, apparently unconscious. But what? Lint looked curiously at what happened, and when she saw in a certain direction. She smiled when she saw that. Laka laka. They finally arrive. Back to the other fight. Issei dodged Crom Cruach's continuous blows with some agility and attacked whenever she had an opening. In one-on-one head-on, Issei knew that she could not compete against Crom Cruach in terms of strength and power, and the best she can do is go with agility. Issei would dodge a blow from Crom Cruach and counterattack with a hit on the face. Crom was not bothered by that and continued attacking roughly and without much concentration on his blows, causing Issei to be able to dodge them almost without problems and hit him whenever he could. Valery and Dulio would attack Crom Cruach in the back with magical and elemental blasts and blades respectively, causing the evil dragon to stop by to see them for a moment, an opportunity that Issei took advantage of. Penetrate yourself. She charged a dragon slayer aura in his fist and gave a strong blow to Crom Cruach's face, moving him a couple of meters away. An opportunity that Valery took advantage of to give him a strong kick in the abdomen, driving the evil dragon away. Followed by Dulio attacking him with large rocks engulfed in fire and lightning, pushing back the evil dragon even further, who seemed to bleed a little as he covered himself with his arms raised and crossed. Ahaha. This is great. Crom Cruach would smile scary and funny. They are managing to corner me without problems and make me work hard not to want to get hurt. It's been a while since I've tried this hard, at least not against an opponent other than an evil dragon like Ozzy Dahaka or Apophis. Well, this seems to be getting out of hand. Dulio put a finger to his cheek. If we don't defeat him quickly, Qlippoth will get his way. We already know that, Dulio-san, but Valery would look a little complicated at Crom Cruach. If only they had more help, they could. The impact of 2 blasts, golden and flaming, on Crom Cruach caused the 3 combatants to turn to the side, seeing Cao together with Tiamat. And not only that. Out of nowhere, several blue spheres and elemental blasts appeared and surrounded Crom Cruach at the same time as a field of swords would appear and surround Crom Cruach. Issei would see how Karoka, Lefei and Kiba appeared next to him. While the missing ones stood next to Valery and Dulio, even Lint was present. Eyes. Valery was surprised to see them all. We are sorry for the delay, Valery-san. Lefei smiled as she looked at the evil dragon. More of those things got in our way, and we dealt with them. And it doesn't seem like they're going to appear anymore at the moment. That is in a way good news. Issei sighed in relief that help arrived. If you don't mind, would you give us a hand against this guy? You don't need to ask for it. Tiamat said, cracking her fists while he accesses his dragon humanoid form. How long, Crom Cruach? Tiamat, eh? Crom Cruach smiled when he saw her. I didn't expect to see you here, but that will make it more fun. Crom Cruach would look at everyone who was going to confront him. The two celestial dragons, the Joker, Tiamat, Baylor, the Wolf God Slayer, the True Longinus and several interesting opponents. Everyone against me. You don't know the joy I feel now for this opportunity. He said the last thing, wrapping himself in his black-yellow aura that was getting bigger and bigger. He's taking it as if it were a game. Kiba said in a cold sweat. I'm surprised you've changed at all during all these years, Crom Cruach. Gasper Baylor said. Heh. And here I thought I would never hear your voice again, Dark God. Crom Cruach would smile. Although I would have preferred you to stay dead. But it's not that I have a grudge against you either. That's good. Gasper Baylor said. Everyone looked curiously at the conversation between the evil dragon and the dark demon. They seemed like lifelong friends who hadn't seen each other in a long time. Hey, don't you think that Xenovia-san, Asia-chan and Irina-san are taking too long? Asked Akeno. Ah, that's right. Issei gave himself a mental slap for forgetting about that trio. His opponent is a human, but they're taking too long. And I don't like this at all. I didn't know why, but Issei had a certain bad feeling. Guys, can some of you go and assist the trio of nuns? I can go without problems. Biku offered. Udo, Kaneko, you go too, just in case. Said Rias. Understood, but you. Kiba nodded, removing his sword from the ground and the field of swords disappearing from him. And Kaneko just nodded silently. I will also go. Said Lefay raising his hand, as if asking permission. Good. The four of you go, we will take care of this guy. The three combatants and the magician nodded to what Valery said as they left the place, taking the path to go to the fourth heaven. Okay, so everyone ready? Yeah, you don't have to say it twice. Dulio said with his mischievous smile. Laka laka. Look what I won. Lind had her sword, True Excalibur, in her right hand, and in her other hand, she had a sphere of purple fire. At the same time it looked like she had a necklace with a purple cross on it. His neck. Astonishing Issei, Valery and Dulio. She dropped it on Witch Dezu, so she stole it from her. Oh, it's true. I had forgotten that Incinerate Anthem can pass to another wielder, even if the current one is still alive. Valery slapped herself as she forgot that detail. Well, the better for us. Cao would turn his spear and pointed at Crom Cruach. 5 Longinus against the strongest of the evil dragons. And that makes it even better. Ha 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 ha. Crom Cruach would laugh as his aura shone brightly, enveloping him in a great glow. And when this dissipated, he now saw a being in human form with black dragon scales on his body, 2 horns on his head, and even with his black clothes. They will be the first against whom I use my true power. Geez Naya. Kuroka distanced herself as she saw the evil dragon changed while he concentrated Senjutsu in his hands. We'll have to go all out. Cao prepared himself as the same great halo of golden light appeared on his back. A change that caught the attention of Issei and Valery, but it was not time for explanations. Without warning, Crom Cruach rushed head-on at his opponents at a decent speed. Some took flight to avoid the evil dragon's onslaught, even Issei and Tiamat dodged Crom Cruach. Akeno concentrated his power and launched a spear of holy lightning. At the same time, Rias launched a destructive blast. Their attacks combined, and when they were going to hit Crom Cruach, the combined attack was undone just by coming into contact with the evil dragon's aura. Okay, that wasn't good to tell the truth. Simple attacks won't even scratch him, they must be more serious. Broswis would attack Crom Cruach with a barrage of magical blasts, which had little effect as Crom Cruach received the attacks without suffering any damage. Why, what is that guy? Maybe like a humanoid tank. Lint's words fell on deaf ears as everyone began to maneuver to attack their enemy. Cao would release a powerful golden blast from his spear, and Dulio would release a concentrated blast from his angelic circle. Both attacks hit their mark and sent Crom Cruach somewhat away from them. Moore knew it was only temporary. That guy can still fight, and they have a plan, don't they? Tiamat would look at the celestial couple waiting for them to have an idea, but if we had it, we wouldn't be in this situation. Valery said sarcastically. At that, Crom Cruach would attack Cao head-on, clashing both fists and spear respectively, thus beginning an exchange of attacks. It was noticeable that the human no longer flinched from such powerful blows as before. Cao would dodge a blow from Crom Cruach and then attack him with his spear, which the evil dragon narrowly avoided, earning himself a cut on his right side of his torso. Issei, Tiamat and Fenrir did not want to be left behind when they saw that and went to join the fight. Crom Cruach, seeing the other three, smiled pleased as he pushed Cao away with a blow that the latter blocked in order to move on to see the 3 attackers. Issei and Tiamat began to attack with strong blows that Crom Cruach blocked as best he could, although he received some blows, but still continued smiling in amusement at this. Lint would attack Crom Cruach from the side with true Excalibur, but the impact of the weapon on the evil dragon's arm did not have the effect she expected. She barely made a small scratch. This guy is too tough. But still. She made the purple flames pass into her weapon, affecting the evil dragon with his flames. It worked somewhat, since Crom Cruach pushed Lint away because of the annoyance he felt in his arm, nothing serious. The girl received the slap in the face and she was sent flying and then fell to the ground. That will hurt tomorrow. Taking advantage of his small distraction, Issei and Tiamat attacked Crom Cruach with flurries of punches and kicks, which seemed to damage him little by little. But the evil dragon still smiled pleased at this. How much resistance does this guy have? Then rejoined the attack, making fierce and agile claws that seemed to damage Crom Cruach's scales, who complained a little at that. Those are undoubtedly the fangs of the wolf god slayer. Baylor even joined the attack, launching two powerful spheres of darkness that made Crom Cruach retreat, and the darkness above him created chains of darkness that joined the ground, restraining the evil dragon. That's what they need. Penetrate yourself. With this command, Issei charged his fist in Dragon Slayer aura, thus launching a strong blow against Crom Cruach, and everyone heard the sound of the blow. A blow that sent Crom Cruach flying backwards. At that moment, Valery appeared behind Crom Cruach and gave him an axe-style kick in the back to smash him to the ground. The force of the attack was enough for her and the rest. Crom Cruach would get up and when he went to face Valery, she had already dealt him a good blow to the abdomen, moving him away a little. Not without first taking something. Divide. Crom Cruach felt his power reduce a little. Nothing serious, but he still smiled at it. Only for Cao and Lint to later appear in front of it, both humans giving several cuts to the evil dragon's chest with their weapons, managing to damage the black scales. Both humans would finish their joint attacks and then launch a burst of gold and one of purple flames respectively, causing Crom Cruach to retreat from the force of the attacks. Only to then receive a large concentrated and combined blast from Riaz, Akeno, Kuroka, Roswis, Baylor and Dulio. The impact was intense. The explosion generated by the combined attack of the magic users was felt in the distance. The others saw this and had to admit that it was a good combined attack, but everyone would be on guard when they heard something walking towards them. It was Crom Cruach, somewhat injured and some of his scales looked damaged. But he still seemed intact, as he didn't look tired or affected by his injuries. Okay, we need a plan. Anyone? Issei looked at the others for any suggestions. You should already know that none. Just fight. But Tiamat would squint at Crom Cruach. I don't have the slightest doubt. His power is close to what Drake and Albion had when they were alive. And as crazy as it sounds, it seems like he hasn't shown his full power yet. So we're fighting a dragon at the level of a celestial? Lint asked in disbelief, leaving the others speechless. Can we even fight or win against that? We won't know if we don't try. Cao said, turning his spear around. With this, everyone prepared to resume combat. They didn't know if they could defeat this guy, but they still tried. In the fourth heaven, Irina and Xenovia had taken the offensive in the attack on Nema. Both girls attacked with everything they had in a well-synchronized manner. Both had chosen to make the succubus pay for everything she had put them through. For torturing two of these and almost causing the other to fall from grace, taking advantage of the fears that still gnawed her. Just for fun and enjoyment. Irina knew that although she and Xenovia were good attackers, they needed one to stay back and support, as well as cover Asia and her father, Tauji. And the angel chose to support from behind, launching blasts and arrows of light towards the succubus, who defended herself with a magical shield, one that accomplished her work. While Xenovia attacked closer, Durandal now managed to generate some fear in Nema, who did not expect the raw power of the slashing princess. Xenovia now attacked with a brutality never seen before, and no matter how many attacks of demonic light Nema launched at her, the blue net countered them as if nothing. Nema attacked with another blast of demonic light larger than before, but Xenovia, with effort, he would manage to dissipate the attack with Durandal. Then, she attacks the succubus at high speed. He charged power into Durandal, and said power emanated enough to force Nema to dodge the attack and launch a blast of demonic light at the girl. Xenovia raised Durandal and barely blocked the attack, but that managed to distract Nema for a short time, since she would feel an electric shock on her back, followed by feeling like blades of light on her. Nema would see how Irina was responsible along with Asia, who had Rassay next to her damn snot. Don't get distracted. Xenovia went to attack her again, and the succubus narrowly blocked her attack with her claws wrapped in her demonic light. Both starting a struggle. Irina took advantage of that and charged power into Hautaclear, using her own light to increase the weapon's power. Thus launching a powerful slash of sacred energy. Only for the succubus to receive the angel's attack squarely. The damage was enough to make the succubus suffer a little. Nema gasped a little in her place, only to feel how she was punched in the face, seeing that Xenovia was responsible for it. Who then swung Durandal and released a holy wave that exploded, sending Nema flying backwards. TSK. Don't think that was enough to stop me, girls. Nema said as her wounds regenerated. But what she received in response was a joint attack from Irina and Xenovia. The sacred power that both emanated and that united with the other was a good combo, one that forced Nema to defend herself more seriously, especially because she felt the raw power of the combined attack of those two. Nema would cause her demonic light circle to release a burst of energy that pushed both warriors and friends away. The succubus gasped at the effort she was making. Only Tiamat had forced her to give her all, while that Valkyrie and that girl barely made her try. But those pair of warriors were intimidating her, with effort. But they were forcing her to get more serious. She looked at the girls with great anger, and just when she was going to attack, several swords came out of the ground in front of her. And Ost, who dares to bother Nema, would look around, only to see how an extendable cane was coming towards her. And this one was enveloped in energy. The succubus dodged the attack of the blessed staff, only for it to be moved while extended, hitting Nema in her side and disconcerting her. Only for seconds, the succubus receives a strong blow to the stomach that made her agonize a little, and she is sent backwards, seeing that the person responsible for the blow was Kaneko. And behind her were Kiba and Bhikkhu. Kiba, Kaneko-san. Xenovia was incredulous, but at the same time happy to see them. Finally she got help. We're sorry for the delay. Kiba said. Now Lefei at Bhikkhu's words, she would look like the magician was floating above the succubus. Lefei without hesitation launched a powerful attack of two magic circles of different colors. The attack took the form of an eastern dragon made of fire and lightning. Nema narrowly dodged the attack, only for Lefei to then swing her arms to the side, making the attack double as if it had a life of its own, this time managing to hit Nema squarely, who recoiled sharply at that. Ha! Commit that, bitch. Xenovia said mockingly and pleased at that. Xenovia-san, don't be rude. Asia replied. I have every right, Asia, this succubus will pay for what she has done, Xenovia shouted, showing her clear disdain towards Nema. Calm down, Xenovia. Irina would stand next to her friend. I want to make her pay too, but she focuses that anger on what matters. Don't argue. Ah, okay. Xenovia accepted with a shrug. Kaneko-chan, stay back and cover Asia-chan and Taoji-san. Kiba said, preparing to fight. Nodded. Kaneko nodded, going to where the ex-nun and the older brunette were. Well, prepare yourselves. Here comes that crazy woman. Bhikkhu said, also on guard. Nema would approach the young people again. The succubus was beyond furious and indignant. Not only were those brats coming one by one to stop her, but they were being worse than flies. Alright, she'll have to use that. Good thing she asked Qlippoth to make her one for when she fought Tiamat again. Now if I kill them. Nema would take out a kind of short sword from her suit, black with red jewels. The weapon shimmered and the brilliance enveloped the succubus. And when the glow dissipated, she would reveal herself to Nema, who was now wearing a light full body armor, black in color and red gems. It was like Issei's scale mail, only in a more feminine version. He. Maybe it's worth trying out my new toy before using it against the Dragon Queen. Okay, this is bad. Bhikkhu said with a drop on the back of his neck. At that, the entire place would shake as the succubus launched a large blast of power towards them. The nearby combatants took evasive actions, dodging the blast that exploded in the distance and made the place shake. Okay, now this is serious. Lefei would charge power into her circles and launch blades of magic, which Nema blocked with a defensive circle. Let's attack. She can't handle everyone from different angles. Although Lefei's reaction was a surprise, it was strange to see the girl go on the attack with so much energy and even incite the offensive. No one said a but. Lefei was kind and tender, but she can also get angry and even take things seriously. The attack was initiated by Kiba and Xenovia, both knights attacking both sides of the succubus with their weapons. But she blocked the attack with her hands to the clear surprise of both knights, and then they were sent back by the same energy from Nema. That gave Bhikkhu and Irina the opportunity to attack. The angel attacked with Hautaclear, from which Nema defended herself very seriously, a single cut from that sword, and she does not want to imagine that it would happen to her. Bhikkhu took advantage of the fact that the succubus was concentrating more on the angel, launching bursts of senjutsu towards the succubus, who jumped to gain some distance. Nema would launch a blast towards the angel and the yokai, but Irina attacked the blast with Hautaclear and, to everyone's surprise, the demonic light attack was absorbed by the sword and seemed to increase its aura. Could it be another unknown ability of Hautaclear? Never mind. There will be time to investigate. Since that gave Kiba and Xenovia the opportunity to attack again. Both knights made joint attacks, using their speed and good reflexes to attack together. Nema noticed that Kiba was the more technical of the two, and his agile and technical attacks, plus his speed, gave Xenovia the opportunity to give more powerful attacks with Durandal. Damn brats, you're really being the biggest annoyance to her. After dodging and blocking both knights' sword blows, Nema spun around and gracefully kicked them both in the face. Both knights fell to the ground, but that gave Lefay the opportunity to attack, summoning pillars of earth engulfed in fire that Nema blocked with her defensive circle. Only for the succubus to receive a good punch to the face from Biku's Ryuji Bang, who smirked at her. Damn monkey, pray, how about we dance, Miss Succubus? Biku proposed, amused and mocking. The Yaokai summoned another Ryuji Bang in his other hand and turned his weapons, charging head-on at Nema, who blocked his attack with her armor-wrapped claws. Both of them began a good exchange of attacks, with strength on the part of Nema and agility on the part of Biku. All this while Asia healed Kiba and Xenovia. And Kaneko backed her up by using her Senjutsu to speed up the treatment and restore some of her energy. It's good that Kuroka taught her as she could how to harness energy from the environment and pass it on to others to heal them and restore power. And because they were in Eden, there was more positive than negative energy in the environment in this place, showing how pure the place was. Although the small negative energy that the place had may be due to the fight that is taking place or because the original sin was committed in this place by Adam and Eve. Ah, never mind that now. Kiba and Xenovia accomplished themselves as they felt like new people. And both knights would attack Nema, who was pushed away by Biku, and she blocked the attacks of both knights as best she could, forcing her to retreat a couple of meters, with her armor having certain cracks. TSK. Do you really not know when to give up? They are pathetic. That's what you say. A concentrated burst of elemental magic passed near the succubus. Seeing that the person responsible for this was Lefay, still in the air. Biku took advantage of Nehema's distraction, throwing a large rock at her with her staff, which Nema destroyed with one blow. Only to instantly receive two strong blows to her body from Biku's batons, pushing her away a little. Nema was outraged at this, they were making fun of her. Kiba, Xenovia and Irina went to attack the succubus. The three swordsmen gave a large number of sword blows, agile and technical on the part of Kiba and Irina, and powerful on the part of Xenovia. Nema blocked the swords of the two knights with her hands, only to receive a fierce lash from the angel in the chest, leaving a somewhat deep crack. Nema became upset at this and summoned pillars of demonic light around her, forcing the three swordsmen to take distance. Asia watched as everyone fought with the best they had against Nema, who seems like she's not going to play with them anymore. But her other concern was, how will Issei and the others be? Well, she hopes they are okay, since her opponent is undoubtedly Crom Cruach. In the first heaven at the main entrance to heaven, there was a gap in space as a group of angels waited in front of the gap. And within seconds, Arthur would have stepped out of the gap, giving a sigh. It took him longer than he thought, and more so as he had to keep the breaches open and connect heaven with the human world, creating a direct entrance. News? Arthur asked the angels. Yes. An angel nodded. According to Griselda-sama, they have already taken care of the evil dragons in the second heaven. And they are currently in the third heaven, battling what remains of the evil dragons that keep appearing from Agrees. While the Sekiryuite and Joker-sama along with others are fighting Crom Cruach. Jew. A lot has happened in such a short time. With that voice, Azazel would come out of the gap in space. It's better to give them a little help. When he said that, four well-known young men would also step out of the gap. In the third heaven. In the midst of the battle, Issei and Tiamat were the ones who resisted Crom Cruach's unbridled attacks the most. That guy kept playing with all of them, and that was frustrating. And even more so because he wasn't tired or affected by his injuries. Akeno would launch several blades of holy lightning, and Riaz would launch spherical bursts of Hakai no Chikara. The attacks barely made a few scratches on Crom Cruach, who with some strong blows pushed Issei and Tiamat away, and from his hands, he launched flaming bursts towards the Retid. And his queen. But they were saved thanks to a shield made of darkness from Gaspar Baylor, and said shield seemed to absorb the attacks, only for the same flaming blasts to come out of it later, this time going against Crom Cruach, who covered himself. With his arms of that. Valery took advantage of that and created several magic circles in front of him, launching a powerful blast of lightning and silver energy from them that hit Crom Cruach's chest. Once he retreated, Cao, Lint and Dulio went on the attack. The human created several golden spheres around Crom Cruach to have him surrounded. Lint created several tangible copies of her with true Excalibur, and along with the copies of her, they had mini cannons in hand, charging power. While Dulio used his icy wind to freeze Crom Cruach's legs, but not before also surrounding him with large rocks enveloped in fire and lightning. They had him trapped. At Cao's signal, the three blurted out everything about the evil dragon. The impact was centered in a single place, and only the impact of the attacks on Crom Cruach's body could be heard. Valery saw this carefully. Even in the midst of the attacks, he noticed how Crom Cruach was still standing. He did not fall before the machine gun attack he received. And that made Valery feel more afraid of this guy. Seriously, how did the mass, the archangels, the cadres, and the weakened Elohim manage to defeat Drag and Albion at the same time? It was then that a large explosion of flaming aura was present, seeing how Crom Cruach was wounded from the previous attacks, but not affected at all, and only had a little blood in his mouth. Valery and Karoka, upon seeing this, tried to analyze things quickly. Well, they didn't have to worry about Crom Cruach wanting to kill them, they couldn't waste their time on him either. They had to find a way to defeat him, no matter what, and then see if anyone else from Qlippoth was in heaven and stop him. If this keeps getting better. Crom Cruach laughed, pleased. I'm not enjoying this. Tiamat said. We agree on something. Said Cow, sweating a little cold. Without saying anything else, Crom Cruach attacked Issei and Tiamat, who blocked his blows by raising their crossed arms. So that later both dragons would counterattack with their own blows and kicks, giving the others the opportunity to attack from a distance or to breathe a little. Asper Baylor would use his darkness and his paralysis to hold, for a moment, Crom Cruach in his place, still. Causing him to receive multiple blows incessantly from Issei and Tiamat. Crom Cruach frowned at this. While he had no complaints with his traps, he did not like receiving attacks and expecting to resist them. So by releasing more of his power and creating a shockwave, he manages to push his attackers away and free himself from the darkness and paralysis. Cow and Lint attacked head-on with their weapons, delivering multiple slashes that Crom Cruach blocked without problems and barely damaged his scales. Crom Cruach would launch a flame from his mouth, only to see that it hit some illusions of both humans, where the real ones appeared at their sides. One attacking with explosive golden blasts and the other with purple fire blasts. Attacks that hit Crom Cruach squarely, who did not flinch before them, only to see how in front of him were more of those large rocks with flames, from Dulio. He charged aura into his fists and began to destroy those things that held him in place, and some hit him squarely, pushing him back. Only to then see how Fenrir went towards him, giving him a fierce double blow to the chest, and his wounds bled a little, but it was not enough to shake Crom Cruach. Transfer. Issei transferred power to Riaz, who instantly accumulated all the power given to create a sphere of Hakai no Chikara the size of a person, but which in itself was dangerous and surrounded by a crimson jade aura. She launched that attack against Crom Cruach, who became somewhat serious at that, and stopped the attack with his outstretched hands, and these were damaged a little by the power of the Grimoire. But still, Crom Cruach would raise his aura and destroy the attack with just brute force, having his forearms somewhat damaged. That was undoubtedly the power of the Baal that can even damage and destroy the scales of dragons. Valery would create his white wyverns again and send them towards Crom Cruach, who would begin to destroy them one by one with his fists and flames. He doesn't plan to fall so easily into his traps. But one of the wyverns would manage to land on his back and divide. Crom Cruach felt the power of him being reduced. It wasn't that serious. If it had been the real Albion, he would be in trouble, big trouble. However, there was another white wyvern perched below Crom Cruach. And said wyvern on the ground below it created a magic circle, which released a powerful explosion within seconds, but Crom Cruach was still not affected, it only made him retreat a little. Penetrate yourself. Issei would begin to deliver heavy blows to Crom Cruach as he released even the crimson Tauki from him. He must give his all. Issei dodged Crom Cruach's continuous blows with good agility and would hit him in the face after finding an opening that he used to his advantage. Valery and Tiamat did not want to stay when they saw, that's why they joined their beloved to start launching a barrage of blows against the evil dragon. Valery would materialize the power of the boosted gear in his left gauntlet, using the boosts to increase his strength and resistance for this. At the same time he decided to use the divide to divide his opponent's power, little by little. While releasing the overload of power absorbed from his wings. Issei charged his fists in Dragon Slayer aura along with his flames, which were intense red. He even materialized the dividing gear on his right gauntlet, doing the same as Valery. The three dragons attacked the evil dragon with total ferocity, which covered itself as best it could from their attacks and was forced to retreat, in addition to taking them more seriously. Issei would give it a good blow to the face, Valery a kick to the knee that it made him falter a little, and finally, Tiamat gave him a fierce blow to the abdomen, followed by a strong blow that took him a couple of meters away. Akendo flew close to the evil dragon and threw a spear of holy lightning into its back to distract it, letting Roswis attack with powerful magical blasts. Crom Cruach received the attacks without suffering almost any damage, but when he wanted to go somewhere else, he was hit by a red sphere that exploded and released a large red mist around him. He could feel the Dragon Slayer essence and aura in said fog, which bothered him a little. Well, Karoka hoped that would help a little. Issei, seeing how everyone fought and gave their best, couldn't help but smile and this moment is one that he will never forget. So not wanting to be left behind, the celestial couple went towards the battle, followed by the Dragon Queen. The celestial couple kicked Crom Cruach, causing him to back away a little. Only for him to then receive a strong blow to the face from Tiamat, charged with fire, making him retreat again. Seeing this, Fenrir jumped and gave Crom Cruach a blow with his claws, at the same time leaving some fire in the attack. Lint upon seeing this created two swords in his hands with the power of mimic and was towards the evil dragon at high speed thanks to rapidly. Crom Cruach tried to hit her, but when he did so, she was surprised that it was an illusion that she herself created. The real Lint would appear at her side, giving her a fierce lash across her right eye, leaving a scar for Crom Cruach, who grunted a little at this, but miraculously, he wasn't angry or offended. And he only increased his challenging smile. Only to then receive a stab in the back from Cow Cow with his spear, piercing the scales a little. He withdrew the spear from her and then blocked Crom Cruach's fierce blows with it. Lint manipulated true Excalibur and using the power of mimic, created several blades around her that seemed to have a hole. They were small, but they released sacred blasts and bursts of purple fire from their orifices. The impact of the small but numerous gusts made Crom Cruach retreat a little and cover himself with his wing. Moment that the celestial couple took advantage of to attack. They both charged Dragon Slayer aura and lightning bolts into their fists, respectively, to give their opponent a joint attack across the entire chest. Crom Cruach flew backwards and when he stopped, all the magic users were surrounding him, with magic already charged. The collective and continuous attack of the magic users trapped Crom Cruach in what seemed to be an endless loop of attacks since they attacked him from all possible angles. Issei, seeing this, did not even want to know what Crom Cruach was suffering from. And he doesn't even want to receive something similar, ever. But even so, the fatigue could be seen in the expression of the magic users, where the girls were sweating buckets, only Dulio, Gasper Baylor and Kuroka seemed the most complete. But the impact of Crom Cruach to the ground made everyone see that the evil dragon. He stood up and, for the first time since the start of the fight, they saw that he began to pant, albeit slightly, and somewhat affected by his injuries. Phew. At least now we know that we are managing to do something. Dulio said with a relieved sigh. And that's good, Naya. Kuroka was grateful for that. But she knew that if they couldn't find a way to give him a truly accurate attack, in the long run, they could lose even if they didn't kill them, but that would still be bad. It seems like Crom Cruach would blow his neck while smiling slightly. I'll have to be more serious. He said that last bit, increasing his aura even more, which made the place shake like never before. And the ground cracked a little. Mate, I usually don't want to be the one to bring bad news. But if we continue like this, we won't get anywhere and it would be good if you had a plan, Valery. I did the math and neither you nor Ice will be able to do much with their current level. Okay, if both celestial dragons say that, they're in some serious trouble. Crom Cruach would spread his wings from his back and, still on the ground, flap his wings and go at high speed towards his opponents. Giving the celestial couple some fierce blows that sent them flying on different sides of the place, falling to the ground, but the damage was not the worst they expected. They were whole. Sore, but alive. Partner, are you okay? Valery, react. Both young people tried to stand up and accommodate their ideas. Even after having covered themselves from those blows, they felt that their consciousness was gone for half a second. And when they looked up, they saw that Crom Cruach was now focused on the others. The Kendo and Riaz fired several blasts of his powers at him, but they bounced off Crom Cruach's body or did nothing to him, and he seemed immune to everything now. He ran and flew towards both of them, took them by the legs, shook them and threw them without so much suddenness towards the ground. Both girls felt their consciousness almost go out and their bodies ached, cursing that they were physically weak, but they held on as best they could. Roswis jumped on the evil dragon and launched a barrage of attributes at her back, resenting it for a moment. Crom Cruach happened to see her and went at her. Now it was the former Valkyrie who was in trouble. Roswis watched as Crom Cruach lunged at her like a wild animal, and she was his prey. He created an enhanced defensive circle in front of her to defend against her. Great was her surprise and horror when she saw how he had managed to penetrate her defense, as if it were nothing with his fist. The blow she received from it almost made her vomit all over her insides, at the same time as her bones cracked slightly. She was saved thanks to her resistance as Rook. But still, she fell to the ground after the blow. Crom Cruach, seeing that they were 3 out, turned to the other side as he felt several gusts hit her back. Kuroka had attacked him, and his attacks did something to her a bit thanks to the Dragon Slayer power in them. But she swallowed hard when she saw that. There this one was coming. Towards her. Kuroka launched several explosive spells and bursts of her Dragon Slayer missed in Crom Cruach's path, but he went through all of that as if nothing had happened. Dulio supported her by launching those flaming meteors, but they still did not stop Crom Cruach, who did not care. It mattered to receive those attacks squarely, he just continued on his way. Seeing this, Dulio would use his icy wind to try to stop Crom Cruach. In addition to creating an ice wall in front of him and Kuroka. Crom Cruach was slowed down a bit by the freezing wind, but he still arrived in front of the ice wall and hit it, breaking it. But the Joker and the Nekomata had already distanced themselves before the blow. Lint would go on the attack again, this time with strength and speed. I used a power of blessing to increase the destructive power of his weapon, as well as giving more power to his purple flames. What I did not expect was to see a powerful burst of flame hit him in the chest. Lint vomited blood from it, but she didn't stop. She tried to stand up again, but the damage was severe. Asper Baylor went against Crom Cruach and hit him hard in the face. The latter counterattacked with his own blow, charged with fire, driving the dark demon away. It was at that moment that the celestial couple and the dragon queen reappeared. This time with their auras at full strength. The three dragons launched the attack, going without knowing what exactly to do to win, just fight. Since the evil dragon is at a higher level than them, Issei's fist managed to move Crom Cruach a little, but it did nothing. He saw the Securuite and, without expressing anything, attacked him with his fist. Issei narrowly dodged the attack, but the right abdominal area of his abdomen was destroyed. And from the mere touch, Valery and Tiamat tried to give their beloved some time to breathe, so they attacked. Their magical and physical attacks respectively had the most power to express possible. The attacks caught the attention of Crom Cruach, who set his sights on them. So he went towards them at such superior speed and strength that Valery barely dodged him, while Tiamat received a strong blow that took her a few meters away from her, leaving her on the ground, trying to stand up. Ulio would create several artificial clouds that released multiple lightning bolts, just as he released his flaming meteors again. Crom Cruach resisted the lightning bolts while he destroyed the meteors with his fists. And just when he was going to attack the Joker, someone stood in front of him. It was Cao Cao. He seemed calm even in the face of all this. Very good, Crom Cruach. Do you want to play? The evil dragon only smiled in response and charged at Cao Cao, who dodged the attack quickly. Both beginning an exchange of fists and spear respectively. Cao Cao seriously blocked Crom Cruach's blows and then counterattacked and released an explosion of aura that pushed the evil dragon away a little. While that was happening, the others saw and analyzed what was happening. Lin stood up when he felt a little better and went to help Cao Cao in any way he can. The human smiled upon seeing this girl's spirit and gave her room to attack as well. Ross was finally recovered, and upon seeing the signs that Dulio was giving him, he understood his plan. To then go to a safe distance and help him with ranged attacks. That was what they needed now. While Kuroka tended to Rias and Akeno with healing magic and Senjutsu, Tiamat would get up again, going against Crom Cruach and gives him a good blow to the face that takes him a couple of meters away. To then attack him again along with Issei and Valery who joined him. The battle didn't seem nearly so much in their favor. Cao Cao looked at it and he simply thought that seeing how everyone battles together and helps each other made him see that, in truth, that camaraderie and confidence that he previously considered useless gave everyone a strength that allows them to even oppose the strongest. He was so intrigued by seeing this that he couldn't help but think that if he had done things differently before, would he have been able to demonstrate the strength and supremacy of humans without doing terrorism? Maybe he would have been more sensible in the past if that was the case. He doesn't know it, but if he is sure of one thing. Now is not the time to regret these things. Not anymore. He was wrong in his way of doing things and not having valued those who followed him. Maybe because of what he suffered in his childhood and, well, he will fix it. Although his whole life must be for it. He knows the evil in the human heart, for he will eradicate said evil. And repent is the first step. Accepting that you must change is the second. The third is acting. And that's good. You made many mistakes and now you want to remedy them. Well, fight and achieve your purpose in this world. Together with the Celestials, give a path to the future. Cao Cao heard that voice in his head. He didn't know who he was, but instantly, he felt a pulse coming from the spear of him, as if it was telling him what he has to do. Very well, it's time. He raised his spear, which began to emanate a powerful light that illuminated the entire place, drawing everyone's attention and causing the fight to pause. O dead God, whose will remains in the spear, which pierced the Son of God, absorb the ambition of the King of domination and supremacy that sleeps within me and cross the gap of blessing and destruction. Announce your will and become a radiance. After Cao Cao's chant, the light of the true Longinus illuminated the entire place. And everyone, except Crom Cruach, was enveloped in a golden aura that they felt that it made them stronger and made them recover from everything before. And then, this is, it just can't be. Drake and Albion were somewhat surprised, as there has begun to be a change in the matrix of boosted gear and divine dividing. And without expecting it, Issei and Valery were enveloped in a crimson and silver aura respectively. And these auras now emanated a sensation and power never seen before. This is in the seventh heaven. Michael and his brothers were surprised to see how a powerful golden barrier rose that covered the entire place in the heaven system. Normally they knew that before, when their father was alive, this place had an automatic code that created a barrier that protected the place in case of an attack on heaven. But since his father died, they have barely known how to keep the system intact, unable to return it to what it once was in the past when his father was alive. But right now, the barrier that protects the place has just been raised. How was that possible? Yes, even among themselves they still needed to raise it on their own, but it was in that moment that they felt a presence that they recognized. It came from the third heaven. It was the truth idea. Was Cao Cao here? And if so, has True Longinus created some miracle that activated the automatic protection code of the seventh heaven? If so, you cannot miss this. And Michael was ready to go out onto the battlefield. Back in the third heaven. All of the youths were enveloped in a bluish gold aura as the True Longinus continued to emanate light from it. For some reason, Akeno felt his blood boil, but he felt like he was stronger than before. And the others felt the same. Akeno sighed and put on a determined face. And surprising everyone, he spread his fallen wings from his back, which were now 6 wings. And said wings were wrapped in his yellow rays and fire. Riaz also sighed and wrapped herself in her Hakai no Chikara, spreading her demon wings, which were wrapped in his power. While Roswis began to emanate a pale golden aura, creating 2 golden Nordic magic circles in her hands. And Dulio only had his angel wings turn golden in color. Hiroka emanated a black aura and created several black kashas around her while her fingernails extended, taking the shape of claws. Lint only emanated a golden aura and, without expecting it, a pair of angel wings made of purple fire, making it look like it had flaming feathers. Tiamat was only enveloped in her blue flames, which took on a turquoise tone with slight red details. Asper Baylor would take on a more human form, still shrouded in darkness, only having horns on his head. Fenrir was enveloped in a grey aura and as he shone, it felt as if he regained much of the power he sealed from him, even though he kept his small size. And Cao Cao would only see how the blade of his spear was now golden. But the certain most striking change was in Issei and Valery, whose auras increased more and more with each passing second. This is? Valery looked curious as did Issei. Partner, Valery. This is part of the true power of Albion and I. Although, it is still imperfect. But it is still enough for them to obtain a unique power. Only 50% of our original power respectively. Oh. In that case. Issei smiled at what he heard. How lucky he is and what Cao Cao did. Rock time. You already roared, sweetheart. Said Valery. At those words, both of them were enveloped in a bright, intense red-white aura. And said aura took on a stronger and denser tone. Where when said aura dissipated, Issei was seen with his armor somewhat changed. It was no longer crimson. She now had scarlet red, jade green gems, jade green wings of light, and golden spikes on the helmet, arms, legs, and tail of her armor. And to his scarlet red and jade green aura, a jet black aura was added. Even Valery's armor had changed a bit. It was now silver gray in color, turquoise blue gems, turquoise blue light wings, and golden spikes on the armor's helmet, arms, legs, and tail. And from her back even her demon wings spread, which were now 12. And her aura was silver turquoise golden. Ice-kun. Valery-san. You. Why your armor? Akeno she was stunned by the certain change that those two had. And the others were the same. Eyes. Friends. Issei would look at everyone and let her face be seen, showing a smile. Time to finish this. He said the last thing by closing his helmet. Hi everyone nodded decidedly. Everyone would focus their gazes on Crom Cruach, who smiled at what he saw. Finally a real challenge. Finally he will have the fight of his life. And all the young men were determined to win, no matter what. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.